Alrighty. Can everybody hear me okay? Can everybody see me okay? Welcome and hello to another Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube stream. We are getting off to a very early start today. Reed Timmer is with us. We've got him out there storm chasing in South Carolina, I believe. We're trying to talk back and forth here. Test. Can you hear me, buddy? We just set this up at the last minute, but welcome once again. Thank you guys for tuning in here. We have let's see here, about 1,200 people watching on this, at 7:28 a.m. So I'm excited to share the morning with you guys. We are tracking a major winter storm as it is going up the coast. Okay, this thing already looks to me like it might overperform. Okay, so we're going to watch it very closely. We're already seeing freezing rain in a lot of South Carolina and North Carolina. We're seeing some heavy snow also breaking out into the Appalachian Mountains. Okay, so let's real quick before we do our normal thing where we share everywhere, I want to just give you a real quick update on what the radar looks like right now, and also all of the watches and warnings that we have. Okay, so just like I've been saying, how long have I been saying on this channel that it's going to be a mess over here in Tennessee, and that's exactly what's happening right now. We've got heavy rain in portions of middle Tennessee. We've got freezing rain, sleet, and then also now on the backside, we do have snow mixing in. But this is a good thing, okay? This is a very good thing. If you like snow, the fact that we're already starting to see that dynamic cooling work in here and cause the snow to start falling already. So I do think this is trending a little bit colder than what we originally thought. So that means that maybe, just maybe, some of us will see a little bit more snow. And once again, that's a good thing if you like snow. Here's another look at the ice that's breaking out through South Carolina into North Carolina. We're going to get right back into that here in a second. But I do need to focus your attention very quickly on Florida. Look at this. We have 3 tornado warnings. 3 tornado warnings right now in Florida. Look at that. Down here south of Tampa, near Port Charlotte. Let's inspect these a little bit more, and this is actually pretty intense rotation on some of these storms. We do have a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and ring the alarm on that. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Charlotte and Sarasota counties in Florida, and then also DeSoto and Hardee counties in Florida. Okay. So, we're not going to have our shortage of tornado warnings today and severe thunderstorm warnings because this storm is so broad. It's so widespread. It's so, it encompasses a lot of different things. We're going to see blizzard conditions. We're going to see ice storm conditions. We're going to see heavy rain and flooding. We're going to see hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds, and tornadoes. Literally a little bit of everything today out there. And once again, we do have a tornado warning down here for portions of Florida. This is the one I'm kind of most concerned with near Nocatee. I hope I'm saying that right. But there's a pretty good amount of rotation heading up towards Arcadia here in Florida. Seek shelter now if you're in Charlotte or DeSoto counties. All right. Additionally, back here towards Port Charlotte. All right. This is going to be in Hardee County, I believe. We also have another area of rotation here that looks pretty interesting. That's going towards Fort Ogden. And then another tornado warning back here near Inglewood going towards North Point. All right. Northport. So let me see if I can't figure out our situation with Reed Timmer. By the way, we do have moving on to our storm chaser. We do have extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer out in the field, and he's very kindly letting us, use his stream to kind of see what's going on out there. And we have the ability to talk with each other. We have the ability to communicate back and forth. We set up a push-to-talk system, but I think we might be having a little bit of last-minute technical difficulties there, but that's okay. Reed Timmer is in South Carolina. Let me try to get one more update from him. Reed, I don't know if you've been trying to send messages, but I actually can't hear you. But if you could just text me your location, I'd like to put you on a map here so that my viewers know exactly where you are. But yeah, this is extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer working with us today. If you want to see his stream full screen, obviously you always have the ability to go over to his channel. But he's going through some pretty intense snow right now, and he just sent me a text that said that this might be changing over. So he's going to be in an area where they're going to be dealing with ice and snow. Okay, he's in Traveler's Rest. Traveler's Rest. Okay. So he can hear me, but I can't hear him. It might just be a settings issue. Yeah, he might need to authorize his mic there on the app, but that's okay. He's in Traveler's Rest, South Carolina. Let me pull that up, and I will show you guys where that is, and then we're going to keep up with Reed throughout the day. We also have another storm chaser that's going to be joining us a little bit later, Brett Adair. He's in Tennessee. So we're going to have eyes everywhere. And we got another storm chaser, Tim Grooms, who's going to join us later in somewhere in North Carolina, or maybe up there in the Delmarva area. So, you know, we're going to have eyes all over the place today. I would say that this is probably the place you want to be if you want to keep up with the winter storm coverage today. Traveler's Rest is in extreme northwestern portions of South Carolina. So let me give you a better idea of exactly what we're looking at here. By the way, we still have tornado warnings.
Hello. I'm in Traveler's Rest, South Carolina, getting a changeover from snow to ice. It is happening.
Awesome. Okay, so we have audio from Reed now. Sounds good, Reed. I can hear you loud and clear now. Thanks for that. We're watching you up here on the window on the stream. Be careful out there. And anytime anything happens that you want to broadcast to us, just hit me up on here, okay? All right, that sounds good. But we do have another tornado warning.
Good. Yeah, we're getting very heavy freezing rain mixed with snow here. Winds increasing up over 40. Expecting the power outages to happen here soon, but it is nasty out here.
Yeah, it looks nasty. Look at the wind blowing out there. You can see that the changeover is happening. Road conditions are obviously terrible. And then at the same time, we have a new tornado warning for Cape Coral, Florida, and Myers Beach, Florida, until 8 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be for Lee County in Florida. Holy smokes! It's already getting off to a very busy start today with our winter storm coverage. So Reed is up here north of Greenville. He's up here near Spartanburg and Greenville and Simpsonville in extreme northwestern portions of South Carolina. And this is around the area where we're expecting probably some of the biggest impacts from this winter storm. Okay, we're going to see ice accumulations. We're going to see some snow, like you can see we're already seeing there. And then we're also going to continue to see some really strong winds. So you get ice on a power line. You get ice on a tree branch, especially if it's a 1/4 of an inch or a 1/2 an inch. That adds literally hundreds of pounds of weight to these things. And then you throw the wind gust on top of that, man, stuff's going to start falling. All right, stuff's going to start falling. Trees are going to start falling. What else? Power wires are going to start falling, and this is why we are really concerned about this area specifically with power outages. Okay, so I think that everybody in South Carolina and even northeastern portions of Georgia, from Gainesville through Lawrence, Great Falls, all the way up to Charlotte, North Carolina as well. I think all you guys gotta, be prepared for a power outage today. Maybe even as far north and east as Greensboro in North Carolina. Now, I do have a quick disclaimer to make. I'm a one-man show here. Okay, I literally do this from my house, and I am also being impacted by this winter storm. I live up here in Kentucky. Okay, so we're getting ready to get in on some ice. Okay, we're getting ready to get on some of those winds and stuff. And the infrastructure in eastern Kentucky is old and it's bad and it's not good. So there might be a situation where I lose connection tonight. I'm going to try to reconnect, but there might be a certain time where you have to refresh the feed or something to pick me back up. I'm hoping not. But I just always have to make sure I let that be known. Once again, we've got extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer out there on the ground in Travelers Rest, South Carolina, giving us a live picture of the road conditions. And as you can see, it's already a mess. And this has just begun for portions of South Carolina into North Carolina. This is pretty much going to be the case from Greenville, South Carolina, all the way up to Greensboro. If you're on I-85, this is pretty similar to what you can expect if you're out there. And for anybody who was watching a minute ago, whenever me and Reed were talking, how is his audio? Can you hear his voice fine? Do I need to turn him up or down or what? Once again, we put together a lot of this stuff at the last minute here. And, hey, man, as part of being the YouTube weatherman, we got to do stuff on the fly. We don't have $1 billion to hire all the producers and all the supercomputers and stuff. So we're winging it. You know what I'm saying? Also, thank you so much, guys, for all the support here. Loud and clear. He's fine. I could hear him good. Awesome. Sounds good. Let's see here. We've got a very generous contribution from Jay Buchanan. He says, can you give us a reduction on Chattanooga? Weather is never cut and dry, but here in Chattanooga, it's even more up in the air with it. Yeah, so Chattanooga, you're in a very difficult place to forecast. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and, fill you full of a bunch of crap saying that, oh, well, this model says this model says this. Right now, we are nowcasting. Okay, it doesn't matter what any forecast model says. It doesn't matter, nothing. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is what's going on out there right now and the radar. So the good news for Chattanooga, if you're a snow lover, okay, I do think you're probably going to get some of this backside snow. You see, the overall motion of this storm is up this way, so all of this is going to sweep through Chattanooga and the general eastern Tennessee and Appalachian region here between the Smokies in Tennessee and North Carolina. So all of this stuff that's going through Nashville right now is going to eventually drag itself through the border area of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and Chattanooga. You'll get in on that. It just really depends on what kind of band you find yourself underneath as far as what exactly the total snowfall accumulation is going to look like. But the good news is versus, some of my videos that I was, talking about the lower amounts over the past couple of days, it does look like the temperatures are a little bit colder than forecasted. Right now at my house, it is 30 degrees. 30 degrees. And, it was supposed to be around 32 at this time. So everybody's about 2 degrees colder than what was originally forecasted. Let's go back over here to extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer. Once again, he's near Travelers Rest. Looks like still mostly snow to me, but there is a little bit of a changeover going on there, like he said. As that warm air is infiltrating the mid-levels. He's in the perfect situation, or the perfect area, really, to demonstrate how cold air damming works. And if you watched my video the other day, you know how it works. The mountains off to his north and west there are kind of blocking in the cold air. The warm air is, advecting over to the north or above that and kind of suppressing that cold air and keeping it in the same spot. So the rain falls and then freezes on impact. And the fact that we've got a bunch of snow on the ground already down here is not going to help that situation at all. It's definitely going to make the icing worse, I believe. Changeover from heavy snow to ice is happening now near Furman University, South Carolina. So that's where Reed is now. Kevro, thank you for the contribution. He says, I'm here in Inez, Kentucky, Ryan. Nice to know we got a Kentuckian calling the weather like a pro. Hey, thank you, man. Christina, thank you for that. Stephen Gibson, thank you for becoming a member. Very generous of you. Thank you guys for all the support. Once again, we've got almost 6,000 people watching on this early morning, January 16th, 2022. Just to kind of reiterate what I've already said, we are tracking a major winter storm across the United States. This is going to affect a lot of people. It's likely going to cause some problems with power outages and travel conditions and stuff. So we're just going to relay all that information to you as we go through the day. Additionally, we have tornado warnings That's right. You heard me right. We have tornado warnings right now in Florida. Okay, still a pretty significant storm causing a potential tornado near Arcadia in Florida, Northport in Florida. Let's see here, Punta Gorda, sorry, in Florida, and just a big cluster of tornado warnings down here because this big line of storms that's associated with our, our big mid-latitude extratropical cyclone that's coming in. It's moving across Florida right now. Also, Cape Coral. You're under a tornado warning down here. Lots of tornado warnings in southern portions of Florida. Remember, this is Charlotte, Sarasota, Lee, DeSoto, Hardee counties. All these counties are under tornado warnings currently in Florida. Now, these are radar indicated tornado warnings, so we don't know for sure if there's actually tornadoes on the ground, but the radar tells us that there more than likely is or will be soon. So please, if you're in any of those counties, take shelter now. Let's see here. Thank you guys once again for all the support here. We've got Skywaves with a very, very generous $50 super chat. That's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. And we do have eyes out there. We've got Storm Chaser Reed Simmer near Travelers Rest, South Carolina. We've got another chaser from Tennessee who will be with us shortly. But even without chasers, guys, one of the ways that we kind of relay information to people, we've got a bunch of people watching who are like looking for news and information. One of the ways that we do that is through you guys. Okay, so if you want to help out, if you live in an affected area, if you're out here and you've got snow coming down, or maybe you've got an interesting picture or story that you want to share with us, the number one way that you can do that is through Twitter. Okay, Twitter and the Ryan Hall Y'all live show here, it's a hand-in-hand kind of thing. We everybody knows that if you are watching this live stream, the number one way that you can keep up with everything that's going on and help feed information to me is through Twitter. So go on over to Ryan Hall Y'all, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. And if you have any pictures or videos or anything like that you would like for me to share, or even if you see something interesting from somebody else that you would like to tag me in, put me on your list here and I will show it live on the stream. Live on the stream here at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. Shoo, boys. Once again, okay, thank you guys. Yeah, we've got pictures and stuff coming in already. I'm going to start showing those right here in a second. But yeah, keep them coming. Keep them coming. If you don't have Twitter, that's fine. I mean, it's not required of you, okay? You can sit here, you can watch without having Twitter. It doesn't matter to me. But if you want to help, Twitter is just the way that we do that. Okay, so 2 of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. And now we're just dealing with 2 tornado warnings. This still includes Cape Coral down here in Florida and also up here near Northport, which once again, this one looks pretty significant. There is a storm chaser out in front of this. Okay, so we've got Josh out there and Michael. We have 2 storm chasers out there.
We definitely do have this changeover happening. You can see these big aggregates coming down right now, and I go a little bit south of the Furman University campus, and then we're starting to get those super cooled rain droplets that are hitting the windshield. So I think that changed over to ice just about 5 miles south of the Furman University campus here. I'm on Highway 25.
Are you noticing any sort of accumulation yet, either on the road or on trees and stuff?
Yeah, I am noticing accumulation, rapid accumulation on my windshield a little bit as I was driving into it. It's definitely heavy precipitation once that changeover happens. But the heavy wet snow up here to the north of that line is accumulating on all the power lines, and the wind is starting to ramp up as well. So it's about to get bad out here, I think.
So what's your plan as we continue to follow your journey here? Are you going to keep going a little bit further south? Are you going to get on I-85 and go northeast? Where's your stomping grounds going to be today?
Yeah, I'm headed southbound towards the Greenville area. I'm going to sample that rain-snow line, freezing rain-snow line, work the ice storm. I'm getting a little closer to the I-20 corridor, or I-85 corridor. down to the south, and I may head a little northeast towards Charlotte, or also turn back around and head up into the mountains up near the escarpment. I think up near 3,000 feet, there's probably a lot more snow as well.
Alrighty, man. Keep us updated and be careful out there. All right.
Safety first.
Safety first. Yes, sir. So that's Reed Simmer, professional storm chaser or extreme meteorologist Reed Simmer, who was working with us today. Who needs the Weather Channel, guys, and Jim Cantori when you got Ryan Hall and Reed Simmer? Am I right? hit that like button and make sure you share this on Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. I really do think we've got a good thing going here with our storm coverage. We're covering everything from the northwestern side of this storm all the way down to the southeastern side of this storm, where once again we do have tornado warnings. Okay, so I want to show you this real quick. This is a tornado warning here in Florida. Once again, this is north and east of Northport in Florida. We've got a huge area of rotation here. A huge area of rotation. Now, the good thing is it's not a tight couplet of rotation. However, there's certainly enough rotation here to cause a tornado. So if I'm in Northport or anywhere points north and east, north of Deep Creek in Florida, I would absolutely be taking shelter right now. Once again, this is a radar indicated tornado, so we don't know for sure if there is actually a tornado there. But if you've watched my videos about how to read a radar and stuff, you see what's going on here. We got a lot of inbounds and outbounds, and it looks pretty suspicious to me. I don't trust it. We got another big storm down here near Cape Coral. Let's see if we've got a better radar for that one. And you can see that there's a pretty good amount of rotation here too with this storm near Cape Coral. But I think certainly the one we need to watch the closest is this up over here near Northport. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely. But we also have to go back and forth to our snow coverage and stuff. So it's going to be a pretty busy day out there. This line of storms, by the way, is probably going to continue to cause tornadoes and severe weather all the way across Florida. So we're going to be tracking that all day. And then on the northern side, let me come over here and show you what I'm talking about. This is such a big storm. On the northern side of this, the tail end of this cyclone, as this progresses up to the north and east, it's going to cause big time severe weather and potentially more tornadoes from Myrtle Beach all the way up into the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And then beyond that, it's going to continue to cause problems over here in the Delmarva area with strong winds and then possibly even hurricane force winds up here in New England. So crazy strong storm here. It's been a booger. It's been a booger to forecast, but we're finally here where we're no longer worried about forecasting. We are now casting. All right. So we got storm chaser Tim Grooms, who's going to start streaming here shortly, I believe. Or, whenever that stuff gets up a little bit further up to the north and east. And we also have storm chaser Brett Adair, who I don't know if he's out there yet or not, but we'll have him sooner than later. We're going to have eyes all over the place. Once again, we've got radar, we've got live storm chasers, we've got all kinds of stuff going on here. If you are interested in helping people get this information that they may not otherwise be able to get, please share this on Facebook and Twitter and all that good stuff. A lot of people don't have cable anymore. A lot of people don't watch the news, but they are still interested in keeping up with what's going on in their local communities. And when something happens like this, I try my best to be your local weatherman, but on YouTube. So here is a quick video from Reed. So this was earlier before we started the stream. He says we've got snow accumulating over 4 inches in Travelers Rest, South Carolina, about to fire up the live stream. So, a lot of the models, they were showing this storm starting up with snow for this area, but I don't think that a lot of us expected as much snow to fall as what did. So when you have 4 inches of heavy wet snow that falls, and then it starts raining on top of that, and the surface temperatures are still around 28 or 29 degrees, the ice accumulation possibilities are astronomical. Okay, so we're going to hope that the precipitation doesn't, continue in a heavy way, because we are getting close to that dry slot here in this portion of South Carolina. But if it does, if we see heavy rain on top of what we got going on here, we're going to see one of the worst case scenarios possibly unfold with the ice accumulation. Reed did tell us that he already saw some accumulation on the trees there, and obviously the road conditions are really bad. But what you'll notice is the trees here, as Reed is driving down the road, they'll start drooping, okay? The heavy weight from the snow and the ice will start to really weigh down the trees, and you'll really start to see that come down as we go forward and as he continues to get deeper into the heavy precipitation there. Let's use our handy-dandy radar here to kind of inspect some of these storms once again. I'm pretty convinced that there's a tornado over here, guys. If we know anybody in Florida, north and east of North Point and Northport, why do I keep saying North Point? Northport and south and west of Arcadia, if we know anybody out here, maybe they're still asleep. Okay, it's 7:53 a.m. on the East Coast. It's a Sunday. All right, maybe it's time we give them a little ring there and be like, hey man, there's all kinds of rotating storms. I'm watching this guy on YouTube. I don't know about him, but he seems to know what he's talking about. Maybe it's time, you just be awake and weather aware, because we do have some rotating storms out here that are potentially causing tornadoes. That's a pretty, decent area of rotation there. The good news is that if we do actually see a tornado on the ground, we have a lot of storm chasers out here, so we will know about that. As long as it's visible. The problem with these kind of storms is, you can see this isn't your traditional supercell. What we've got going on here is an embedded tornado, likely wrapped in rain. So even though we do have storm chasers out there with eyes on this thing, if there's a tornado, nobody might be able to see it. So that makes it even more of a problem here. So tornado warning now for Charlotte, Sarasota, and Lee counties in Florida. Just woke up my family in Florida. Hey, tell him you're sorry, but hey, there might be a tornado coming. And, if there isn't a tornado that comes through their area, tell them to just join us here on the stream, all right? That way they're not too upset with being woke up. But we can provide them with some weathertainment and weather information here. Let's see here. Jackie says, I've got a lot of friends in Northport. I've shared this on Facebook, calling them now. No problem, Jackie. That's what I'm here for. All Things Outdoors says, let's get Ryan the check mark next to his name on Twitter. Yeah, what's up with that? Last time we did a live stream, we did a live campaign, and everybody tagged Twitter and was like, please verify Ryan Hall, y'all. I don't know how it works. I don't know if Twitter reaches out to you. I don't know if you have to apply for that. But I'm hoping that, if enough of us bug them about it, they'll just give it to me. It is something that we need. Sharing important information to, tens of thousands of people. There's no difference in what I'm doing here than a traditional media outlet. So we need to make sure people know that I'm legit, right? Let's see here. MAW, thank you for becoming a member. Jackie Ramirez, thank you guys so much for all the support. Remember, we do have storm chasers out there today. The only one that we've got live right now is Reed Timmer. And just keep in mind that all the support, all the new members, all the super chats and all that stuff, a portion of that goes to help me make sure that these guys get to eat dinner, okay? Storm chasers, a lot of these guys go out there and they lose money in this game. But they're doing incredible work. It's incredibly valuable. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that our storm chasers are compensated for putting their lives on the line just to help us out here. Now, Reed's doing okay. He was on TV. But you guys know what I mean. We got a lot of other ones out there. Vince is not with us today. He's hanging out with the family. That's fine. He will more than likely be with us in the next one. And we've got another tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties until 8:15 a.m. So there we go, guys. Another tornado warning. So this is a continuation of another one that we've had. This is going to, the good thing about this particular area is that there's not a lot of people out here, right? There's not a lot of people in this general vicinity. Okay, so like there obviously we've got the tornadic storm near Northport that we've got to continue to watch. But you know, this new circulation that's really sparking a what looks to me like a tornado, almost certainly, that's going towards Arcadia. The area between Northport and Arcadia is basically clear. Of people. Okay, there's literally like a couple people, but the thing is I think that these storms are going to continue all the way up into the Limestone, Gardner, Arcadia areas, so we need to continue to do our due diligence and make sure we're sharing this everywhere. Tennessee interstate conditions, please. I don't have a whole lot of information for you on that, but I can go ahead and tell you just from looking at this, Interstate 40 between Memphis and Nashville is more than likely a mess. Okay, Interstate 40 between Nashville and Knoxville is a mess the further west you go. Okay, but we're dealing with mainly rain over here on the eastern side of Tennessee. Interstate 65 up the middle of Tennessee is not going to be good. 24 is going to be pretty bad over the next couple of hours. We do have a chaser out there. Once again, we have a storm chaser out here in Tennessee, but he's just not gotten up with me yet. I don't know if he's still getting ready, getting his live stream set up or not. But we will have him shortly, and I'll have live pictures of the roads there. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going back and forth on I-40. So we'll see. Looks like Reed Simmer took a little bit of a pit stop here. Once again, he's near Travelers Rest, and he's going south and east towards Greenville. Okay, he's going south and east towards Greenville. And you can see when we first pulled up his stream, we were looking at a bunch of big, heavy, wet snowflakes falling. And now you can see the slush is forming on the ground. You can see, you know, if there is snow falling, it's much smaller, and it's definitely mixed in with that rain now. So this is just once again a worst case scenario where you've got a bunch of slush and snow on the ground. Surface temperatures are still below freezing, but now it's raining because in the mid levels it's warmed up and it's melted off those snowflakes. So ice accumulation is going to start getting really heavy here over the next little bit. Here's another broad view of the radar. Let's go over every single location. I know we got a lot of people watching from a lot of different locations, and bear with me, guys, because this is a big storm. Okay, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to try to hit everything as much as I can. But starting over here on the northwestern side of the storm, we still have snow going on in Memphis. That's going to end here in about an hour. Okay, that's going to end here in about an hour. And then we've also got snow mixing in at Nashville. Do we have anybody watching in Nashville? What's it look like out there? According to the radar, we're either seeing heavy snow or a sleet or a rain snow mix. I'm going to try to pull up, because we don't have our chaser yet, I'm going to try to pull up a live cam so we can get some eyes on that. But I'm sure we've got people watching in Nashville, right? Looks to me like it's raining right now in Nashville, if this is a live picture that I'm looking at. Let me come over here to the web browser. So here's a look at Nashville right now. So this is kind of a situation where if you've been watching for a while, if you've been watching the forecast videos here on the channel, this is exactly what we thought would happen. It's going to start off as rain. We're going to go back and forth between rain, sleet, and snow. And, you know, that's what we're dealing with here. Okay. I think that the snow is going to pick up full steam here very soon. Because what we're going to see happen here is dynamic cooling, and that's what the radar is picking up on. Okay, the radar is picking up on this dynamic cooling happening. The more intense the precipitation gets here in Nashville, the more the temperatures are going to cool off, obviously, because when you have rain falling, that cools off the temperatures, and we're going to start to see more of that snow. But I'm telling you guys, and I tried to explain this in the weather forecast discussion videos, in a storm like this where it's so strong and there's such a strong lower level jet streak pulling warm Gulf of Mexico air into it, it's going to be very hard to get the entire stack of air above your head to support snow unless you're on the far northeastern or western side of the storm. Because, man, there's just so much warm Gulf air that's getting flung into this thing. In a place like, where Reed is, though, it's not a problem. It's not a problem at all because what we're seeing is cold air damming, and those temperatures are staying below freezing on the surface. John Lovato, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member, and Max, thank you for your very, very generous super chat. We just crossed over 10,000 people watching this morning. It's 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning. We got 10,000 people hanging out with us here on YouTube. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We're talking about the big winter storm that's going through the southeastern portion of the U.S. And no, I'm not going to call it Izzy. We don't name winter storms. Not on this channel. This is just a winter storm. I'm not going to call it Izzy. But anyways, we're watching heavy snow and rain break out through a lot of western, middle, and eastern Tennessee. We're going to continue to watch this. We have somebody out there that's going to be joining us here momentarily. But bear with me here. And then we're also watching a very serious situation break out here in the Carolinas, from Travelers Rest to Columbia to Charlotte, all the way to Raleigh. We're seeing a big mess of ice and snow and freezing rain accumulation here. This is likely going to cause big time problems today. But thankfully, we do have a storm chaser on the ground. Professional or extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer is helping us out today. Like I said earlier, who needs the Weather Channel when you got Ryan Hall and Reed Timmer? But he's kind of driving around. He's I think he's heading towards Greenville if he's not there already. And he's going to try to maybe head up towards Charlotte after that. So we're going to have eyes on the Carolinas here throughout the day. And then also another thing to talk about here, which is probably the most intense thing that's going on today, are the tornado warnings that we're seeing all across Florida. Multiple tornado warnings today, and we actually just got another one. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning that includes Pine Hills and Aco, Florida. And that's another radar indicated tornado there. So let's check that out. Once again, still got a very strong sign or signature of rotation there heading towards Arcadia and Limestone. But our new warning down here near Olga and Lehigh Acres. That's what we're looking at there. Very strong, severe thunderstorm, probably producing some hail. Okay, probably producing some hail. Going off to the north and east towards Olga and Charleston Park. This is a radar-indicated tornado. We got some rotation here, and we're going to continue to watch that one very, very closely. And then there's another one up here. This one's moving towards Orlando. Wow. Wow, we're going to have to use multiple radars here. Let me pull the radar or the Orlando storm up here. Wow, that's going right towards Orlando. So yeah, Lake and Orange counties in Florida are under a tornado warning. And once again, if you're just now tuning in, this tornado warning does include the western portion of Orlando. The good news is, we do have a signature here for rotation, but it's not incredibly strong, okay? It's not incredibly strong. There certainly could be a tornado there, but this isn't a situation where we think there's a large, damaging, violent tornado on the ground. It's one of those things where, hey, big storm's coming through, it's spinning, it could drop a tornado at any time. And whether it's big or not, if it comes down your street in Orlando, you're going to wish that you had the warning, and you're going to be glad that you took cover. So if you're in the western side of Orlando, let's get to our safe spots right now. Robert Lewis, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate
Hey, Ryan, just an update. I'm heading a little bit south toward the I-85 corridor, in Greenville, South Carolina, and we are 100% freezing rain down here. A little bit of sleet pellets mixing in, and the roads are extremely slippery out here as that freezing rain starting to accumulate on the roads. But I am heading down toward Greenville, South Carolina, a little closer to the I-85 corridor. And then after that, I may head back north toward Hendersonville, North Carolina, and sample some of that heavy snow again and check out what's going on up there.
Reed, if you had to estimate the wind speeds out there, what do you think the winds are gusting to?
Well, some of those exposed areas, definitely over 40 miles an hour. Those hilltops, probably up on Paris Mountain, likely gusting even stronger than that, maybe up pushing 50 up there. I did see some small branches over the road, north side of Greenville, a little bit to the north. And as I started this chase, I was already seeing all that snow caked on all the branches and the power lines. So as this wind is starting to ramp up, I imagine it's definitely leading to widespread power outages. Most of the businesses are closed here, even the gas stations. So I was just trying to get some coffee at a gas station back there, and they are closed down. So definitely bad here on the north side of Greenville, pure freezing rain.
All right, we're keeping up with you. Keep us updated. We're going to look for those trees and power lines to start, getting accumulation on them at any time. And if you have some way of letting us know what the surface temperature is in exactly where you are, keep us updated on that too, because we don't have an exact reading there. So if you have the ability to do that, we'd like to know.
Yeah, the surface temperature here at Dominator 4 is 28 degrees on board right now. So temperature just above freezing, about a kilometer or two up, but just because of the precipitation type here. Super cold water falling down to the ground, but at the surface, below freezing by about 4 degrees. So well below freezing, definitely a recipe for big problems down here in upstate South Carolina.
Yeah. So like I was saying, guys, earlier, everybody that is experiencing this storm right now is about 2 degrees colder than what we thought was going to happen. 28 degrees, that's not good. If it's raining outside and it's 28 degrees, you're almost certainly going to get a big ice accumulation. So surface temperature there near Traveler's Rest, where Reed Timmer is 28 degrees. So every raindrop is going to start sticking to those tree limbs and the power lines. And I do think we're going to start seeing, some problems here very soon. Additionally, by the way, this is in South Carolina. Reed Timmer's in South Carolina. We're also keeping a very close eye on Florida because we do have an ongoing tornado warning right now for Lake and Orange counties. This is Orlando. Okay, we got 11,000 people watching this morning. If anybody knows anybody in Orlando, let's give them a heads up. I'm sure the local news stations down there are covering this, but a lot of people, maybe they don't have access to it, okay? Maybe they don't like the news. I don't know. Whatever the case is, share this video with them. Put this on social media, Twitter, everywhere, so we can get this in front of the people who need to see it. Additionally, if you don't want to do any of that, hitting the like button works, okay? Slap that like button. The YouTube algorithm will then sort of promote this to the people who need to see it the most. Megan King, thank you so much for sending us this picture in on Twitter. Dixon, Tennessee, about 20 miles west of Nashville. So you can see, in downtown Nashville, we have rain, but just 20 miles west, we already have some snow. Looks like maybe an inch there has accumulated on the tree limbs. So it's a mess in Tennessee. That's the story of today. It's going to be a mess. It could be snowing at your house and then raining down the road, and then the highway's an ice skating rink about a couple miles to your north, and then it's just kind of like a normal day a couple miles to your south. Like, it's a mess in Tennessee. Like, if you're in Tennessee, you know what I mean. It's a mess. Michael, thank you so much for that. Give me just 1 second, guys. I gotta go get me something to drink. As always, it's incredibly important to stay hydrated when you're talking for hours and hours. Usually I have a big old gallon of water, but today, once again, I keep doing this rush. Like, I keep thinking that I'm going to be able to start these streams later than what I planned for. And then, everything just starts going crazy. So I have to rush to get everything done. So I didn't get time to fill up my water bottle. So we're dealing with some Sprite today from the mini fridge. Once again, we are looking at footage there from extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who is in North Carolina heading towards Greenville, where the surface temperature is 28 degrees and it's raining. Holy smokes. About 25 miles south of Nashville. Look at this. So here's another good picture from Jenna Miller. Thank you so much for sending this to me on Twitter. This is about 25 miles south of Nashville in Franklin. So we've got the snow. Okay. This is downtown Nashville. All right. So, 20 miles in every direction from Nashville. Looks like it's snowing. And it's actually snowing pretty heavy here in Franklin. So, this is a good sign. Okay. If you're a snow lover in Middle Tennessee, all the way over into Eastern Tennessee, this is a very good sign, because dynamic cooling is going to turn this heavy precipitation into snow for a lot of you. Okay. We're not going to waste too much time with our rain. Let's go back to Florida. Man, lots of stuff going on. We're going back to back here. We still have that tornado warning for western portions of Orlando. The rotation's pretty broad here. Okay. Once again, I don't think there's a massive tornado on the ground heading towards the city of Orlando. I think that there's a strong storm coming that has the potential to drop a tornado at any time. And I said this already, but I want to drive the message home here. It does not matter if it's a massive tornado, if it comes down your street there in Lake Butter, all right, or Dr. Phillips, or along, Interstate 4. Even a small tornado is going to ruin your morning. So make sure you're taking this seriously and you're paying attention to all of the warnings that come in. Super huge shout out to John Roach and Teresa Holmes for becoming high-risk members of the channel. Really, really appreciate y'all. Still don't have our chaser. Trying to get up with him. Once again, if you guys have watched previous streams, I told you, I'm trying to work this out to where I can maybe have somebody help me out, like a producer in the future. But from the last live stream that we did to now, I've done nothing but work. I've had my head down, producing videos, TikToks, forecasting this storm. So I have not had time to hire or train anybody. So it's still just me. Bear with me here as I go through all this stuff. Scott Ryan is watching us on the big screen here and the laptop. He's got Reed on the laptop, got me on the big screen. That's right there. That is a good setup, man. All right, so tornado warning here for western portions of Orlando as this line of strong storms comes in with rotation. But that's not the only tornado warning we have in Florida. Okay, we've got other tornado warnings ongoing. Or we have one other one down here near Charlotte and Lee counties. Charlotte and Lee counties. We have a possible tornado near Olga, moving up towards LaBelle. All right, up towards LaBelle, north of Lehigh Acres. So this is a big storm. Even if you don't get a tornado there in LaBelle, you guys are going to get clobbered with probably some hail and some very strong, potentially damaging winds. But we're mainly keeping an eye on the Orlando area here because, obviously we got a lot of people that live over here. We got about 12,000 people watching right now. So we have the ability to get this information out to them. But I don't want anybody to freak out too much. Get in your safe spot. However, I've got years and years and years of experience looking at radar images like this, and I don't see a big tornado yet. Let's see here. Pop's like, thank you so much for once again, the very generous contribution. Here is our storm chaser today. I can't believe it. We've got the one and only professional storm chaser and extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, as seen on TV, working with us today. Thank you so much, Reed. And he's doing a heck of a job out there. keeping an eye on the changeover area between rain and snow in South Carolina. And look at that. You can see the winds below in there on those trees. Well, that's another thing that is, it's more prominent than what we thought it was going to be, the wind speeds here. Obviously, we knew we were going to have a big lower level jet stream. We knew that this was going to be a thing. But it looks like some of those higher wind gusts are filtering down to the surface and causing, some big time wind gusts here in North and South Carolina. This is only going to add to the problem with the ice accumulation. As those raindrops hit those exposed surfaces like power lines and trees, the wind is actually going to cool off those surfaces faster than if they weren't there. So a lot of people think because the shaking motion, it's going to keep the ice from forming, but no, it's only going to assist in the ice accumulation. And then after that, it's only going to assist in, tearing down tree limbs and power lines and stuff. So very unfortunate situation there. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, Reed Simmer here is in South Carolina near Greenville. And we've got Colby Breeding. He's watching out here. Thank you guys once again for sending in these reports. We got 3 inches and it's still coming down. We got 3 inches of snow, and it's still coming down there in Rutherford County, North Carolina. By the way, guys, I'm also retweeting all this stuff if you want to keep up with it yourself. It's sleeting now on top of all this snow there in Spartansburg, South Carolina. Thanks for sending that in, Catherine. Yeah, it's sleeping on top of all that snow. No, I got you. I know it was a typo. Kevin, thank you, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for having me. I am very honored to be able to, acquire the space on your all screens today. I know you have other options. Some of you do. Some of you don't. That's why I do this. But a lot of you do. So thank you for putting your trust in me for the coverage today. We'll see here. Still just got that tornado warning there in Orange, Charlotte, and Lee counties in Florida. No updates, no continuations or anything, and no dire need to take another look at that radar. We just need to be staying in our safe spots if we're down here. Also monitoring some other storm chasers who are out there. Filtering in all of the information. See here, Columbia, South Carolina. Okay, here's a good picture from Nicole Owens. That looks like in Columbia, certainly there's a little bit of ice accumulation going on there. You can see it kind of forming on the needles there on the tree. We'll see how this continues to accumulate. I think though, and I've been saying this for a while, if you've been watching the channel, I think the number one area that we're concerned about as far as the extremely heavy precipitation and freezing rain goes is going to be up here a little bit further north and west than Columbia. So somewhere between Greenville and Greenwood, which is around where Reed Timmer is right now, and then especially up through Charlotte, Greensboro, back in this general vicinity. This is where I think we're going to talk about the ice accumulating more than likely over 1/4 of an inch, maybe all the way up to 1/2 inch, which will cause power outages. National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Glades and Henry counties in Florida. And that's going to be a continuation on this one. Oh, smokes. Pretty good rotation signature there, guys. That actually looks pretty impressive to me. So if I'm in Denard and LaBelle, once again, hopefully you guys in LaBelle already took the warning that I called out earlier, but now is the time to really start heading to your safe spot. If you're new here, if you don't know how to read a weather radar, what we're looking at on this side is the velocity, okay? The greens represent stuff going towards the radar, and the reds represent stuff going away from the radar. And anytime you get a couplet of greens real close to reds, especially when it gets a little intense, like just north and west of Charleston Park here, that's when we start to think, okay, all right, there's probably enough rotation there to potentially produce a tornado. This is a discrete supercell as well, so all the conditions are very favorable here for a potential tornado to be down. We don't know for sure. We do not know for sure, but we're going to go ahead and pretend that that's the case there in Denard and LaBelle, and we're going to get into our safe spots. Once again, that's Glades and Henry counties in Florida. Still got a really interesting area of rotation going over Port Gorda, okay, south and east of Port Charlotte, but there is no tornado warning there just yet, or at least the one that was there was allowed to expire. And then we have another tornado warning over here for the western portions of Orlando in Florida. A little bit of rotation here near Lake Butter, but once again, this one doesn't look incredibly impressive to me. There's certainly some rotation there, but I don't think that there's a big tornado coming down into downtown Orlando. I would just stay in my safe spots until that warning is allowed to expire, which it looks like it was just allowed to expire, actually. Let me double check over here. Yeah, so that warning has been allowed to expire. You guys are good. We'll see if they decide to reissue that warning, and I'll promise I'll be the first to let you know. But as of right now, they've allowed that warning to expire, and I pretty much agree with that decision. Another another really interesting area of rotation has popped up over here near Fort Myers. That's really close to Fort Myers, and that looks extra suspicious. I would say we'll probably see a new tornado warning issued here very shortly for that. Wow, these storms are rotating a lot more than what we thought they would be. And look at this. This is another problem that we're going to be seeing down here near Fort Myers Beach and Cape Coral. Look at this giant area of rotation with this big storm that's off to sea. So more than likely, this is producing a water spout. Okay, this is producing a water spout off the west coast of Florida there, and we're going to see this come onto shore and maybe even produce a tornado there. So I would watch this storm very closely there in Captiva, St. James City, Cape Coral. That's going to more than likely cause some problems here in a little bit. Very active day in the weather world all across the eastern half of the U.S., really. Let's go back and check in on a professional extreme meteorologist, Reed Timmer. He is somewhere near Greenville, South Carolina. Surface temperature of 28 degrees in his location, and it's raining. That never works. That never works. That always leads to something bad happening.
I am heading toward the Greer, South Carolina area now, right along the I-85 corridor. Look at these winds, definitely blowing out here. Warm conveyor belt getting sent all the way down to the ground, so got to be power outages. I mean, look at these winds. Look at the street signs here. The street lights are blowing in the wind, just rocking back and forth. So I would say we are exceeding 40 miles an hour in gusts, probably pushing 50 on some of the higher exposed areas. Little twigs and branches are blowing by. But looking at a lot of the houses, I'm still seeing some Christmas lights and whatnot, so I think that so far maybe the power outages haven't happened, but look up here on this power pole, you can see those power lines just swaying in the wind. Definitely starting to ramp up here. Pure freezing rain and sleet down in Greenville, South Carolina, heading toward Greer area right now.
So that was an update from Reed Timmer down here. It looks to me like power's still on in his general location. But like he said, I think that the storm is going to continue to cause problems and more than likely add to the power outage problems as we go forward with the weight on those trees and power lines and of course the winds that are blowing, which are it's a lot stronger than what I thought that they were going to be there for sure. You can see the stop lights and everything kind of blowing in the wind. That is going to cause big problems if we see accumulation on the on some of these wires and stuff. And I see, you know, it does look like they're kind of drooping. I don't know if we've already seen, you know, big accumulation or not. Yeah, we can definitely see the wind blowing there. It looks quite a bit more intense than what we thought it was going to be. Next time you get the chance, if you can, if there's anywhere out there that has some ice accumulation on like a tree branch or on a twig or something that you could kind of like give us a close up on, that'd be cool to see too, just to kind of demonstrate to these guys what's weighing down the lines in the trees, and then also what can happen whenever the wind blows on top of that. Let's see here. Thomas Smith, thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Reed is in South Carolina. He is in South Carolina, by the way. All right, let's go back to Florida real quick, just to give you a real quick update here, because boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Do we have a lot of stuff going on right now? Let's come over here to South Carolina. We're watching two areas of intense rotation, or, you know, pretty good rotation in southern portions of South Carolina near LaBelle. And we have tornado warnings for Glades, Henry, and Charlotte and Lee counties. Okay, so make sure you're in your safe spot there. The storm that we were watching up here near Orlando has stopped producing enough rotation to cause a tornado warning. Okay, so we're not looking at that now. We're mainly focusing on these storms a little bit further to the south. Here's a broad picture of our big storm. Look at that, guys. Talk about a big storm. Low pressure center somewhere around Atlanta, in that general vicinity. We got cold air wrapping around the backside. We got dry air coming in through the central portion here. That's why it's not necessarily raining in Atlanta right now. And then we got all that warm, moist air out in front of it, bringing up all that storm activity up to the southeast coast. And then we also have very warm air in the mid levels of the atmosphere that's coming up this way. And it's warming up the air above your heads there. If you're in Greenville, if you're in Greer, if you're in Charlotte, if you're in Rockingham, if you're in Raleigh, North Carolina. But the surface, it's still 28 degrees or 30 degrees. It's still below freezing down here. And the reason for that is because obviously we have the Appalachian Mountains back here. And we have all this, cold air that was sitting here on the surface this morning. The storm is trying to move that cold air out of the way. But remember, cold air sinks, warm air rises. That cold air has sunk to the surface, and the warm air, the new warm air that the storm is bringing in, has kind of locked it in on the surface there, and the mountains won't let it come through. So that's why it's 28 degrees on the surface, and it's raining there in North Carolina. I've got a video on my Twitter here that may be able to explain that just a little bit better, and I'm going to show you that while I try to contact our other storm chaser here. Give me just a second. Let me load this up. This is the cloud, right? It's got like precipitation in it. This is the mountain, okay? Here's you, a resident of Charlotte or somewhere around there. And here's the cold temperatures that you feel, okay? Like everywhere inside of this is like cold. And this is where we see that warm air. Oh, crap. Oops. Okay, that's the
forgot that I was showing that.
Is the mountain over here is blocking it coming in, okay? So the warm air is coming in, like it wants to move the cold air out of the way on the surface, but the mountain over here is blocking it in. And I'm running out of colors here, but anyways, you get the point, right? The precipitation comes out of the clouds, it melts here, it becomes raindrops in this warm layer of air, because above your head, remember, it's probably 10 degrees warmer than where you are right now. And then those raindrops continue to come down, and then they enter the cold air or the freezing air, but this is such a thin layer that it doesn't have time to freeze into a snowflake or a sleet pellet, so it hits the ground as a raindrop, and it's like, holy smokes, it's 28 degrees, I gotta freeze. So it freezes on impact. And that's what we're gonna be dealing with here through a lot of South Carolina and North Carolina, all the way through the middle of the day on Sunday. Okay, so hopefully that explained it a little bit better. We do have a new tornado warning now, and this is exactly what I was talking about a second ago with that big potential water spout that was off the coast of Cape Coral there, south of Pineland and south of Pineland Island Center. This is now moving ashore, okay? A big area of rotation here on our velocity imagery. This is moving onto shore, and it could potentially be producing a tornado for, I believe this is still Charlotte and Lee counties. Yeah, this does include Cape Coral. This does include Pikeville, Pineland, and Pine Island Center. Sorry if I'm butchering these names. If you're new here, it's just part of the show, okay? It's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, big old area of rotation right here. I'm pretty concerned about that one. Let's see here. Actually, let's go ahead and bring this radar down here too. We want to get all of our meteorological tools on this. Oh man. Yeah, that's a very intense area of rotation. Now, the good thing is it's very broad. Okay, so I don't necessarily see a very tiny couplet here where we absolutely see a tornado, but that could absolutely put down something big in a very quick time. Okay, in a very quick time span. So if I'm in the South Seas Island Resort area, if I'm in the Pine Island Center, if I'm in Malachia, or Cape Coral or any of these places, I'm taking shelter immediately. I'm getting into the most interior area of my home. I'm barricading myself in hopefully an interior bathroom with as many walls between me and the outside world as possible. Because this is the one, out of all the tornado warnings we've seen today, this is the one that looks the most impressive to me. Okay, so even if there's not a tornado with it, it does not hurt. It does not hurt to just take shelter and take it seriously. Just in case. All right, so this is a radar indicated tornado. I'll let you know if they confirm it. 13,000 people watching right now. If you know anybody in this general vicinity, okay, pretty much anybody in Florida, really, if they're east of this line, so east of Orlando, if you know anybody in Palm Bay, pretty much anybody that's to the north and east of these storms here, give them a call. All right, let them know what's going on. Let them know that if they don't want to watch their local news or whatever, we have good coverage going on here on YouTube. You can send them a link to the stream here and all that stuff. So I'm going to do everything I can to keep them updated on this dangerous situation that's unfolding. Look at this, by the way. Very, very surprised there's not a tornado warning there. Huh. Look at that. Let's go over to... That right there looks to me like a quick spin-up tornado south of Fort Ogden, okay? So once again, there's another very interesting area of rotation here south of Nocatee, south of Hull and Fort Ogden in Florida. And that right there, once again, looks like a very, very significant area of rotation. A nice little couplet there. We'll see. We'll see if that they issue a warning for that. They might not. But, nevertheless, there's not a lot of people out in front of this. But still, just in case anybody's watching in that general area, I'd watch that very closely. What were we doing? Oh yeah, the broad view here. If you're just now tuning in, I know this isn't just about the tornadoes down here in Florida, but I believe that's the most pressing situation right now. We do have an ongoing ice storm going on in the Carolinas. We got professional storm chaser Reed Timmer out there covering it for us with live footage. We've got a big, I know we got a lot of people watching in Tennessee and back here through the Appalachian region into the Deep South. We don't have anybody out there yet. But we will soon enough. Just know that it's a mess, okay? It's snowing all around Nashville, but in downtown Nashville, it's raining, and that's the way it's going to be here for the next little bit until we get that new cold air cycling in, and I think we're going to be all snow. Interstate travel is going to be really treacherous, though, on I-40 between Memphis and Nashville for the next couple of hours. All right, let's come back down here. Let's take a look at our naders that are going on. Once again, very broad rotation here near Pine Island Center. So, even if there's not a tornado actually down on the ground, certainly, absolutely, certainly there's going to be some very strong straight line damaging winds here. So stay in your safe spots until that warning is allowed to expire. Holy smokes. I just now saw that. Yeah, so these things are definitely producing tornadoes. Wow, I can't believe I missed that one. Thank you guys for sending me this video, and I just completely missed it. I just shared this on Twitter. This was earlier, okay? So this is not the current situation, but this was likely a tornado moving through parts of Fort Myers in Florida. Video credit goes to Rich Garcia there. Look at that, power flashes. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's definitely a tornado. I love it when people post stuff like this and they're like, a possible tornado. Possible tornado. No, that's definitely a tornado, buddy. You see the power flashes going on down there. Remember, if you're just now tuning in, this is not the current situation. However, this happened just moments ago near Fort Myers, and this is what we're dealing with today down here in Florida. Okay, we have big, strong thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes like this, and that looks like a strong tornado. So we're going to take every single warning seriously today now that we know that these things are definitely producing tornadoes, and I think that we're going to continue to see problems out of these storms as we go forward. Right now, the number one area to be concerned about is down here near Cape Coral, Captiva, and maybe even the Fort Myers again here as this storm approaches closer into the west shore of Florida. Once again, I retweeted that video there of the tornado on Twitter if you want to go see that. Let's see here, the Ashe County, North Carolina. Wow. This is Mountain SQL on Twitter sharing us a picture. Thank you guys, by the way, once again, for sending in the reports and pictures. It really helps us tell the weather story here. Right now, we only have one storm chaser. We're going to have up to 3 later, but you guys can also help out if you can do so safely. This is Ashe County in North Carolina. It's 2 or 3 inches of snow on the ridge there. And it's coming down heavily. Look at that. It's currently 30 degrees in my location. I don't know if it's snowing yet. I'm in the eastern half of Kentucky, by the way. Let me look. Yeah, all these cameras and storm chasers that we have, man, and I don't have my own camera to show you what's going on here in my neck of the woods. I got to check it on my phone. And of course, I don't even have the ability to look at it there. Yeah, I do. Give me a second. Okay, so in the eastern part of Kentucky, we're still seeing rain right now. So we're actually seeing freezing rain. Oh boy, I hope I don't lose power. It's 30.4 degrees here. We've got very light winds though. Our maximum wind gust so far today has been 2 miles per hour. So hopefully we're good in that region. But it is raining here, so that's more than likely going to lead to some ice accumulation. So our potential waterspout or tornado is moving ashore now towards Cape Coral. We're going to continue to watch this very closely. I hope everybody's in their safe spot. I hope everybody's in their safe spot down here. We got 14,000 people watching. If everybody did a real quick share on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you're comfortable with, we would almost certainly get this information in front of people who otherwise wouldn't be able to get it. Maybe they don't even know anything's going on. I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody was talking about a tornado situation or an outbreak of tornadoes in Florida yesterday. You know what I mean? So maybe people aren't prepared for this. And if you don't have social media, just slap that like button. Let's get the YouTube algorithm to put it out there. Let's see here, Carbonado. Oh, Stas is out there chasing. In Brevard, North Carolina, already 10 inches of snow in Brevard, North Carolina. Look at this. 10 inches of snow there. This is Storm Chaser that's in North Carolina. Speaking of storm chasers, here's an update with Reed Timber. Looks like the road is pretty treacherous out there near Greer, South Carolina. The good news is I don't see a lot of people. I don't see a lot of people out here, which that is very good news. A lot of times, especially in the South, in a winter storm situation like this, everybody gets out their Jeeps, everybody gets out their four-wheel drives or whatever, and they try to go have fun in it, which is fine. I get it. It is fun. But it always leads to a bunch of accidents and stuff. But so thankfully, I don't see a lot of people out on the roads right now. Hopefully everybody in Greer, South Carolina is watching the stream here. Hopefully we keep power, and we'll watch Reed Timmer have fun out there in it. Once again, last time we checked with him, surface temperature in the Dominator 4 there was 28 degrees, and it's raining. So we definitely got ice accumulation occurring. We've got a layer of snow on the ground, which is definitely not helping. So that, you got a glaze of ice on top of snow, and then also the winds on top of that. Very surprised we still have power in a lot of places in South Carolina. Let's check out power outages, just to see if we do have any reports of power outages so far in South Carolina. And it looks like we have a little bit, but nothing widespread just yet. So up here in Oconee, I don't know how to say that. We got 8,000 people without power. Pickens County's got 4,000. Greenwood's got 2,000. Darlington's got 2,000. So you can see this is kind of the corridor where we're seeing a lot of that heavy freezing rain right now, and these numbers are probably only going to go up from here. All right, and I believe Reed is in Union County right now, if I had to guess. So there's only about 5 people without power there, which is good. Hopefully everybody keeps power. That's definitely what we want to see. But I think that these numbers are going to go up. That's a total of 36,000. 36,000 people without power across the entire state of South Carolina. Real quick update here on the radar in Florida. Okay, we still have our big storm with our potential tornado working towards Cape Coral. It's crossed over the South Seas Island Resort area already, and now it's heading towards Cape Coral. And then after that, it'll be going towards Fort Myers. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. The tornado warning over here for a little bit north and east of here, I guess that's for Glades and Henry counties. I don't see a lot of reason to be concerned for that. I'd say they'll allow that to expire. This is the main one that we're watching right here. This is the one that we're watching right here. And we're going to continue to watch, as well as everything else, guys. It is a mess out there this morning for a lot of people. And we're just getting started. This is only going to get more messy down in the future here, a little bit north and east of everywhere that's currently seeing the problems. You're going to see it later. Roanoke, Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, even the Baltimore, D.C. region later this evening. You guys are going to be getting it. You're not dodging a bullet. And hopefully I'll be here with you as long as I don't lose power and stuff. Hey, Ryan, I live on the west coast of California. Will you be reporting about the tsunami activity? Yeah. If there's any sort of breaking news that comes up about the tsunami or the volcanic situation that's going on the west coast, I will certainly do my best to try to cover that as well. Please remember, though, guys, that I'm one person here, and it's going to be hard for me to do everything at once. But I promise you, if anything big comes up on that, I will let you know. If you don't follow me on Twitter, another plug for that, I'm pretty sure I was one of the first people on Earth to report on the volcanic eruption down there in, what was it? I'm totally going to say this wrong. Tonga the other day. I had satellite temperature alerts on and just happened to get one. And kind of posted the thing on there. So Twitter's a good place to get live updates from me, even when I'm not live on YouTube. Ooh, Jamie Lone. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about with the ice accumulations. So this is Jamie. Somebody tagged me in this. I don't think Jamie sent me this specifically, but you can see that the rain that's falling is freezing on impact on some of the elevated surfaces here. And, this is going to continue to happen, and it'll happen on power wires. It'll happen on tree limbs and stuff and leaves. And that's going to add a lot of weight. You just add a little bit of ice, just a little bit of ice, and a 10-mile-an-hour wind gust, and you're going to do some damage. You really are. But I retweeted that if you guys want to see it up close. Tonga is the correct pronunciation. Woo! I got it right. Great coverage. Has Virginia been fairly spared? I don't think so. I think that this is coming in colder, and I think Virginia is going to definitely get some snow here. Let's go over. I know I just went over this big spiel about how we're not forecasting now. We're now casting, but let's forecast. Let's take a look at the latest NAM model here. Yeah, so Virginia, you're going to get dumped on with snow over the next little bit, and then you're going to get dumped on by freezing rain and sleet. So it's going to be a huge mess over here. So real quick, the tornado warnings down here in Florida. I want everybody in Florida that's watching to stick with me. I know that I'm kind of going all over the place, but I'm trying to do the weather for the whole country here. But if you are in Cape Coral, stay in your safe spot. Fort Myers, start getting there. We still have a tornado warning here, but we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Okay, so I'm going to kind of go back and forth from this, and then also we're going to look at the weather forecast because I got a lot of people, 15,000 people watching now, who may want to know what's going to happen in the future with this storm. So let me go over to the weather models really quickly. And this is a new format here, by the way. I don't know if you guys have watched before or not, but I really like our new setup here. If you want to keep up with the date and time, down there on the bottom right side of the screen, you can see where it says NAM, North American model, and then now you'll be able to see the time, Eastern time there, so we can kind of keep up with this stuff. Let me zoom in on the southeast here. This is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. So a lot of people were asking about Virginia, North Carolina. Watch what happens here. Also, just keep in mind where your location is, because I'm not going to be able to talk about every state here, or we'll be here all daggone day. Keep in mind where your location is, and I know, don't be mean to anybody who doesn't know where their location is on a map. If people in the chat can help you out. All right. Just say, hey, I'm in blank county. Can somebody kind of give me an idea of where that is relative to what he's pointing at? I just don't have time to call out every single town name, but, kind of focus on your location. We're going to go through the future here. There you go. In Virginia, around noon today, it's going to be snowing extremely heavy through a lot of the state. All right. And I think a lot of you guys are going to get a huge amount of snow all at once. But the problem is that big low-level jet that's coming in is going to do the same thing that's doing right now in South Carolina and North Carolina, and it's going to warm up the mid-levels, and then it's going to start raining on top of your snow, on top of your heavy, wet snow, on top of your sleet. And this is where also you're going to start getting a bunch of that freezing or some of the heavier wind gusts. So I think that not only do we have to worry about the South Carolina, North Carolina ice storm potential, we now also have to worry about a very similar potential over here on the spine of the Appalachian Mountains on the western side of Virginia, also into West Virginia, and then possibly even into the panhandle of Maryland here. Snow lovers over here on the western side of the storm, even at noon today around Nashville, it's still going to be a mess. Okay, we're still going to see a mixture of freezing rain, and snow. But like I've been saying, this model is not 100% correct. It's not going to exactly look like this. I think we're going to see this switchover happen a little bit sooner. But at least by 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. today, all of this is going to be mostly snow, and we're going to start seeing accumulations pile up pretty fast here. All right, because this is going to kind of act like a deformation band on the backside. And that's when your snow is really going to start piling up there in Middle Tennessee, Central Kentucky, and then even up into Ohio. And then we're going to see that kind of get out of the area. Well, let's see here, by 6 a.m. in the morning. So we still have a lot of time to go to see snow in Tennessee and Kentucky, into Ohio. But remember, I've been talking about this for a long time, the Appalachian snow hole. A lot of our activity is going to be cut short. A lot of our snow fun is going to be cut off because the flow of moisture here is from the south and west. or from the south and east, and the Appalachian Mountains are blocking it. That's why the hole's here. That's why there's nothing going on right there for the majority of this storm. But on the backside, we are going to be getting that snow. Up here towards the northeast, this is also another place where it's gonna dump snow in Pennsylvania and New York, and then the same thing. It's gonna start raining afterwards. Big area of heavy winds and coastal flooding is likely going to impact the northeast coast. Long Island there around 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. You're going to be, I mean, we're talking about tropical storm force winds, and then maybe even hurricane force winds here near Cape Cod and Rhode Island around 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is going to cause coastal flooding. Then, of course, we got that snow on the backside. But look at this thing, guys. Let me show you what the satellite, the infrared satellite, could look like later today, or later tonight into tomorrow. That is a big storm. I don't care what you say, guys. This is a massive storm. One of the weirdest storms I've ever tracked, as far as, you know, all the dynamics that have went into forecasting it. But that is that's what the infrared satellite could look like as we go into the future. And I'm not going to do snow totals just yet. We'll do that here in a second, because I have to go back to the tornado here. You're still under a tornado warning here in Charlotte and Lee counties in Florida. Okay, this does include Cape Coral. This does not include Fort Myers. Okay, you know, but if you're in Fort Myers, I would just pay attention. I wouldn't necessarily go get in my safe spot, but I would pay attention for sure to what's going on, because this thing could definitely drop a new warning at any time. But the rotation has kind of separated a little bit. It doesn't look as intense as what it was just moments ago. But we're going to continue to watch that. A lot of these storms are rotating up here. A lot of them are. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on all of them. Now let's take this radar. Let's take this radar up to South Carolina, where we do have a professional or extreme meteorologist, Reed Timmer, out on the roads near Greer, South Carolina. And we're going to start keeping up with the snow and precipitation levels here. So let me show you this, okay? I just want to give you a little bit of a rate. So we often talk about the radar, and we often look at all these different aspects of the radar when we talk about tornadoes. But we can also use this same thing when we're looking at snow and freezing rain and stuff. And obviously, this top left one, this is what you're used to seeing. This is the precipitation depiction. The blue is snow, the pink is like a mix, and then the greens and reds is, you know, what you normally see on a radar. But another thing that we can use here is the correlation coefficient, right? So a lot of times in a tornado situation, we use this bottom right radar tool to kind of see where the tornado is, because it can pick up debris into the atmosphere, and then the correlation coefficient will tell us, okay, those leaves don't correlate with those raindrops, so we're going to drop the correlation coefficient and tell you that something's there that shouldn't be. Same thing happens here in a winter storm, where we have rain in some areas, snowflakes in some areas, and sleet in some areas. We can kind of see, because the correlation, the coefficient doesn't correlate, we can see where that rain-snow line is really setting up, or where the grapple and snow line is really setting up. And that's another thing that we're going to look at here with this specific area, as far as what's exactly falling and where. Anywhere north of this general line is more than likely seeing all heavy snow. And then anywhere south of that is probably seeing a mixture of sleet and rain. And that is, once again, causing major problems out here. And we don't have widespread power outages yet, but we almost certainly will as we go forward. The snow has just arrived in Mount Eagle, Tennessee. Hey, thank you so much, Billy Jean, for becoming a Slight Risk member. Matthew, thank you for the very generous contribution there. Once again, this is a new setup here. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you look below my picture there, you can see that's where the alerts are now. And then even below that, next to the R, you can see the little meter there that says 1. I think the way it works is like the more, you know, members and super chats we get and stuff, the meter goes up and you achieve new levels. I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was a cool addition. But thank you guys for all the support. Remember, that goes towards helping us get Storm Chasers on board. And, you know, all of the stuff that goes along with doing this. We currently have 14,000 people watching this morning at 9 a.m. on the East Coast. We've got eyes out there pretty much everywhere. Continue to send in your storm reports and your pictures and your videos to @RyanHall, y'all. Remember, Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. This is where you want to be, okay? Send me stuff on here, and I will relay it here on the show. Trying to get an idea of exactly what's going on in Tennessee, because obviously the radar looks like a mess. So any videos and pictures we can get from Tennessee, make sure you include your location. That'd be very useful. Here we are in North Carolina. Trish, thanks for sending this in. Here's the storm in western North Carolina near Asheville. Snow's coming down there pretty good. So like we were just looking at there on the correlation coefficient on the radar and stuff, you know, they're north of that line, so they're seeing all snow. And I think that you guys are probably going to see all snow for the vast majority of the duration of the event. So thank you for that. Reed Timmer there is near Greer, South Carolina. I saw somebody ask. Let's see here. Reports of damage with injuries in an apartment from the tornado in Fort Myers. Okay. So, Brandy, or somebody who's watching in the live info stream on Discord, please throw me a link to scanner traffic over there near Fort Myers. If we have any sort of EMS, any way to monitor the EMS. I don't have the ability. I can't pull up the website right now. So if anybody can pull up that and drop me a link in live info stream, that would be much appreciated for the Fort Myers EMS. But anyways, yeah, we've got reports of damage with injuries and entrapment from tornado in Fort Myers, Florida. So we just looked at a video of that potential, or that tornado in Fort Myers that happened earlier, and now we're getting reports of injuries. I just retweeted the main tweet on that if you guys want to see that. We're getting snow there in Keysville, Virginia. Let's see here, Manchester, Tennessee. This is what it's looking like down here. Getting that switch over. Thank you, Corey. Thank you for that. Here's Ridgetop, Tennessee, about 20 minutes north of Nashville. Oh, wow. Look at that. 20 minutes north of Nashville. So that's what ice accumulation looks like. And it looks to me like there's a very significant amount of it there, compared to maybe what's happening in a lot of other places. That, you know, Nashville was obviously expected, or the northwestern portion of Tennessee was expected to get some ice. But if it continues to do that, you might end up with a half an inch of ice there. So be ready for power outages. If you go outside and you see this, expect power outages sooner than later. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have that up. By the way, the tornado warning for Cape Coral has expired. So right now, at this very moment, we do not have any tornado warnings. Thankfully, for the first time this morning, we don't have any tornado warnings. So we're going to take a break from the tornado coverage, but everybody in Florida needs to stay weather aware and stay tuned here, because I'm telling you, I think there's going to be more as we go into the future. Those storms are not letting up. Yeah, so, the situation is unfolding here to where I think we're going to have a pretty serious situation in the Nashville region with ice.
W4CHR repeaters. For Echo Link, use W4CHR-R.
Here's a look at downtown Nashville, and here's so a lot of places to the south of Nashville are getting snow. Downtown Nashville is getting rain. A lot of places north of Nashville are getting rain, but surface temperatures support snow. So we're going to see ice accumulation, especially areas north of Nashville. We're going to see that start to happen here very shortly. Everybody in the Middle Tennessee region, this is not over, okay? This is going to last a while. So everybody needs to stay home. Everybody needs to grab a blanket, curl up, charge your phones. I think cell service is always going to work, even in an ice storm situation. So charge your phones. And as long as I'm able to, I'm going to stick here with you guys. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, but who needs it? This is what I love doing, really. Here's Bellevue, Tennessee. Thank you, Band of Pears. It's literally raining, sleeting, and snowing. The radar is correct. I figured it would. I figured it would be. I don't know if a lot of you guys watched the forecast videos leading up to this event, but I told you, I mentioned it several times that if you're in Tennessee, it's going to be raining, it's going to snow, and then it's going to rain, and then it's going to snow, and then it's going to sleet. And it's going to do nothing, and it's going to go back and forth. But eventually, I promise you, if you're in Nashville points east, there will be a period of time where you see nothing but snow. Who knows how long that'll last, though. All right, we got a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning now for Charlotte and Lee counties in Florida once again. And that looks pretty good there for a tornado. You see the rotation, you see the inbounds next to the outbounds there. That is more than likely producing another tornado here in Florida. This is north and east of Fort Myers, okay? So the two new warnings that we just got, by the way, there is another one. The two new warnings that we've got, one of them is to the north and east of Fort Myers, but this one down here does include Fort Myers. So, guys, you literally just saw a tornado come through. We just watched a video of it. These are not baby tornadoes. All right, these are not baby tornadoes. These are, when they come down, they are pretty significant tornadoes causing power outages, power flashes, and apparently we have people injured and stuff in the Fort Myers area. Now we've got another potential area of rotation coming through, potentially bringing another tornado into the Fort Myers area. Everybody that's watching this, we've got almost 16,000 people watching now. Everybody, if you know somebody down here, please share this. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Send it in a text message. The link to this in a text message to a family member or friend. And if you don't want to do any of that, please hit the like button so the algorithm will get us in front of people down here in Fort Myers. Like I said, this wasn't talked about a lot. You know, a lot of people, when we were covering this winter storm and the forecast leading up to it, we were talking about snow, ice, and all this stuff. You know, I mentioned the severe weather probabilities and stuff down here in Florida, but I think that this is a little bit overperforming what we thought it would do. So the people of Fort Myers may have not have heard about this yet. You know, they may not have known that this is something that was going to happen. So let's try to get this information in front of them through social media. The power of social media is good sometimes, and this is one of those times. Additionally, up here to the north of Fort Myers, this one looks pretty strong as far as the rotation goes. This is Charlotte County in Florida. And this is really, there's not a lot of places over here. There's not a lot of population or people that are going to be impacted by this one, but it's still something that we've got to watch out for. And these storms are going to go right up towards the Okeechobee area and Lake Placid area as we go into the future. These are moving towards the east and to the northeast very rapidly. So new tornado warnings there. Oh, we got another one. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Golden Gate, Florida, Marco Island, Florida, and Naples Manor, Florida until 9:30 a.m. EST. So where's that one? Oh my goodness, that's all the way down here. Okay, we gotta pull out all the radars again. Using all of our resources on Florida, which is absolutely no problem. This is in a radar hole, so it's going to be really hard for us to get a real good gauge on what's going on here. But I'm assuming that that's going to be near Golden Gate. Okay, if we have a tornado, let me try one more radar spot. I want to give you guys a good picture of this. Oh, man. Man, that's literally like the worst possible place on Earth for a tornado to pop up, right in the middle of a radar hole. Anyways, near Golden Gates here, heading up towards Orange Tree. We have a new area of rotation, and then another one. There's two areas of rotation in this specific storm that are suspicious, but another one near Naples, okay, going across the Marco Island area right now that's going to go across Highway 41 here within minutes. And we have another tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Glades County in Florida. So now we have Glades, Collier, Charlotte, and Lee counties in Florida all under tornado warnings, and this is all happening at once here. So that new tornado warning that was just issued is an extension of this one, okay? So they have expanded that out here. And once again, I don't know. Yeah, I'm assuming that's Glades. This is heading towards Okeechobee. All right, make sure you're in your safe spot. Fort Myers, make sure you guys are in your safe spot. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. You do not want to play around with these tornadoes today, guys. We saw pictures and videos of them earlier. They're real. They're real.
Hey, Ryan, I am now headed east toward the Spartanburg area. Temperature 26 degrees here at Dominator 4. Mostly sleet up here on the north side of Greenville. Some freezing rain mixing in so far. Some branches down as well. Winds gusting over 40 miles an hour. Looks like that dry slot is starting to move in from west to east right now. And then the snow wraparound will come in back behind it. I'm thinking about heading up toward the mountains of North Carolina to sample some of that snow, or I might drop southeast closer to Columbia to get some of that pure freezing rain. But coming up to the crossroads up here in Spartanburg.
Yeah, either way you go, it's going to be pretty interesting. Looks like up to the north and west there, between Asheville and Hickory in North Carolina, they're going to get completely dumped on by snow, and that rain-snow line is kind of advecting to the north. And then also, I think that the way this is kind of lining up, the Charlotte area there, if you go north and east on I-85, I think that's probably going to end up getting some of the higher totals as far as ice accumulation goes because of just because of how everything is lining up right now. That low pressure system's getting ready to do the pivot and start heading up the East Coast, and there's going to be a long duration of time where that precipitation stays over the I-85 corridor there. So whatever you do, we're going to continue to follow along, man. Continue to be careful out there. Once again, this is...
Yeah, I agree. That warm advection is maximizing up in the Carolina Piedmont, also down through the Columbia area. Definitely pure freezing rain. It looks like off to the east where you have a little bit stronger of a warm nose. But a lot of these soundings definitely look like classic sleet soundings with that little bit more subtle of a warm nose up there. Temperatures at the surface about 26, 27 degrees. Asheville off to the north, that area is in that bit of in a bowl kind of terrain-wise up near Asheville. I wonder if that higher terrain near the North Carolina, South Carolina border just south of Asheville, outside of Hendersonville, might be a good area to sample for that snow. But I may head a little bit east, just continue to head east towards Charlotte and continue to cover this freezing rain. Never stop chasing.
All right. That's once again, that's extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer out there on the roads for us today. He is in Greenville, around Greenville, and he's going to head north and east towards Charlotte, okay, on I-85. And then he's got a decision to make once he gets to Spartanburg, right? Let me show you here on the map here before we go back to our tornado coverage. Don't worry, I am going to get back to that. But Reed is covering the freezing rain event. He's going to get to Spartanburg here, and he's either going to go up on 26 towards Asheville to cover more of the snow event, or he's going to stay with the freezing rain here to try to give you an idea of what the road conditions are like and sort of like what the surface temperature and stuff is here in Charlotte, which, once again, I think Charlotte, you're setting yourselves up for a lot of freezing rain over the next couple of hours. So whatever he does, we're going to stick with him. But we do have to kind of focus right now on the tornado situation, because we have, just a plethora of tornado warnings that have been issued here in the past couple of minutes, really, associated with these storms out here. And I'm trying my daggone best to get a good radar image of this thing, but I'm just not having any luck. It doesn't matter, though. If you're in Naples Manor, Marco Island, anywhere up here near Golden Gate, you got to get into your safe spot. We have a tornado warning. Additionally, Fort Myers, okay? If there's a tornado on the ground with this thing, it's coming through literally within minutes, if it's not there already. Okay, there's a broad area of rotation, so I can't tell you exactly which Walmart it's getting ready to go by and all that stuff. But it doesn't matter. Everybody in the Fort Myers, Suncoast Estates, Tice, Olga, all these areas, you need to be in your safe spot, and don't come out until that warning has been allowed to expire. We got another area of rotation and another tornado warning up here near Venus and west of Palmdale. And everybody in these counties needs to stay in their safe spot as well. Remember, that's Glades, Collier, Charlotte, and Lee counties in Florida, all under tornado warnings currently. Wow. Wow, what an eventful storm. What a crazy day. I really did not think when we started the live stream today that the number one thing that we'd be worried about is tornadoes. I thought, obviously we're going to continue to see problems unfold from our ice storm and our snowstorm. But man, we're seeing, multiple tornado warnings all at the same time here in Florida. So
Control Cap 150.
never a dull moment in the weather world.
Captain
I'm pulling up EMS services there in Lee County. So if you hear that in the background, I'm just kind of monitoring that. Just in case there's anything newsworthy I need to share. Remember, not only whenever you're covering the weather like this, not only do you do live updates on the weather, that's important, but also whenever we're sharing this and we're in front of so many people, we got over 16,000 people watching. A lot of people have family in Fort Myers and places like that, and not only do they want to hear about what's happening now, but they want to hear about what happened. Okay, so if we get any damage reports, if we get any sort of injury reports or anything like that, I'll be the first one to let you know. We will relay the news here as well as the weather, all at the same time, here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. By the way, if you're new here, this is what I do. This is literally what I do. This is my full-time job. So if this is interesting to you, if you find this useful, if you find this valuable, if the next time there's a big storm in your neck of the woods and you would like me to be here for you to cover it, please, all I'm asking is for you to slap that like button, hit the subscribe button, and we'll be here for you. Let's get a quick update on the power outages in South Carolina real quick, because they are expanding, just like I said they would. We're now up to 50,000 people without power in South Carolina. If you're watching in South Carolina and you haven't lost power yet, please make sure you're charging your phones up. Make sure your tablets charged up. You got a backup battery pack, hopefully. It depends on how much ice we get, but the power could be out for a little while. Could be out for a little while, especially there in Newberry County. 2,000 people out of 8,000 without power. Up here in Pickens County and Macomb counties, we're up to 5,000 and 6,000 and 9,000 people. So a total of 50,000 are without power across South Carolina. Georgia has 100,000 people without power here. In Rabun County up there in extreme northeastern Georgia, we've got 15,000 people without power. So once again, there's an axis you can see that's going on here there's an axis of power outages that's spreading kind of like this. And then, of course, we also have some power outages down here in Florida associated with this big line of storms. Massive storm, guys. Big time storm that we're dealing with here. Fort Myers, real quick update on you. We're hearing on the scanner here that we do have... I think there's a report of another storm coming, but it didn't say exactly what street it was seen. So I don't know exactly what they meant by storm. I don't know if they're seeing a funnel cloud or a wall cloud, but this is in the Fort Myers area. We'll continue to listen in on that. But as of right now, we don't have a confirmed tornado in Fort Myers. But still, everybody needs to stay in their safe spots until the warning is allowed to expire.
Go to TAC 2.
Collier, Glades, Charlotte, and Lee counties, all under tornado warnings right now in Florida.
You can notify me when you're in lineup.
By the way, I'm going to go through now on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all, and look at all your reports and pictures. Here's Marcos. Thank you for sending this in. This is Franklin, Tennessee. It's looking like a slushy mess out there. Yeah, it is. Oh, my God. That's yuck. I'd much rather just see either rain or just snow rather than this. That's disgusting. I'm a snow lover myself. Thanks for sending that in. By the way, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter, if you want to send in any stuff like this. Camden, South Carolina, we lost power just now, and look at this. This is a very, very low resolution picture, but we can tell what's going on. These are power lines, I believe. Look at all that ice. That is definitely, remember, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal when you've got a glaze of ice or half an inch of ice or whatever on top of power lines. But this is hundreds of pounds of weight added to these things. They're definitely going to snap with those wind gusts that are blowing.
Copy, squad 73.
Real quick radar update. Latest that we have here is near Fort Myers. The rotation has passed Fort Myers. It's moving towards Tice and Olga now. Additionally, up here south and west of Venus, this is looking even more impressive. Okay, if we have a tornado, it's right here south and west of Venus. So make sure you are getting in your safe space. In Glades County, okay? That's where the most impressive tornado signature is right now. And then, of course, we do still have that tornado warning back here near Naples Manor. And I still can't tell a lot about this because of the radar hole situation. But we're going to trust the National Weather Service here, and we're just going to get into our safe spots. Remember, that's Naples Manor, Golden Gate, all these places. Make sure you are in your shelter.
Engine 32, engine 69 with no medical.
And then look at this, another one right behind it.
Engine 75.
We have a train of water spouts out here west of Florida that are coming onto shore and producing tornadoes. Look at that. That's going to come right through Naples and Marco Island again momentarily. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning just for that. Oh, here we go. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for, this is for Naples Manor. This is an observed tornado warning now. I'm retweeting this. It's important that we all retweet this. Let me show you the graphical information here, and then we'll go back to the radar. This is an observed tornado now near Naples Manor, and I can see now, even though we've got that little bit of a radar hole problem, you can see very clearly that there's a correlation coefficient drop. Observed tornado. 131,000 people potentially in the path of this storm. This is on the ground now. Let's zoom in here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You see this? That is a CC drop. There is more than likely enough rotation here just south of Naples Manor There's enough, rotation there to produce a tornado that's strong enough to throw debris into the clouds. And the radar can see that there's stuff in the clouds that shouldn't be there, and it drops the correlation coefficient. So that's what we're dealing with right there near Naples Manor. Once again, unfortunately, because we are in this sort of radar hole, we don't have the ability to see really close to the surface. The further away you get from the radar, the beam's higher in the air. But the fact of the matter is that we do have more than likely a tornado on the ground there heading towards I-75. So if you're south and east of Golden Gate on I-75, that's another place where we're expecting this potential tornado to go through. Additionally, I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't a tornado on the ground right now, right here, moving towards Venus in Florida. The Fort Myers storm is actually the least impressive one right now, thank goodness. However, everybody should stay in their safe spot until the all clear is given by the National Weather Service. This is near Lely Resort. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. It's going to go over Highway 864 and then go over a bunch of nothing before it gets to Interstate 75. So once again, if you're in Golden Gate, south and east of Golden Gate there on I-75, there is a tornado on the ground right now heading right for you. Yeah, and if anybody's just now tuning in, the video above my head, this is not from Florida. This is from South Carolina. We're watching the whole storm here, and there's just a lot of things going on. We have to focus on the tornadoes right now, because we likely have a pretty decent tornado on the ground right now moving through Naples Manor.
Copy, thank you.
Through Naples. Lots of tornado warnings out here.
Just to give you a status update,
Multiple tornado warnings in western Florida, from Cape Coral down to Naples.
convening in the rec center.
Trying to find some more information here.
Sheltered. Anyone else who was around is sheltered in place. Also, I have available units if you need some to deploy out to other areas. I'm not sure what the rest of the district is looking like.
Also, we have some pictures and videos coming in. Thank you guys for throwing me this stuff on Twitter, by the way. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to find a lot of this.
Quarters 148, 922. 10-4.
So my mom got a video of the water spout off of the northwest coast of Marco Island, Florida. So this is, I don't have 100% confirmation on this, but I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, I wouldn't doubt it if this is not the water spout that just went over the Marcos Island area and then into Naples. Okay, so this is not a current picture. This is not a live picture right now, and I know it's kind of small. And once again, I'm not 100% sure if this is current. However, it doesn't matter. This is more than likely what's happening here, where we have these water spouts coming onto shore and then being tornadoes as they go through Florida here. Look at that. Still more than likely have a tornado on the ground right now producing damage north and east of Naples Manor. Let me pull up the mesoscale here. All right, so right now, this tornado, it's on the ground south of Interstate 75, south and east of Golden Gate. If you know where any of these things are, this is around where I think the tornado is right now. So the social distancing approved nature getaway, that's the first thing that my eye went to. But if you know where that is, that's around where this tornado is. Also, the Florida Sports Park, the Publix and supermarket at the Naples Lake Village. Okay, so the Publix there at the Naples Lake Village. This is the part of town where more than likely this storm's going through. And then once again, it's going to go near Pollination Farms. And then, thank goodness, once again, it's going to go over a big area of nothing. But I do believe that there's a good chance it's going to make it to I-75 there. You guys know this is Alligator Alley or the Everglades Parkway. All right. And then some of the other areas that could be impacted by this tornado include the Naples Landscape and Garden Incorporation and Candles by Willie G. small businesses out here. But if you know if you live down here, you know what I'm talking about. This is the approximate area where this tornado could be. And then downstream, we're going to see maybe this thing get all the way over here towards Oil Well Park on Highway 29. So that's what we're looking at now.
Go ahead.
Holy smokes.
All EMS assets from Station 72 have been given orders.
Usually the winter storm coverage is a little bit more laid back than this. I thought me and Reed Timmer were just going to kind of hang out and chat as he drives in the snow. But no, man, of course, it's 2022. We're going to have a tornado outbreak in Florida at the same time as an ice storm. Still looking at this rotation up here near Venus in Florida. I would not be surprised if they don't issue, or if they do issue another tornado warning here to include Venus momentarily. Fort Myers, you're okay. If you're in downtown Fort Myers, you can come out of your safe spot. That's fine.
How's everything look from the main street? All clear all the way down to the end.
Let's see here. We got a report coming in on the scanner. Unconfirmed report. But we heard 100 displaced residents of the Tropicana mobile home area. They are in the rec center. So we've got 100 displaced residents of the Tropicana mobile home center in Florida. They are now in a rec center, and they've requested Red Cross. So these once again, these tornadoes, they're not baby tornadoes today. These are real tornadoes. These are causing damage, injuries. We heard earlier that there were people trapped in a building. So we got to take these warnings seriously. I know you guys in Florida, you've had tornado warnings before, right? And a lot of times nothing ever happens. But today is one of those days where something likely is going to happen, and you might as well just take every single warning very seriously. The good news here is it sucks because we're so far away from the radar, we don't have a great idea, but the correlation coefficient drop and the rotation looks a little bit less organized here south and east of Golden Gate right now, so we could see this tornado starting to weaken, but it doesn't matter if you're in any of those places I just called out. You got to stay in your safe spot. That includes Collier, Glades, Charlotte, and Lee counties in Florida, all under tornado warnings.
Per ops, we're just to stand by until the storm passes. And we can continue assessing afterwards to make sure everyone's accounted for.
All right. All right, so we're going to go back and forth here until I get some new breaking information on that that storm. I've got to go back and forth to the ice storm as well, because I know we got thousands of people watching for the ice storm. And my goodness, man, there's so much. There's so much information coming in on Twitter. Thank you guys. My job here today now is to kind of. Oh wow. We got a lot of people watching in Florida. Thank you for sending me your pictures and stuff. Anyways, my goal right now is to kind of absorb all this information. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be shared. There's a lot of stuff that's unconfirmed and is kind of scary. And I'm not going to say anything about that until we get confirmation. But I'm absorbing all this, picking out the stuff that's important, and then trying to share it. So bear with me if I kind of move around a lot here. This is a video from Sydney Rossman. Sydney Rossman, and this is another view of that water spout. Let me show you this. Once again, Sydney Rossman. I've got this retweeted on Twitter if you guys want to see this up close. But this was near Marco Island earlier. This is the tornado that has, went across, or it's the water spout that went across into the Marco Island area and then into Naples. That's what we're looking at there. You could very clearly see it coming. We saw it coming on radar too. Here's another image. This is from Daniel. Look at that. You can see a rotating mesocyclone here. Oops, sorry. This is from Daniel. You can see a rotating mesocyclone here with a big tail coming in. Holy smokes, these storms are spinning like tops in Florida today. Thank you, Daniel, for that. Thanks for snapping that picture for me. And then, yeah, we got potential damage down here as well. Got damage to mobile homes in Fort Myers, Florida. And I know that's pretty small, but I do have that retweeted on Twitter if you want to see that up close. So, developing situation here is that not only do we have a big ice storm going on, not only do we have a snowstorm going on, but now we're talking about a full-on tornado, maybe a tornado outbreak unfolding in Florida, and it's associated with the same storm, by the way, that's causing the ice and all that. So I'm going to show you this one more time. What we're seeing right now is a lot of water spouts, a lot of rotating thunderstorms, discrete supercells form over the ocean, produce water spouts, and then they're coming onto shore and now causing damage through a lot of southern portions of Florida. TN Weather Nerd, thank you so much for sending me those pictures. And Brandy Bradford, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, greetings from Indiana. Appreciate the coverage. Thanks for all you do. No problem at all. It is no problem at all for me to do this. This is what I do. I love doing it, and I'm glad that you guys find it valuable. Let's go back to the radar here. All of the tornado warning. Here's another crazy thing about this situation is like we go from having 5 tornado warnings at once, multiple tornadoes on the ground, damage, and now nothing. There are currently no tornado warnings right now, but I promise you guys, just like I said earlier, that's probably going to change. That is more than likely going to change, and we're going to keep our eye on this very closely, especially these storms, man. I'm really concerned now about southern portions of Florida down here. Let's see here. Everglades City. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Let me show you from a different radar imagery. Oh man, look at that. That is what you call a velocity couplet. So this is another situation where over here in Everglades City, if you're on the beach right now, if you're on the beach in Everglades City, look outside, look down to the south and west, or maybe if you're not on the beach, but like if you're near the coast, look towards the south and west and tell me what you see. Because that is a monster area of rotation. I just about bet my bottom dollar there's a big wedge water spout on the ground, or not on the ground, but on the ocean there, and that is going to be racing towards Florida once again. And water spouts, they can be tornadoes. Once they hit the beach, they are a tornado. Holy smokes, that's a big one. And it looks like there's even a... Give me just 1 second, guys. Come on in. Give me just 1 second, guys. I got 1 second. All right, sorry about that. That was the wife. She brought me breakfast. Thank you. Everybody say thanks to Steph. For I completely forgot that I even needed to eat. Anyways, so we're looking at another supercell thunderstorm out here in the ocean near southwestern Florida. There's more than likely a tornado or a water spout down with this, and that's going to be going towards Everglades City. There's currently no tornado warnings. There's no reason for you to take shelter right now, but somewhere between Everglades City and maybe points south and east, we are going to see this storm approach the Florida coast there. Now, once again, thankfully, this is not a very populated area, but these storms are also eventually going to make it over here towards the Miami vicinity. All right. Phew, Lord. And also, look at this. It's hard to tell because we're so far away from the circulation, but it looks like there might be a correlation coefficient drop there. And I hate to make jokes in a serious situation, but like Sharknado, obviously not. But it's not uncommon for a a tornado or a water spout in the ocean to kind of pick up some stuff, right? Some stuff that shouldn't be there. Maybe even small fish. Definitely not a Sharknado coming towards Everglades City. If we've got anybody watching that's actually concerned, what we do have though is a tornado or a water spout that could be approaching the area within the next little bit, and I'll keep you updated on that. I couldn't help it. I mean, you see a correlation coefficient drop with a giant wedge water spout in the middle of the ocean, you have to reference Sharknado. I don't care what you say. They don't do that on the Weather Channel, I know, but like that's why you're watching on YouTube. It's a better experience. Anyways, let's go back and let's look at some more of these reports that are coming in. Actually, let's check in with Storm Chaser Reed Simmer. Hey, Reed, we were kind of preoccupied with the tornado situation down here in Florida. We haven't got an update from you in a second. How's it going there? What's the conditions like?
Hey, Ryan, I'm actually taking a leak right now here in the 7-Eleven, but I am in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Got some sleet mixing in with freezing rain. I-85 is really slippery. Plows going up and down it, but definitely I-85 is slippery.
All right, Reed. Well, we'll let him finish his business there. But anyways, yeah, I-85 is getting slippery.
I am about to get the bird in the air.
And
here over I-85 to sample some of those conditions, but I was headed up in the direction of Charlotte. Looks like that warm conveyor belt, that moisture feed is definitely focused a little bit off to the east, but I have noticed that dry slot is starting to fill in out ahead of the upper level low back through northern Georgia. A lot more precipitation starting to organize, and that dry slot starting to fill in a little bit. So I think the ice storm is just going to continue up here. I did see those tornado warnings back into southwestern Florida, a couple of those renegades as well. But good to see that all those tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Ice storm, though, is just raging up here near I-85. I'm actually in Spartanburg, South Carolina right now.
All right, so that's the latest from extreme meteorologist Reed Simmer, who was just taking a quick break down there at the 7-Eleven, and now he is going to go back out there and kind of put the drone in the air and get us some aerial footage of what's going on here. Once again, ongoing ice storm. Travel on I-85 is just terrible right now, okay? It's going to be really slippery from Greenville all the way to Charlotte, and now also all the way from Charlotte into Greensboro. Okay, I-26 between Greenville and Asheville is also going to be really bad. And then you got Interstate, let's see here, Interstate 40 between Asheville and Greensboro. That's also going to be another place that is just absolutely terrible. Please do not be out here on these roads, okay? Please don't be out on the roads.
Now, those are the windshield wipers. A little bit of ice accumulating on those wipers right now. That's the noises that you're hearing, that squeak. Definitely, we are getting freezing rain and sleet happening. I'm about to get that bird in the air and sample some of those conditions over I-85.
I think. Oh, okay. I thought that Reed had his push to talk like held down or something, but yeah. Anyways, that was the final part of that update from Reed Simmer. There, is getting ready to put the drone in the air, and I really do think that we're going to be able to keep a good eye on the ice storm situation here in South Carolina and North Carolina with Reed, because he is gonna, he's gonna have all kinds of different tools out there to help us see what's going on. And hopefully we got somebody clipping that. By the way, that was hilarious. That's got to go in a highlight reel somewhere. Okay, let's go back and let's take a look at our water spout that we actually, you know what? I know that I'm all over the place here, but I know we got 18,000 people watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm going to do my best here to kind of like show everything that's going on. So let me take you over to the radar. And we've been kind of preoccupied with the tornadoes, so now we're going to go back and look at all these other areas. So Tennessee, from Memphis up to Nashville, another place, another interstate that's really treacherous right now is going to be I-40. Okay, now all of this is trying to be all snow, but we also have a lot of freezing rain and rain mixing in. If you're in McMinnville, Cookeville, all the way to Knoxville in Tennessee, you're seeing rain, but we do think that cold air is going to continue to add back down to the south and east with that counterclockwise motion on the storm there, and eventually you guys are going to be all snow. Now Nashville, we've been watching Nashville all day, and everywhere around Nashville is seeing snow. Okay, if you're north of Nashville, south of Nashville, east of Nashville, west of Nashville, most of you guys are seeing snow. However, a lot of you guys are not seeing snow in downtown Nashville. We're actually seeing rain. And then areas just north and west of Nashville on the I-24 corridor, you guys are seeing rain, all right? But the temperatures are still supportive of snow, so it's freezing. Let me show you the downtown Nashville view here. It's raining, okay, but the temperatures are below freezing, so we're probably going to start to see some ice accumulation really start to build up here in Nashville, and especially in places outside of Nashville, because you have to remember, downtown inside of cities on average is a couple degrees or a little bit warmer than the suburbs. Okay, there's literally a phenomenon that happens in cities that are about as big as Nashville, where they produce their own heat. So that's what we're potentially looking at there with Nashville. But it eventually will start snowing there, I promise you that. But unfortunately, we have to go back to the tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Sunnyland, Florida. This is a reported tornado. This is it's on the ground right now. I just retweeted the graphical information. Let's go back to the radar. And this is, of course, again, it's in a radar hole.
Back out here too. We're gonna start going down these streets. See if you can find any spray paint back at the house.
But it's good enough to where we can see what's going on here. So this is not okay. So we still have our big monster water spout out here that we're going to watch approach Everglades City or areas just to the south. But now we're looking at a different storm here with that observed tornado warning. And this is right here south of I-75. This is a different storm than what produced our other tornado that we were just looking at, but it's in the same general area. So we're going to see this potential tornado, actually for this definite tornado, go over the I-75 corridor within the next little bit. This is west of Jerome, okay? So if you're in Copeland or Jerome in Florida, this does not include you. This is off to your north and west. But this does include Sunnyland in Florida, and I do think that this is probably going to head up your way after it crosses 75 here within the next couple of minutes. Remember, this is an observed tornado, so it is on the ground out here, and I see a very strong indication of rotation. Don't necessarily see a lot of anything on the correlation coefficient, but you know, we're in a weird spot here where we're kind of far away from the radar. But yeah, definitely be in your safe spots. If you're in Collier County in Florida, we have an observed tornado on the ground now.
Thank you for the update.
Crazy. It's crazy, everything that's going on out here. At 9:45 a.m. on a Sunday morning, January 16th, 2022, we have we have 18,000 people here with us today. We're going to continue to stream for as long as my network allows me. Remember, I am in the impacts of this storm. We're getting a little bit of an ice storm where I am, so I could lose power. I don't know. But as long as I'm able to, I'm going to stay here. So please slap a like on this video and share it on social media so we can get this vital information out to as many people as possible. Hit that subscribe button as well. This is all, I'm not just trying to increase my numbers here. This stuff actually helps. This stuff actually helps get the information out to people. gaming the algorithm to save lives. Anyways, we got another tornado warning here. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for Collier County in Florida. So so we have 2 tornado warnings now in Collier County in Florida. The one on the southeastern side, okay, that's our observed tornado. That's the one that's not a maybe tornado. Okay, that's a definitely tornado heading towards Sunnyland. And now we have a maybe tornado south of Naples again. Okay, so here we are. We've got a big area of rotation. Radar indicated tornado just south of Naples. If we have anybody in Naples that can do so safely right now, that can take a big picture of the beach. According to radar, there's a rotating thunderstorm with potentially a waterspout that's moving ashore right now. Obviously, don't do this if you can't do so safely. You want to get in your safe spot. But if we do have anybody out there that has a vantage point on this thing, we would like to see a picture of it. However, no picture is worth your life, so let's all get into our safe spots if we are in downtown Naples. Additionally, Golden Gate, you're the next one in line, okay? Vineyards, you're the one in line after that. And then Orange Tree, you're in line after that. This is a very dangerous storm with a potential waterspout that will become a tornado as it works ashore here in southwestern portions of Florida. Man, I'm monitoring Twitter, by the way, at Ryan Hall Y'all. If you want to send me any pictures or videos, I'm also on Facebook. Okay, Ryan Hall Y'all on Facebook and Instagram. Ryan Hall Y'all on there as well. I'm going to try to monitor all of these channels, whichever one's the easiest for you to move information to me from. That's the one I'm going to pull from. But just know that Twitter is the most efficient. Takes 2 minutes to set up an account on Twitter, by the way, if you don't have one. Sausage bite. Don't get that on the Weather Channel either. Okay. So if anybody's just now tuning in, we have Collier County. Everybody in the whole county of Collier County in Florida needs to be in their safe spot. There's possibly 2 tornadoes, maybe even 3, given what I'm seeing here, but like there's possibly multiple tornadoes moving through Collier County, moving towards Naples, Orange Tree, Vineyards, Sunnyland, on all these places. So please get into your safe spot. And thank you so much, Tozone 100, for the very generous $50 super chat. Somebody said, I called my mom in Florida because it looks like it'll hit there soon. Yeah, guys, it's 9:49 a.m. on a Sunday morning here in southern Florida, where, this wasn't talked about. This wasn't a big tornado event, was not forecasted. So I think a lot of people are probably going to be caught off guard by these warnings. So if you know anybody down here, share this with them, call them, wake them up, tell them, what's going on. And I'm sure that they won't be too mad at you, especially if a tornado ends up coming down their street.
Negative, we can leave Medicaid.
Holy smokes.
Child has been removed from the vehicle. Not in any medical distress.
We're starting to get reports of snow accumulation in the Huntsville, Alabama area as well. So that's just proof of the cold air advection there. No, I'm not. I will never call this Winter Storm Izzy. That's a Weather Channel thing. We don't do Weather Channel things here. This is not Winter Storm Izzy. This is a winter storm that's occurring on January 16th, 2022. Yeah, just waiting. Just waiting on more information to come in. Holy smokes. Here's another view of the tornado that went through the Naples area earlier. This is not a current picture, okay? This is not a current picture. But this is what these things are looking like, okay, as they come into the region. If you're in Collier County in Florida, there's a good chance something similar to this is coming towards you. Okay, yeah, that's why the reason I want to show you these pictures and stuff is because I want you guys just to know that we're not talking about maybe tornadoes. We're not talking about maybe tornadoes. We're talking about real big boy tornadoes coming through southern Florida here. I know you guys have been under warnings before. Today they are producing. They are not your preemptive or just kind of like cautionary warnings. They are real warnings. So let's all take these warnings seriously today. Get into the most interior room of your home. Barricade yourself between, hopefully like in an internal bathroom or something like that, but with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, because the number one way you're going to get hurt in a tornado is not by getting sucked up by the thing. Okay, it's just going to be pieces of your house falling on you, or pieces of like the outside world coming through your walls. That is going to be much less likely to happen if you're in the interior portion of your home. Additionally, if you have the ability to, maybe you have a helmet, or if your kids have bike helmets or something, throw that on them as well. And just write it out. It might sound ridiculous, and you might feel ridiculous sitting in your bathroom with a helmet on. But if a tornado does come down your street, you're going to be very glad that you did that. Somebody just messaged me and said, I have family in Fort Lauderdale. Are they going to get hit? The thing is not imminently, but these storms are going to go all the way across Florida. Okay, so West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, even down here in the Florida Keys. Yeah, you guys are going to get some of these storms too. Right now, though, the only warnings that we have are over here near Naples. Naples, Florida. And then if we could get, let's see here, if we could get a feed from Collier County, Brandy, I don't know if you're still watching with me, but if you could drop that in the info stream, I'd like to move over to Collier County just to hear just to see if we got anything going on over there. If you can drop me a link in the info stream, thank you. And Frank, if you're monitoring that live info stream and there's something that pops up there that I don't see, feel free to just chime in here. That's no problem with me. Deb, thank you so much for the very generous contribution there. Karen, thank you for that. Said, I've watched many channels over the years and you are the best. Thank you so much, Karen. Jonas says, thank you, Ryan. I'm down with the fake winter storm names from IBM Corp. Yeah, we don't name our winter storms. We name hurricanes. All right? The area of most concern right now, so we do have, here's a report. Twitter showed a confirmed tornado on the ground near the Artesia community in Naples. That area of rotation there with the storm in Naples is not as impressive as these areas of rotation that are showing up south of Sunnyland. Okay, so if I'm in Sunnyland, I'm definitely like, I hope you guys are already there, but I'm definitely, if you're not already in the shelter, I'm getting there very fast. Because these areas of rotation here are definitely a little bit more concerning looking, and you know, we have a kind of a discrete supercell look to this southern one, so that could definitely produce a big tornado at any time. If you're Naples, please stay in your safe spot. Golden Gate, you know, imminently that area of circulation is going to pass over you. Vineyards, Orange Tree, all these places need to be in their safe spots, and we'll let you know when you can come out. Now let's analyze what's going on out here in the ocean. And there's a lot. This is our big potential, you know, we joked around earlier and said that this was like a Sharknado because we have a big, giant area of rotation, very strong supercell thunderstorm over the ocean that is likely producing a very big water spout, right? And that's going to be moving in towards the Everglades City area momentarily. We're watching this storm closely. I think it's probably going to go off to the south of Everglades specifically. But if we got anybody over here south of Highway 41, south and east of Everglades City, they got to be aware of this, because that's going to be a big storm with a potential tornado. Also, lots of interesting areas of rotation down here north of Key West. Every little cell that pops up here is going to have the potential to produce a tornado today. And that's why we're concerned not only about the west coast of Florida, but also over here towards Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach later today. This is going to continue to be a problem for you guys as well. Winter storm coverage has now turned into tornado coverage. Thank you, Bob Davis. Thank you so much, Bob Davis. And thank you, Piazza Residential Group. And thank you, D.I. Murphy. And thank you, Nichols. Thank you guys for all the support. Really do appreciate it. Let's see here. I'm just looking for some new information. Holy smokes, man. Got a lot of pictures and videos coming in. I'm retweeting like a crazy person right now on Twitter. Please go over to Twitter if you want to see some of this stuff. Of course, I'm going to show it here on the stream here momentarily. But if you want a sneak peek, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Let's see here, John Duff.
Just a quick update. I am in Spartanburg, South Carolina, right along I-85 and the I-26 intersection. Roads are very slippery out here. Freezing rain, sleet mix. We're starting to get a little bit of a decrease in the precipitation intensity as that warm advection max is lifting off to the northeast. But I am noticing some banded precipitation approaching from the west as that clear slot is starting to fill in. So I'm going to head back toward Traveler's Rest and then north up toward Pretty Place, that higher terrain, and start making some snowfall measurements up near the mountains of North Carolina. And also on the lookout for some accidents here on I-85. I-85, I-26, Spartanburg, sleet, freezing rain mix. Temperature at the surface, 26 degrees here on Dominator 4. Never stop chasing.
Thank you, Reed. Are you noticing any big fluctuations in the surface temperature there, or are you still around 28 degrees where you are? So that was Reed Timmer. We'll wait on his reply there. But by the way, if anybody's just now tuning in...
Seeing some minor fluctuations between about 26 and 28 degrees here between Greenville and the Spartanburg area. So temperatures well entrenched below freezing. Seems to continue that way as warm advection continues just above the ground of that conveyor belt. Winds are definitely increasing. My mom back in Traveler's Rest says that it just changed over to sleet over there. So I think that warm advection continues just ahead of that upper level low.
So yeah, that's meteorologist Reed Timmer out there monitoring the ice storm that's ongoing in portions of South Carolina. Yeah, you know, the surface temperature is right around 28 degrees and it's raining out there. So that's why we think we're probably going to see some pretty big ice accumulations and power outages and stuff. So we're going to keep up with him, but unfortunately, we have to kind of really hone in on this tornado situation because it's definitely the most significant situation that's unfolding right now. We have so many areas of rotation over here in Collier County. I think it's usually what I'll do is I'll be like, okay, I think the tornado's over here by this Walmart and on this street, and if you know about Sally's dog grooming, that's where the tornado is. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that for this cluster of storms. If you are anywhere in Collier County, you just go get in your safe spot, okay? It don't matter where the tornado is because there could be multiple ones down in the county of Collier here in Florida. So please please get into your safe spot. And then additionally, we're not only watching that, we're watching this storm very closely down here that has a huge area of rotation that's approaching the area just south of Everglades City. that will maybe, once again, maybe produce a big tornado as it comes onto shore. Wow, a lot of stuff going on here, guys. Currently, the only warnings that we have are Collier counties. That's it, Collier County and Florida. This is an observed tornado warning, so we got to take it very seriously. Let's check in with... Thank you, Frank. Oh yeah, Frank, that clip, will you put that in the Google Drive so I can download it? I don't know if you already have yet. I got to post that on Twitter here. Oh my goodness, man. Okay, there's an incredible amount of information coming in once again. I'm going to try my best to share this with you. So let's go over to Twitter. Here's a video that was sent in. Well, it doesn't. Somebody tagged me in this. Alligator Alley. Trooper spotted a tornado over I-75 near mile marker 100 at 9:34 a.m. One semi truck with a trailer was overturned at mile marker 96. Minor injuries are involved. And travel on one lane remains open. Look at this. This is pretty much happening right now. We got semi trucks flipped over on I-75 there in Florida. Alligator Alley. Remember, I called. That was one of the locations I called out. So hopefully, a lot of people. I mean, we got 18,000 people watching. So hopefully we have people that are like really sharing the information out here. There should be no excuse. You know, if somebody's traveling on any of these interstates today, you know, if you know somebody that's going down the road, just pop them a text message. They don't, you know, they're driving. They don't have to watch this. You can help relay the information too, just by sending over a quick, you know, text message or a phone call or whatever. So we can avoid stuff like this from happening. We called out the Alligator Alley a good 20 minutes before the tornado actually went over. Anyways, here's a video from, let's see here, John C. Duff. Let's see here, Artesia Bell, Meade area in South Naples. So this is a video of that tornado earlier. Once again, not a baby tornado. These are big, nasty tornadoes that are likely going to be life-threatening today in portions of Florida. And we just got a tornado watch that I just shared, but I want to continue to show this stuff to you. This is the tornado earlier in Collier County. This is from Hancock Bay, just south of Lely, confirmed by the National Weather Service. And then, of course, we have a lot of damage coming in, too, a little bit all over the Florida area. But the Century 21 RV Park in Iona off McGregor, no reports of injuries yet, but look at this, guys. This is, once again, this is not weak tornado damage. These are big tornadoes causing big time damage. Once again, these are life-threatening situations that we're seeing here. So please take every warning to heart, and just like every single one that comes out. If I tell you to take shelter, do it. I know a lot of people like to kind of go look out the windows and maybe try to, you know, keep up with everything, but no, just go get into the most interior room of your home. That's the most responsible thing that you can do in a situation like this. Keep sending me pictures and videos, by the way, and tagging me and stuff. And here's the latest tornado watch. So Miami is now under a tornado watch. Belle Glade, Jupiter Farms, all these places, pretty much the entire I-75 and 95 corridor in extreme southern Florida is under a tornado watch. And a couple tornadoes are possible here. No hail is expected, but isolated wind gusts up to 65 miles an hour is also possible. This is going to affect a population of 6.4 million people, guys. 6.4 million people in the path of these extremely dangerous storms. So I know I say it a lot, but like it's important for me to harp on this message. Every single share on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram means the world to the person who lives downstream here that doesn't know about this, okay? So if you've already shared, don't spam your feed, okay? But if you haven't yet, just copy and paste the link, and let's get this out to as many people as possible. Back to the radar here. A big line. Here, let me show you a little bit of a better view of everything that's going on here. Once again, giant storm, okay? Ice storm, snowstorm up in the north, and a tornado situation down here in the south. Let's pull up one of our radars here. Pull up the Miami radar, just so we can really show you everything that's going on here. If it'll load up. There we go. So this really kind of shows you the intensity of the storms here. So even if you don't get a tornado today, if you're in southern portions of Florida, this giant squall line of severe thunderstorms that are producing tornadoes left and right is going to come through and cause wind gusts over 60 miles an hour and all kinds of heavy rain and stuff. So this is what we're looking at right now. Right now, we only have that one tornado warning over here in Collier County. This is an observed tornado warning. Everybody needs to be in their safe spot. But seriously, guys, if you're on I-75 or if you plan on getting on I-75 and heading west towards Naples, I would rethink that. And then you know, if you are anywhere in southern Florida, south of I-75 or really south of Lake Okeechobee here, it's going to be a rough afternoon as we go later on into the day. This whole area is going to get hit by these storms. Let's check in on our big one here. Once again, this is the one that I'm kind of most concerned about. We're looking out in the Gulf of Mexico at this big area of rotation. More than likely a monster wedge waterspout on the ocean right now. We saw on the correlation coefficient earlier that it might even be picking up debris. We joked around and said that that was a sharknado, but you know, no, all jokes aside, this is a strong area of rotation that could produce a waterspout that will move into the Chokoloskee and Everglades City area. And I think it's going to go just to the south, but it's important that you watch it. It's important that you watch it very closely because these things are moving around, and like it can go to the north a little bit, it can go to the south a little bit. And like I said earlier, it doesn't matter if you are in the big part or that gets hit by a tornado or just a regular part of the storm. It's going to be a rough evening. Just setting up some more stuff here. Monitoring all the situations. Thank you, Who Me? He says, challenge to viewers. Let's hit Ryan with a snowball fight of donations. He's saving. You guys don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. All of the super chats and stuff goes towards helping me continue to be able to have storm chasers on here. And a lot of times, like, you know, if a big community is hit by a tornado, a lot of times we can take some of that revenue and donate directly to families who are in need and stuff like that. So that's the whole purpose of even having that feature on. I do appreciate all of the support, though. It helps me be able to do what I'm doing here. Another incredible view of that tornado there, east of Naples, south of Verona Walk and east of Naples. This was earlier, but holy smokes, we got a lot of views. We have a lot of views of this tornado coming in. Karen, thank you so much. Let's see here. Wow, this is also another incredible video, guys. Now, a lot of these videos that I'm sharing with you, we do have tornado warnings right now in Collier counties. This is the tornado that that you're dealing with here. This is not a live view, but this is what it looks like, and this is why I'm kind of really trying to get the message across that you need to be taking this seriously. That is going through populated areas right now. Okay, look at the power flashes on the bottom side. Once again, I got to emphasize that these are not baby tornadoes. People here in Florida, you've been under 1 million tornado warnings in your life, okay? But like sometimes, some tornado warnings are more significant than others, okay? And today, every single one of them is going to be like that as we go forward. Let's check in over here. By the way, By the way, just a real quick check-in on Collier County. I hope everybody's still in their safe spot because we still have an incredible amount of rotation out here. There's not one specific area of the storm that looks the most concerning. It's just like over here near Sunnyland, that looks like there might be enough rotation to produce a tornado there. And then we've got another area of potential rotation south of Naples Manor here. That's moving on to shore. Like, it's just, seriously, it doesn't matter where you are, from Naples all the way up to Sunnyland. Let's stay in our safe spot until the storm's over. I promise I'm going to let you know as soon as it's okay to come out. Jennifer, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. April, thank you for the support. Tom, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it, guys. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Let's see here. Colleen says, I watch all your videos and lives. I love your coverage. What happened to the gallon water jug? I had to rush up here and start the stream because the tornadoes made us start early. But yeah, I just didn't have time to get it prepared. So I'm drinking Sprite today, unfortunately. It's all right, though. I'll get some water eventually.
Control Medic 40 per VC 84 will be out of service.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, McGann.
7. Vehicle accident, unknown injury. Exit 105 Golden Gate Parkway northbound off-ramp. Respond on control south. Engine 70.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Joe.
Battalion 70.
Once again,
7.
Sunnyland. Sunnyland, this is the area where I think there's more than likely enough rotation to produce a tornado. The rest of this does look pretty messy, but I'm still not saying to come out of your safe spot just yet. Let's get another broad view. Let's get another wide angle view of everything that's going on here. Once again, big nasty line down here of storms in Florida. But I do know we have thousands and thousands of people from elsewhere in the country that are also being impacted by a very, very serious storm. In South Carolina, from Columbia up to Charlotte, to Greensboro, even into the Raleigh area in North Carolina, we are experiencing the beginning stages of a crippling ice storm. Okay, lots of power outages already being reported. Let's see here. I'm going to give you an update on that real quick. South Carolina is now up to 88,000 people without power, and almost the entire county of Newberry County in South Carolina doesn't have power. Okay, so we've got high winds and ice accumulation happening here. So this is going to continue for a while, especially over here towards Charlotte and into Greensboro. Now, north of that, in Danville, okay, Richmond, Roanoke, Virginia, you're going to start seeing snow here over the next little bit. And the snow's going to get intense. It's going to get really heavy. It's going to get really interesting. You might be a little excited if you're a snow lover, but then the rain's going to start. It's going to wash some of that snow away, but the temperatures are still going to support freezing. So the rain is actually going to freeze on impact, so we're going to see potentially more of an ice storm situation from Danville all the way up through Roanoke and Charlottesville, Virginia later today. But enjoy your snow while you have it. Now, over here in my general vicinity, okay, over here in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern Kentucky, we're seeing pretty much the same thing that you guys down there in Middle Tennessee are seeing. A little bit of snow, sleet, and rain. When I started the stream, I told you my temperature was 30 degrees, and now it's 32.5 degrees. So we're moving all over the place with our temperatures here. But I do believe that this is, at some point, is going to become all snow. Now, I told you in all my forecast videos that I don't think that this is going to be a big blizzard. I think that some people kind of overhyped this storm as far as the snow part goes. And this is why, like we're dealing with a lot of uncertainty here with the mid levels of the atmosphere not being as cold as what maybe we thought. But yeah, this is definitely going to become all snow for a lot of you guys in Middle Tennessee before it's all said and done, especially up here in Eastern Kentucky. I don't know if we got any fellow Kentuckians watching. Shout out to you if you are. Now, over here in Eastern Tennessee and into the Big Stone Gap area, you guys are in the Appalachian snow hole. A lot of this moisture is coming over the mountains, and it's getting wrung out down here in the Carolinas, but and then there's nothing left for you in Johnson City and Knoxville. That's why you're not seeing anything right now. But as this backside comes through and swings through later this evening, you will see some snow, some rain. And then, of course, we've got the tornadoes going on down here. Everybody in between's just getting some heavy wind and rain, like in Charleston, South Carolina. We do expect that to kind of amp up and become more of a significant situation once we get over here to the Outer Banks of North Carolina later, which I do think we're going to have a storm chaser out there. So we'll keep you updated on that as well.
Engine 22. Residential fire alarm.
And let's see here. Let's also get an update on Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer is out here in the ice storm in South Carolina. He is working with us today. And yes, this is the Reed Timmer that you've seen on TV. This is the Reed Timmer working with us today on our YouTube channel. And he is providing live video from the Greenville, South Carolina area. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly what he said. I think he's going to go back up towards the Hendersonville area and try to get in on some more of the snow rather than the ice. But he's down here. He's been giving us updates on the surface temperature and the road conditions on I-85 between Greenville, Spartanburg, and now once again I do believe he's going to try to go towards I-26 and try to keep up with that rain snow line as it advex off to the north and east. So everybody say thank you to Reed Timmer. And of course, if you like what I'm doing here, if you're a new subscriber to my channel, please subscribe to Reed Timmer as well. I don't think he needs the shout out from little old me, but we want to support all of our storm chasers here. All right. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, by the way. So if you're in Collier County, you're good to come out of your safe spot. All right, the storm is still coming through. I know it still sounds pretty rough outside, but the rotation has kind of died down again. But I want to be 100% clear. Now, you guys, we've been streaming for about 3 hours now. You guys who have been here the whole time, let them know in the chat that this has happened multiple times this morning. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings and then nothing. And it feels like it's over. And then all of a sudden we get 5 more tornado warnings and then nothing. It kind of like it's pulsing up and then kind of going away and then pulsing up and then going away. I do think we're going to see a couple more instances of pulsing. So if you're in southern Florida, just because the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire for now, I would not let my guard down. I'd stay tuned in here, and I promise you, as soon as the next tornado warning is issued, I will be the first to let you know, okay? Now, I'm going to show you another video of mine to kind of explain the ice storm situation. Here's what you can, and then we'll play that clip back of the funny situation with Reed, because I got to take just a quick second and just eat a little bit. So here's what we can expect as far as ice accumulations go and what you can expect from that. Do get this kind of ice, okay? And another thing to consider here is the wind speed. Obviously, if you have heavy weight on trees and the wind's blowing, it's going to make the situation worse. I'm thinking we're going to be around the 15 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts in and around this area while the storm's going on. Okay, so if you end up with 1/10 of an inch of ice to 1/4 of an inch of ice, some isolated or localized utility interruptions are possible, typically only lasting a few hours. Roads and bridges may become slick and hazardous. So this is going to be the vast majority of everybody that gets impacted by this. Daggone it. What you can expect if you end up with 1/10 of an inch of ice, typically only lasting a few hours. Roads and vast majority of everybody that gets impacted by this ice storm here. However, once again, we do have some places that could experience some ice accumulation over 1/4 of an inch all the way up to 1/2 an inch. And this is where we're going to start to see scattered utility interruptions. Roads and travel conditions may be extremely hazardous due to the ice accumulation. And I think that this tier is kind of going to be like the worst of it. However,
Ryan,
it is possible, like we
Can you
saw
hear
in
me?
some of the models, for some people. Yeah, I got you, man. To see up to 3/4 of an inch of.
I'm going to be heading out in a few hours, but I sent you a link. I'm going to go use my Facebook on Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser to post live, just because I feel like Facebook has a better view than Instagram does, and I can't post on YouTube yet because I don't have enough subscribers.
That's perfectly fine. Just send me a quick notification when you do throw the live stream up, and then I'll put you over here. Okay, thank you.
Will do. Thanks, Ryan.
That is, and with those 15 to 25. So that was Storm Chaser Tim Grooms, who's going to be our kind of our eyes on the ground hold on. Tim, exactly where are you today? Where are you going to be? Where are you going to be streaming at? Well, he'll go back. Well,
I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to go be out on the Delmarva. I have my hotel in Ocean City, but I'm going to go up and down the coast there. There's a high surf advisory, and it looks like there's going to be some good wind gusts and some coastal flooding.
Okay. So, yeah, that's Storm Chaser Tim Grooms, who will be in the Delmarva area. So, you know, obviously we're covering the tornadoes right now, the ice storm, but we're going to be here until it's over, guys. We're going to cover this thing all the way up into, you know, Maryland and Delaware. So buckle in, and that's why I'm literally eating breakfast on the camera here. I'm sorry. But I do need to do that. You know, you got to eat. Anyways, the National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for Glades and Hendry counties in Florida. Let's check on that real quick. Where is that? I think, yeah, that's up here. Where is the best radar to look at that? It's crazy to me how many of these tornadoes today have been in radar holes. And by the way, my wife just texted me and said it's raining ice. Steph, if you're watching, please, like, go. Can you take a video of that and tweet it at me? I don't have my own weather monitoring cameras here. I need to install those on my house. But anyways, I can actually hear it. It's sleeting here very heavily. So I'd like to see a video of that, Steph, if you're watching. Anyways, this is the new tornado warning. Okay, this includes southern portions of Palmdale. This includes Moorhaven and areas just north and east of LaBelle, but it does not include LaBelle in Florida. Okay, Palmdale and everywhere north of Moorhaven in Glades and Henry counties in Florida. You got to get to your safe spot. We see a very good sign of a rotation here, or a significant sign of rotation, which means that we could have enough to actually produce a tornado. So this is a maybe tornado. Okay, it's a radar indicated tornado, but I agree with the National Weather Service here, and I think that this could definitely produce a tornado at any time. So let's get into our safe spots, okay? All right, so we're going to go back and forth between that and read, or actually, I'm gonna try my best here to show you this video that I've been trying to show you for a while. Let's go back a couple seconds and then travel conditions. Actually, let's restart it if we do get this kind of ice, okay? And another thing to consider here is the wind speed. Obviously, if you have heavy weight on trees and the wind's blowing, it's going to make the situation worse. I'm thinking we're going to be around the 15 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts in and around this area while the storm's going on. Okay, so if you end up with 1/10 of an inch of ice to 1/4 of an inch of ice, some isolated or localized utility interruptions are possible, typically only lasting a few hours. Roads and bridges may become slick and hazardous. So this is going to be the vast majority of everybody that gets impacted by this ice storm here. However, once again, we do have some places that could experience some ice accumulation over 1/4 of an inch all the way up to 1/2 an inch. And this is where we're going to start to see scattered utility interruptions. Roads and travel conditions may be extremely hazardous due to the ice accumulation. And I think that this tier is kind of going to be like the worst of it. However, it is possible, like we saw in some of the models, for some people to see up to 3/4 of an inch of ice. And with those 15 to 25 mile an hour winds, this is going to be very isolated. This is not going to be the widespread expectation here, but in some places we could see numerous utility interruptions with some damage to main feeder lines. Tree limb damage could be excessive, and outages could last anywhere from 1 to 5 days. If you've never been in an ice storm before, they are serious. So if you have a generator, do whatever you need to do to get that ready. Get your milk and bread and all that good stuff. And we're going to hope for the best, okay? I think that a lot of places are just going to see that 1/10 of an inch of ice to 1/4 of an inch with isolated power outages that last maybe a half a day or something. But, it never hurts to prepare for the worst. Okay. So that's kind of like what you
Here's
can
what you
expect,
can expect.
With the ice accumulations. Hopefully that made sense. Let's go back to the radar here. And I do want to say that, you know, even though we do have this tornado warning now in Florida, this area of rotation isn't the most impressive. But I do want everybody to stay in their safe spot. We just got another one, too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Dang, this is back in Collier County. Man. Anyways, a new tornado warning, radar indicated for Sunnyland, Florida. For Sunnyland. Until 11 a.m. So, let's go look at that. Let's refresh our radar. 1 second, I'm having a little bit. There we go. Okay, so man, this is like a tornado highway today. This is going to go over I-75 again. If you get off of I-75 between Golden Gate and like Fort Lauderdale, get off of that interstate. Like this is just like a magnet for tornadoes today. So once again, literally almost in the exact same path of that other tornado that we saw earlier down here, south and east of Golden Gate, we got another area of rotation going over Interstate 75, heading up south and east of Ave Maria. Okay, so if you got hit by that tornado earlier north and east of Naples, this is like literally like it's coming up that same path there. So be ready for that. Good news, I think. Down here, our big storm that we've been watching that's approaching Everglades City, a lot of that rotation has kind of calmed down here. So remember, this was showing like a huge like water spout signature. It's not really showing that anymore. So hopefully that continues to weaken before it gets into the Chokoloskee area. But we're going to watch it closely just in case. Man, how many warnings, how many tornado warnings have we had today? A lot.
Marine Rescue.
LCSO, Marine 5, so we control.
Respond on control north. Boat 41. Battalion 45. Marine Rescue. Lee,
LCSO, Marine 5, is en route to the Mert.
Respond on control north. Time out 10:26 hours.
Just absorbing all of the information here. And once again, thank you guys for sending in your pictures and videos. I'm going through them all. So here's a close to where I live. Not exactly. But this is from Jared Keshner. Thank you so much for sending that in, buddy. So this is what the conditions are looking at in my neck of the woods. Looks like it's snowing, it's raining, it's sleeting, it's doing it all at the same time. Whew. And as you can tell, in rural Appalachia, we don't have the best infrastructure, so that's why I'm kind of worried about maybe losing internet or power here. So just giving you a heads up.
Vehicle accident, unknown injury. Goodletts Frank Road North and Pine Ridge Road. Respond on control north. Engine 40, medic 46, battalion 40, attack 4. Vehicle accident, unknown injury. Goodletts Frank Road North and Pine Ridge Road. Respond on control north. Time out 10.
Yeah, Alligator Alley. Yeah, they're going to rename that road to Tornado or Nader Alley. Alligator Nader. Here's a petition to contact your local officials down there to rename that road the Alligator Nader Highway.
Engine 32 available, returning to station.
Yeah, dreadfully unpleasant. Oh, we got Eddie Tanner's granddaughter tuning in. I don't know why I like these kind of pictures so much. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and sharing your screens or allowing me to have space on your screens. And here is Brenda's son. With a nice drawing there. It says Ryan Hall, y'all. We've been watching you live from Chattanooga with all the tornado warnings this morning. My son decided to draw a new logo for you. I love that. You know what that looks like to me? That looks like an NFT. I think me and your son are going to become NFT millionaires off of that. No, seriously, thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Very cool. I wish I knew his name. It didn't mention his name. But Brenda's son, shout out to you, man.
At the front of the complex, in front of the shopping mall.
Okay, so yeah, got a lot of pictures and videos of snow coming in too. So here is Michael Charles in Lake Norman, North Carolina.
The route through their damaged structures.
Give me just 1 second.
Battalion 79. Ops.
So it's not the traditional plastic jug, but Steph did bring me some water, so I don't have to be drinking Sprite all day. Let's get another thank you, Steph. Our members in the chat have an official thank you, Steph emote, by the way. It's the pink shield, the Weather Wife shield. Worked a lot on those emotes, by the way. We got a lot of new ones for our members. All right, let's come back over here to the radar. Let's get a real quick update on our tornado situation. All right, first of all, we still have this very interesting area of rotation going across Alligator Alley or Alligator Nader Alley now, and it's going to go off to the north and east there. So I think that if you're in Golden Gate, even though the southeastern side of Naples here is technically under the warning, I think you're okay. The biggest part of the rotation is going off to your west now. It's going across I-75, and that's going to go off to the north and east, where thankfully there is a bunch of nothing. There is a bunch of nothing for the most part out ahead of this storm. So, everybody in the Collier and Hendry counties and Glades County, it needs to be, in their safe spot. But I'm not seeing anything like extremely concerning like we were seeing earlier, okay? So hopefully these are not producing tornadoes right now. But we're still going to be we're going to be maintaining our diligence as we go forward.
Residential fire alarm. 3138 Malaga Lane. Respond on control south. Engine 23. Residential fire alarm. 3138 Malaga Lane. Cross Street Marsh Drive. Respond on control south. Time out.
Can you go ahead and check the individuals on the boat ramp?
Yeah, we love Steph. Cool Roy. Cool Roy, thank you for the very generous super chat. I know a lot of you guys have submitted super chats. I appreciate all of them. I will read them all at some point. But we are, as you know, we are experiencing a lot of stuff going on all at once. Wow. Look at this. This is over in Beaumont in Kentucky. Now that's what you call ice accumulation. I want to see a video of you trying to open the door. That's what I want to see. Or roll down the window. Yeah, Marty, go out there. If you could do so safely, go out there and roll down your window. I want to see what that looks like. That's by the way, if you guys want to see this up close, that's on the Twitter page there. Once again, this is an ice storm. This is a full-on ice storm for some parts of Tennessee and Kentucky as well. It's not just happening down there in South Carolina. Oh my goodness, let's go back to the radar here, and let's give you an update on another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been
The
issued.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Everglades and Chokoloskee, Florida, and Goodland, Florida until 11 a.m. Eastern time. So this is the one. This was our Sharknado earlier that we were looking at. Let's see what it looks like now. So first of all, once again, there's two big areas of concern here. The first one's down here south of Ave Maria. It's going, thankfully, it does look like it's intensifying, but it's going up towards a bunch of nothing. But this one down here south and east of Everglades City, we're starting to see that rotation kind of kick back up a little bit. We literally started talking about this an hour ago, if not longer. All right, so hopefully with the 17,000 people that we have here, hopefully everybody shared this and got the word out to the people of Everglades City and Chokoloskee. There's no excuse for anybody to not know that this was coming. We've been talking about this for a while, and now it's finally getting close to the shore there. Once again, we don't have a confirmed tornado, but this does look like a pretty strong area of rotation. It's kind of broad, but it does look very similar. Very similar to some of the other rotation signatures that we've seen today that have produced big tornadoes. So if I'm in Everglades City, Plantation Island, or Chokoloskee in southwestern Florida, I am taking shelter immediately. That's going to be Collier, Mainland, and Monroe counties and Hendry counties in Florida. Everybody has got to be getting into their safe spots very, very soon. Also, big squall line. Damaging winds and severe thunderstorms is getting ready to go through Key West. All right, we got to watch that too for the potential for maybe seeing some, tornadoes down there too. But right now the warnings are up here in Florida. We'll switch our radar view around a little bit. The Weather Nerd, thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, you can see that really good here. You can see that really good there. That is, once again, I think that's a tornado for sure. This is getting dangerously close to Chokoloskee and Plantation Island in Everglades in Florida, guys. If that signature holds, once this gets onto land, we're probably going to see another situation where we got a tornado, and a big one, more than likely, going through some populated areas. Let me pull up the mesoscale here. Okay, so right now, if there's a tornado down, it's still out to sea, okay? But if we've got anybody watching in the Rabbit Key or Pavilion Key area of Florida, I know the odds of that are pretty low right now. But you would definitely be able to see this thing. If you looked off to your north and west, you would definitely be able to see this. If there is a tornado here, you'd be able to see it approaching the marshlands here near Jewel Key Campground. And this thing's making a beeline right towards the Chokoloskee Bay. And remember, Everglades City and Plantation Island here, it's a small area, but it's right in the path of this thing. If this does have a tornado or a waterspout down, it's going to go right through that area. It's going to go over Copeland Avenue near the Everglades Air Park. Okay, so there's a if you guys live down here, you know where Plantation Island is, you know where the air park is, and near Bear Island, that's around where this thing would kind of cross over from being a waterspout to then being a tornado, more than likely. Okay, we still don't have an observed tornado warning for this storm. It's still radar indicated, but I think that this is a very strong radar signature that suggests that this is more than likely a tornado that we're looking at here. I'm just like looking at this from multiple different radar angles just so that we can see everything that's going on. We also have the ability to tilt the beam up and down. But we're going to stick with what we've got here right now. Man. So, but by the way, up here south of, I think I'm saying that right, Ave Maria, south of that there in Florida, we still have a very interesting area of rotation just north of I-75. That's still a possible ongoing tornado. But what we're focusing on now is absolutely this storm that as it approaches Chokoloskee. This is another situation where this definitely warrants you know, waking somebody up or calling somebody and telling them what's happening here, because I think, once again, I think that this is certainly producing a tornado. And if anybody's just now tuning in, this is in Florida, okay? We're talking about Everglades, Plantation Island, and Chokoloskee, Florida.
Rescue 5-4, switch to attack 4, please. Away for a medical call. Medic 9 was pulled away for medical call. Medic 18 ourselves will be continuing the damage assessment in Whiskey Creek.
And once again, I'm just looking to see if we have anybody that's able to send us pictures and videos of this thing.
Yeah, that's affirmative. If this is the reoccurring, I'd like to cancel the outside.
I'm trying to look everywhere. Remember, the best way to get stuff to me is on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. But I also do Facebook. I also do Instagram. My name's the same on all of these platforms. I don't think we're seeing anything just yet from this storm. But once again, this is this isn't a huge area. The total population to be affected by this is like literally 2,000. The whole area has stuck 2,000 people in it. But I mean, that's 2,000 people in the path of a very dangerous storm. On this channel, we do not. It doesn't matter to me if you're in a big city. Doesn't matter to me if you're on, the streets of New York, or as you guys know, in some past coverage, we've literally tracked a tornado down a place called Old Beans Road with one house on it in Tennessee. Doesn't matter to me. We're going to stick with it the whole time and call out all the latest information.
8615 Barrett Drive. Respond on control south. Engine 72.
L and N, thank you so much for that very generous contribution. Cool Roy, Mary. You guys, thank you so much. Once again, I don't have time to read all of these. I will eventually read them all, but I see all the support, and I am very thankful. Dang. So yeah, still very, very interesting area of rotation here, approaching the Everglades City area. Still don't have any sort of eyes on this. We don't have a camera out there. We don't have a storm chaser on this specific storm. So, and unlike Naples, this isn't a very populated area where we're just going to start seeing Twitter overflow with videos and pictures of this thing. So we're going to have to assume that there is a waterspout working on shore right now in this portion of Florida.
This is BC 79. Go ahead. Yes, sir. I'm reporting to you to team up for these site surveys. I'm unfamiliar with Tropicana Mobile Home Park. I'm in front of Station 15. Medic 15, can you tell me which way I need to go? Yeah, just continue McGregor south to the shopping center right before John Morris and turn left into Tropicana. You'll see the sign.
Yeah, so it looks like a lot of the ice is also occurring in Kentucky. Maybe even more so than some places in South Carolina.
Single engine will be fine at this time.
Thank you guys. Thank you for sending me all the stuff on Twitter. Seriously, it's helping me a lot.
Affirmative.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you're just now tuning in, remember guys, I have to constantly say the same things over and over again because we continuously have new people filtering in and out of the stream, and sometimes if I'm like, hey, there's, you know, I'm showing a big tornado on the radar or on the screen or whatever, some people don't know what I'm talking about. So once again, we are looking at Florida right now. A potential tornado or a waterspout is moving onto shore near Everglades City and Plantation Island and Chokoloskee in southwestern Florida, and we think there's more than likely going to be a tornado with that. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on it. Also, I'm almost certain there's a tornado here north of I-75, south of Ave Maria. So we got to continue to watch this storm. Thankfully, it's going over a big area with nothing in it. But, you know, if these storms hold together, these will also affect the, the Belle Glade area, Coral Springs, and eventually over into the Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach areas. So we're going to watch them closely all afternoon as they go across.
46, lift assist, 7665, Citrus Hill Lane, cross off Grove Road and Grove Isle Court.
And I promise you guys as well, I know we got thousands of people watching in some of the places that are dealing with more of the ice storm and the snowstorm. I promise you we're going to go get another update on that here in just a moment. But I do want to, I kind of want to wait and see what happens here if we start seeing any reports of a tornado when this thing does cross over into Everglades. I mean, once again, it's not a huge city, but it is a city. So we do have people there. We should be getting confirmation sooner or later about whether or not a tornado is on the ground there. Nevertheless, doesn't matter. All right, everybody needs to be in their safe spot. This is the kind of tornado that we're talking about. Look at that, guys. Oh my goodness. Look at the debris on the bottom part of that. Holy smokes. That's a remarkable image right there. Certainly didn't, and that's another reason why I've been kind of harping on sharing this and all that stuff. The people of Florida were not, usually before a big tornado event, you hear about, oh, there's a moderate risk or there's a high risk from the Storm Prediction Center or an enhanced risk or something. It wasn't, this part of the storm wasn't talked about very much. So I'm assuming a lot of Floridians are kind of being caught off guard by this. So that's why it's important that we share and we hit the like button so that the YouTube algorithm will put us in front of those people. And of course, we do also have professional extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer out there chasing the ice and snowstorm in the Carolinas. Okay, so we're going to be checking back in with him momentarily. But right now, he's just driving and getting surface observations down here in the Carolinas. If you live in North or South Carolina, I imagine more than likely within the next couple of hours, the coverage here is going to be almost completely dedicated to the ice storm portion of this thing. It's just we have to kind of really zone in on these tornadoes because they're very fast life and death situations, whereas the ice storm, it's going to take some time before there's time to kind of prepare for that. What about hail? Yeah, these storms down here in Florida are not producing much in the way of hail. And wow, huge shout out to Scott Harper, who just became an official sponsor of the channel. Thank you so much, Scott. And everybody say thank you to Scott there in the chat. If it wasn't for people like him and all the other wonderful supporters here, I couldn't do what I do.
5912 Cedar Tree Lane. Respond on control south. Engine 70. Power lines down or on fire. 5912 Cedar Tree Lane. Cross off.
Hey Reed, where you at now? What's your approximate location?
Control south. 9 out 10 48 hours.
3-story commercial. Nothing shown. Alarm sounded. We'll have Barrett come in.
He looks to me like he might be in Spartansburg. I don't know. And we also have another storm chaser, Tim Grooms, who we're going to throw up here in just a second. And our Tennessee...
Hey Ryan, right now I'm in Greer, South Carolina, about to head back toward Traveler's Rest. I'm going to take Gizmo out to go to the bathroom there, and then I'm going to head north. But it does look like we're starting to get some of this slant-wise convective instability ahead of that upper-level low, so more precipitation moving in, sleet, freezing rain, smaller particle size, smaller droplet sizes out here, but I think we're going to get wave after wave of those CSI bands moving in here now. Crazy video of that tornado down near Fort Myers, right? A couple hours ago.
Copy that, thank you. This is DO3.
Yeah, we've seen it. There's a lot of crazy video, also from Naples too, and we've got people who have taken all kinds of pictures and videos of it from all kinds of different angles. So, yeah, it's I did not think I'd spend the vast majority of the stream focusing on down there today, but I do imagine that here in the next little bit, we're probably going to kind of go back to focusing on the ice and snow portion of this storm. So we're going to be sticking with you through as long as you're out there today.
That sounds good, Ryan. We're definitely getting an increase in the precipitation rates up here, too. And we are mixing in more droplets. The temperature has increased a little bit at the surface to 29 degrees, but we are starting to get more of those super cool droplets coming down. So I'm definitely seeing freezing rain mixing in with these sleet pellets as I am heading toward the Greer, South Carolina area, and then up north toward Traveler's Rest. So the ice storm continues out here. Roads incredibly slippery, solid sheet of ice now, especially with those vehicles starting to compact some of the wet snow that fell overnight, and in combination with the freezing rain, super cool water droplets coming down. So definitely an impactful ice storm happening here in upstate South Carolina.
So that was the latest from extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who's working with us today to provide coverage of the ice and snowstorm ongoing in South Carolina and North Carolina. So he's been right around that Greer, South Carolina area all day today. We thought maybe he'd go up towards Charlotte, but now it sounds like he's going to go back towards Greer and then maybe up towards the mountains of North Carolina there after that. So huge shout out to Reed Timmer. It's awesome to be able to work with him, and he's also always it seems like he's always there, in the part of the storm that needs to be seen. So anything that comes through from Reed that needs to be seen will be displayed here. And of course, if you want to see him full screen, you can always go to his channel too, Reed Timmer on YouTube. He's got a very good channel as well. Please subscribe to him if you haven't already. But I'm guessing if you're subscribed to me, you're probably already subscribed to Reed Timmer. Here is the latest from this crazy storm that's more than likely producing a tornado or a water spout near Everglades. Like, that area of rotation is literally going to go over the downtown area of Everglades. So either there's a water spout that's coming in that's going to produce a tornado here, or there's going to be a very strong rotating mesocyclone come through. Either way, it's going to be very significant. So please, I hope everybody in the Plantation Island and Everglades area is in their safe spot right now. This is just a radar-indicated tornado warning, okay? But we're going to treat it as if we know for sure there is a tornado on the ground. Yeah, Everglades, take cover now.
Engine 23, medic 21, medical emergency 13520, Penny,
100%. 100%.
Engine 23, medic 21, medical emergency 13520, Haniani, Trail East, Saint Finbar Chapel, cross of Trout
I was
Trail
gonna get a
and
sheriff officer to come to me, but I found one.
respond
Okay.
on control south.
Also, continuing to monitor Twitter here. I know a lot of you guys are sending me stuff. It'll take me a second to kind of get to where I can actually show it all. Because we do have a significant jump in rotation here on this water spout as it comes ashore. Like, look at that, guys. That is, you know, that's more than likely a tornado going through Everglades right now. Remember, this was going right near the Everglades Air Park. And then, you know, even this, the circulation is going to go through the part of the town there. If you're from here, you know what I'm talking about. It's going to go through the Triad Seafood Market and Cafe area all the way up to the Jungle Herbs airboat tours. All right. Like, this is kind of where, if there's a tornado on the ground, that's where I believe that it is. So we'll know very soon if we actually had some sort of touchdown here. Because there's a lot of businesses and people that are kind of in the path of this. Still not seeing anything too impressive on the correlation coefficient, though, so maybe we're not seeing any debris getting lofted up. Wow. Wow. What an eventful storm. We've been streaming now for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Once again, on this January 16th, 2022, it is currently 10:56 a.m. on the East Coast. We are watching, more than likely, a tornado once again go through downtown Everglades in Florida, southwestern Florida, north of Plantation Island. Additionally, this is now the next in line is going to be Okeechobee. Okeechobee. That's going to be the next place that can expect more than likely a tornado to come through. But the good thing is, I do want to kind of reiterate this. After this gets out of Everglades, it's going to go over a lot of nothing. And it's going to have plenty of time there to kind of wind down before it gets to Okeechobee. But we're going to assume that it's going to make it there, and we're going to stay in our safe spots. We're going to stay sheltered in place until this thing's over.
Copy that. You're being pulled by command. 04, you said? That's affirmative. Copy.
Yeah, that's a strong rotation signal. 100%. This is more than likely, once again, a tornado ongoing. You got the greens representing, inbound rotation. The reds representing, air going away from the radar. And you put those really close together, what do you got? You got counterclockwise rotation here that's likely producing a tornado. There's another really good view of it here. Still not seeing anything crazy on the correlation coefficient drop, which is a good sign. Good sign. Gatornators. Yeah, this area is full of alligators. I don't think that we're going to see the tornado just like be full of alligators, but that is maybe that'll get people to pay attention. We got Gatornators coming down towards Okeechobee.
Marco Beach Ocean Resort, cross of Winterberry Drive and Spruce Avenue. Respond on control south. Time out 10:57 hours.
Wow. Lots of great video coming in. By the way, I'm retweeting all this stuff.
Medic 90. Move up to zone 50.
Chad on Twitter there, he listened to me. I said I wanted a video of him trying to open the door, and he got it. So this is in Kentucky, Glasgow, Kentucky. Look at that. Now imagine double that. Now, a lot of people are going to see double that. Crazy. Ryan, there's a tornado within a winter storm. Yes. So today we are not only talking about snow, we're not only talking about ice. we're talking about tornadoes as well. Now, I keep saying that a lot of people in Florida maybe weren't prepared for this, but that's not to say that we didn't know that there were going to be severe storms and tornadoes today. We certainly did. And if you watched my videos, leading up to this event, you heard me talk about it. It's just, I personally didn't think that the tornado event would be the part that was the most newsworthy. Okay, I thought for sure we would be talking about the ice storm as the main event here. But no, we've had nonstop tornado warnings, lots of big tornadoes out here in Florida. And, now while we have some time, while this storm is between Everglades and Okeechobee, let's look at the broad picture again. Let's look at the whole radar here. And let me show you why this is happening. It's mainly because this is a huge storm, right? We have a low pressure center somewhere down here near Atlanta. And it's bringing in a lot of warm, moist air out in front of it from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. And then we've got a bunch of cold air coming in down behind it there, causing our snow on the northern side. So this is such a powerful storm that it's moving air in such a way that cold air is displacing warm air in a rapid enough fashion to cause thunderstorms down here. And then we have a huge lower level jet stream that's streaming into the center of this storm that's causing in the mid-levels some rotation that does get mixed down in the form of a tornado in some places down here in southern Florida. So that's why we're seeing tornadoes down there. Now, this line of storms is going to go all the way up into, it's moving into the Charleston, South Carolina area. Once this starts to go through Myrtle Beach, all the way up into the outer banks of the North Carolina vicinity, this is where we think, probably some really strong wind gusts are going to start picking back up again. All right. It is probably not a lot going on right now down here, but I do think you're going to get some very strong wind gusts. Now, up here to the north and west of that, we have an ice storm ongoing in portions of South Carolina, North Carolina, into the Charlotte and Raleigh areas. We have heavy snow breaking out in Danville and portions of West Virginia and North Carolina. We've got our Appalachian snow hole ongoing through a lot of the Smokies here as the southeast flow is getting cut off by the mountains, so you guys are just getting a big old bowl of nothing. And then on the backside, we've got some backside precipitation that's causing rain, snow, sleet, the whole 9 yards from Nashville up to Somerset and Pikeville, Kentucky. I'm in eastern Kentucky, and the temperature here is 32 degrees, and it is raining ice, as my wife said in a text message. It's sleeting, and then it'll go back to rain and then snow, and it's just something that's going to continue here for the next little bit. But at some point, we will switch over to all snow. I know a lot of you guys, a lot of people in this general vicinity were kind of thinking that we were going to have a huge snowstorm because, some people just get excited and post model runs too early. I've been telling you guys for a long time, if you've been watching the videos, I wouldn't get too excited here. Because I knew that we were going to have some problems with the temperatures and stuff. Wow. So here's a couple more pictures from the damage from the Fort Myers tornado earlier. Look at that. How does that even happen? There's somebody in there. Lots and lots of damage pictures and videos coming in from the Fort Myers area.
Control medic 1 show us back in service, clearing downtown, returning to station.
Copy that.
The season comes down to...
Oops. And we have a lot of people. We have a whole lot of people sending in pictures and videos. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. By the way, though, we do have a potential tornado going through Okeechobee right now. Once again, we don't have a confirmed tornado report or anything. But once again, just from looking at the radar, I think that if you're in Okeechobee, you got to be in your safe spot. This is past Everglades now, but the thing is now a huge area of straight line damaging winds is coming in. So do not come out of your safe spot if you're in Everglades. We're gonna keep an eye on this, and then we're gonna go back and forth between this and the snowstorm while I continue to filter through your guys' tweets. I want to show more pictures and reports from around the area. Really interested to see what's going on in the Charlotte, North Carolina vicinity all the way up to Raleigh. So
Yeah, right. I'm watching that likely tornado moving out over the Everglades, just northeast of Everglades City there. Looks like that tornado threat continues in South Florida, even though we do have a raging ice storm up here in upstate South Carolina. Watching that renegade moving out over the swamps.
yeah. So he's watching the same exact thing that we are. And once again, I still don't know for sure if we've got an actual tornado on the ground, but it does look like it. You know, you heard,
Looks like this car in front of me is struggling on this hill. Here we go.
Uh-oh. It looks like Reed's getting into trouble. But anyways, Reed Timmer, meteorologist, agrees with me here and saying that definitely looks like there's more than likely some sort of tornadic activity going on down there. But yeah, he's on... Where are you at there? I know, you're around Greer still, but what road are you on? Do you know? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, this is State Park Road between Greenville and Travelers Rest. So maybe the south side of Travelers Rest. It looks like he was just flipping out a little bit on that hill. Definitely icy out here, but I've got some pretty good snow tires. Good tread on the Dominator 4.
We're seeing a couple of tree limbs, and it looks like it maybe even a couple of smaller trees down as you're driving through here. Do you know, is that associated with the snow and the ice that we're seeing right now, or was that from a past storm, or what?
Yeah, those little trees that were leaning down to the ground, that is from the weight of the ice and the snow. I have seen a couple small branches down. Earlier tree down looked like it was from an earlier storm. But the wind has subsided a little bit up here in upstate South Carolina. But I imagine it's still cranking just above some of these hills and above the influence of the friction of the earth. But definitely really slippery out here on State Park Road.
All right. Well, continuing to watch you. Please be safe out there and keep chiming in with anytime you have any sort of radar analysis. We love to hear it over here, and we're keeping an eye on that storm down there near Everglades too. So yeah, never stop.
First one is going to be at 17260.
Okay, we got our link from Tim Grooms.
Never stop chasing.
There we go. Never stop chasing with storm chaser Reed Timmer there. Let's see here. Okay, so I've got the link for Tim Grooms, Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser, by the way. Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser on Twitter. If you guys want to go give him a quick follow, this is the guy that's going to be in the Mid-Atlantic region over there in the Delmarva, providing live coverage for us as the storm heads up that way.
Accidental activation. Copy.
So we're going to have eyes on the ground everywhere, except Florida, which is probably where we needed it the most today. But no problem. A lot of people are sending in pictures and videos, which is all we could ever ask for. Never stop chasing. The motto of Reed Timmer there, he's not only talking about storms, guys. Reed's a pretty positive guy. It's one of the reasons why I like working with him. He's one of my favorite people in the weather world. Never stop chasing anything. Your dreams, whether it's to chase down a tornado or not. This is kind of the message that he always propagates. And just in case anybody doesn't know why he says that all the time, it's just a inspirational message for you there. And I like it a lot. Let's see here. Launder University in Greenwood, South Carolina. We've got several trees down on cars. So it looks like some of the more significant, aspects of the ice storm are starting to become more apparent in South Carolina. It's going to continue to be the case as we go into North Carolina as well.
No elevator
Here's an update on our tornadic thunderstorm in north and east of Everglades and east of Copeland in Florida. It's still a massive amount of rotation. We still don't have a confirmed tornado yet, but I'm just about guessing that you know, if there's not one right now, there's one that's going to pop down at any moment. So if you're in mainland or Monroe counties down here, let's stay in our safe spots. Now, the tornado rotation has passed Everglades and Plantation Island over here. However, you're still experiencing very strong straight line damaging winds, so I would stay sheltered. We currently have 84,000 people. 84,000 people without power in South Carolina. That's almost the entire county of Newberry without power. Let's see here. Fairfield County, about half the counties lost their power. A lot of power outages starting to break out here in North Carolina as well, especially over here in the Appalachian Mountains where some of that heavier snows and ice is mixing in. We got about 20,000 people without power there. Georgia's got over 100,000 people without power in the northeastern section. We've been talking for a long time about the northeastern portion of Georgia and how you got to watch out for that, you know, all the problems that we're going to be having up there. Let's see, Florida also obviously has some power outages with this big line of storms that's coming through, and about 33,000 people without power there. Let's go back out to the full view here on the, what are we going to call this? I made a logo for this radar. The Storm Shield. I got the Storm Seeker truck. So this will, Storm Shield might already be taken. But for now, we're going to call it the Storm Shield radar. We still have that tornado watch and a couple tornado warnings ongoing down here in southern Florida ahead of this giant line of nasty thunderstorms. West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. You guys have still got this coming, okay? So don't let your guard down. It's still coming for you. And then, of course, up here as we get into the Carolinas, we're talking about ice, heavy rain, and it's cold outside. So you get ice accumulation. And then heavy snow into Virginia, West Virginia, and then just a literal mess. A sad, slushy mess from Nashville all the way up into portions of eastern Kentucky.
Okay, we may be almost done here, but just for now, I'm going to change your call sign to Search Team 2. You guys are searching.
Somebody said I still have Florida, I still have power in Florida. Thank goodness. Yes. We don't want to see anybody lose power. Unfortunately, I think that's going to end up being the #1 story of this evening. As we go later on into the day. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. Thank you, No Grizzly Gaming, for becoming a member. Thank you, Yannicka Quilt, for the contribution. And thank you, Tammy, for becoming a member. You guys are being super generous today. Love all of our supporters. Couldn't do it without you. We don't have the $1 billion, you know, advertisement corporation behind us, like pretty much everybody else that does this. We go a lot off of the support from you guys, so appreciate it. So here is Daniel LeMay in Chattanooga. It looks like it's snowing there, but nothing is sticking yet. So yeah, that's crazy. It's snowing. Like that's how big of a mess this is. Like it's snowing in Chattanooga, and you know, like to the north of Chattanooga, it's raining. To the south and east, it's freezing rain. Like literally every single type of weather is happening in Nashville right now. Or Tennessee, I should say. Beth Hart with a live report from a grocery store in Greensboro, North Carolina. Everything's gone. Remember, guys, if your power does go out this evening, you can always put your milk outside because it's going to be pretty cold after this storm moves through. Once we get on the backside of that low pressure system, temperatures are going to plummet. But yeah, a lot of people rushed out to the stores to get their milk and bread. Milk sandwiches are just a really popular thing whenever snow comes, I reckon. Man, there are so many pictures and videos coming in. You guys are blowing my Twitter up. It's hard to even get the whole storm on radar here.
Sanibel 2, Division A. Go ahead. So you're in Tropicana, correct?
Jared, thank you so much for that. He says, I love your channel. Kim, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Yeah, I see our milk and bread emotes are in the full force ahead there in the chat.
I'm right next to Squad 73. I've made it all up down this street, about to move, I believe, towards you. Okay, perfect. No, I appreciate it. That's what I was going to ask you to do, because I talked with Chief Wolf on the phone, and I was able to
Let's put together a little bit of a information panel here. Let's take Reed's video. You guys get to watch a behind the scenes. I'm literally building the scene right in front of you here. That's another thing you don't get on the Weather Channel. I don't know if you necessarily want to see this, but this is the magic. Just so we can kind of keep an eye on everything at once. How about that? Got the radar. We've got our storm chaser, and we got my face. And one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you over here to this view is we are getting ready to cross over 1,100 members. So we always like to celebrate our milestones here. And also, I'm just trying to, before I show you some of this stuff on Twitter, I'm trying to compile all the best images, so give me just a second.
Engine 60, public assist. Miami Trail East and Seaway Line. Respond on control south. Engine 60, public assist. Miami Trail East and Seaway Line.
And we'll go through and really show you everything. Yeah, we got another one from Chattanooga there. Greensboro, North Carolina. Okay, so let's start going through some of these. We'll go back and forth from this view to that view. Also, we're well on our way to 313,000 subscribers. Holy smokes. I don't know where we started today, but I'm pretty sure it was below 310. Ryan, there we go. Okay. So let me test this out. Once again, I'm literally live producing the scenes for the show here. Okay. So we're going to go back and forth between that view and the pictures you guys are sending in. So here we go. We're starting to see snow stick in Augusta County in Virginia. Thank you for sending this in. Once again, this is Augusta County in Virginia. We also have some snow coming down in Valley Crucis. I hope I said that right. This is in North Carolina. So you can see a lot, especially the closer you get to the Appalachian Mountains there. In North Carolina, the more, kind of intense the snow rates are going to get there. And we do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has
The
been
National
issued.
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning now for Belglade and Pahokee in South Bay, Florida. Belglade? Yeah, sorry. Belglade in Florida. This is for this storm right here, and that does look very interesting. So remember, we still have 2 tornado warnings here. We have our very strong area of rotation that I believe is almost certainly producing a tornado here north and east of Everglades. Oops. Let me go over to the radar. This is north and east of Everglades. But I mean, like, there's nothing over here. Literally, it's like a swamp. Okay, so unfortunately, the alligators are, you know, in a big danger here. But I think for the most part, this is not really directly affecting anybody. However, it's a different story when we go up here to this storm in near Clewiston. Let's see here, Clewiston and South Bay and Belle Glade. This is right next to Lake Harbor. Okay, so if once again we think that there's a tornado here, this is a radar indicated tornado. Okay, this is a radar indicated tornado, but I think almost certainly that this will go observed if there is a tornado on the ground and we get somebody from this region to kind of send in a report. It does look like there's enough rotation there to support the idea that a tornado is down. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. So that's, once again, that's our southernmost storm. And then this is the one a little bit further to the north. And yeah, I see a correlation coefficient drop there. Once again, this is right near Lake Harbor. And, you know, that could be hail, that could be this and that. But like I would just go ahead and assume that if I'm in Lake Harbor, I'm getting into my safe spot very quickly. Let me pull up the mesoscale here. Lake Harbor. This is south of Lake Okeechobee, literally right on Lake Okeechobee there. There's likely a tornado getting ready to go through Lake Harbor. We got the Just Right Incorporation there. We got South Bay, the South Bay boat ramp. The biggest part of the town there, with like where all of the stuff is, you know, like we got a Winn-Dixie down here in Belle Glade. We've got the Palm Beach State College and the Everglades Equipment Group, all that stuff. I think this tornado is going to go to the north and east or north and west of those very populated areas. However, right there in the Lake Harbor region, that's where I think it's going to go right over the road there, Highway 27. Highway 27 near the Aloe Vera Farm on the John Stretch Memorial Park, south and east of Guines Ranch. That's going to go more than likely over the lake too. So if you are in, like if you're in South Bay or Belle Glade and you can look off to your north and west, I don't know for sure if you'll see a tornado, but you might. It just depends on whether or not it's rain wrapped. Yeah, that's a significant rotation signature there. We're going to go back and forth between this storm and the other one that we're keeping a very close eye on, because both of these almost certainly have tornadoes with them. And look at that. Yeah, this one's got a very clear CC correlation coefficient drop with it. And that tells me that this thing is more than likely launching some debris up into the air. 2 ongoing tornadoes in Florida right now. If you're in Hendry, Palm Beach, Collier, or mainland Monroe counties, you got to get into your safe spot. You got to go. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, we are focused in on the tornado warnings here in Florida. Hendry, Palm Beach, Collier, and mainland Monroe counties are under tornado warnings. We think that there's a tornado near Lake Harbor, and we're fairly certain that there's a tornado on the ground east of Jerome here in Florida. So if you know anybody in this general area, yeah, it would be a great service. It would be a great help of you to kind of share this. Okay, put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, send it in a text message to a family member or friend. Because remember, these storms are still moving towards West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. Like, all these places are going to be impacted by these storms later on today. So we gotta make sure we get that information in front of more people. And they just issued a new warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Broward and then more portions of Collier and Hendry counties. Man, these counties must be really big down here in Florida, because I've read off Collier County like a million times today for several different storms. But anyways, yeah, they have reissued that tornado warning there for this storm. And I'm telling you guys, there is a tornado down right here. It is on the ground right now. racing up to the north and east. And yes, this is going to cross, once again, a nader alligator. I got to stop calling it that for the people who are just now tuning in. They don't know what I'm talking about. This is going to go across Alligator Alley there. Okay, this is going to go across I-75 between Naples and Fort Lauderdale at some point. Okay, it's not there yet, but I'm telling you guys, if you're on this road, if you're in Naples, for example, and you're thinking about heading east, I wouldn't do it. Or if you're in Fort Lauderdale and you're planning on heading west across Alligator Alley, I would stay clear of this, because today it is a tornado or a nader alley. What did I call it earlier? The alligator nader alley? Lots of tornadoes have went across the interstate there in Florida today.
Heading to ellipsis at 1499 South Breakaway Circle, 1499 South Breakaway.
All right. Let's see here. Yeah, so once again, this is in the middle of the Big Cypress National Preserve. Like, seriously, nothing. Like, there's nothing out here. Trees, I think. So thank goodness. Let's hope this thing dies out before it gets to the interstate. Continuing to update on Lake Harbor and the Belglade camp area. There's still a very good sign of a potential tornado moving through here, and the next places in line are going to be Pahokee and Canal Point on the southeastern side of Lake Okeechobee here in Florida. These are all of our weather, or tornado warnings that are in effect right now. We have multiple, but that's the ones that we're looking at right now. We just got an update from our Mid-Atlantic storm chaser. He says he's leaving now for the beach. I'll be going live in a bit. Right now, it's just too cold and dry in the Baltimore area. So we'll have a live stream up there in the Delmarva sooner than later.
Also, I've gone mobile as well, Scott. I'm working in an area east of Winkler, south of College, north of Cypress.
Once again, thank you guys for sending in these reports. So many coming in. Here's a picture from around where I live, once again. This is another situation where we've got ice accumulation now in eastern Kentucky. You can see it even kind of glazing up on the tree branches back here too. But like definitely on surfaces that aren't directly connected to the ground, and thin elevated surfaces are going to collect ice quickly. This is going to continue in eastern Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, West Virginia, and Tennessee. And it's only going to get worse. We got ice starting to build up in northwest Harnett County in North Carolina. Look at this. And you see, this is when it starts to get a little bit significant. If you get that kind of ice accumulation on tree limbs and stuff, that's when, wind gust comes through and really starts to, mess things up. So once again, this is in Harnett County in North Carolina. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the window. That is the definition of an ice storm, baby.
Yeah, if you guys can get your engine up to Plimosa here, come up the street you're on, we're cross streets with
We're gonna Brandy, I don't know if you're still listening, but if we've got any EMS stuff that we can listen to from, I guess, Hendry County or Broward counties, we might want that too. I think we're done with Lee County for now. We're going to stick with Collier County. I just don't want too much stuff to be going on in the background there. If you're just now tuning in, it is 11:29 a.m. on this January 16th, 2022. And we are tracking a major winter storm that's just now starting to really cause some problems with snow and ice. causing widespread power outages. And then also we've had multiple tornadoes today, damaging tornadoes with injuries and all kinds of crazy stuff. So, what we're kind of focused on right now is the tornadoes, but we are going to eventually shift our focus over to the ice storm coverage. Just as soon as we don't have any more tornado warnings, which I don't know when that's going to happen. Still a very, very strong area of rotation there north of Lake Harbor. If I'm in Pahokee, once again, or Canal Point, I am in my safe spot. I'm getting into the most interior room of my home. I am putting as many walls between me and the outside world as possible so that if there is flying debris, it doesn't hit me. Wow.
Patient contact.
Copy patient contact.
And then, of course, if you're just now tuning in, if you're wondering, like, who's this guy? Who's this guy that's up above Ryan's head here? Well, this is extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who is helping us out today by providing live coverage out there in the Carolinas. We are talking back and forth. We've got radio. We've got radio push-to-talk communication back and forth, which is something that I'm going to be able to do from now on with all of our storm chasers. I've got a really good system worked out to where in future storm chases, we'll be able to not only talk to Reed Timmer, but we'll have a live pinpoint on our maps and stuff of where exactly he is, which is going to be extremely valuable in a tornado situation. Obviously, we're going to be able to do that with Vince Welty, our resident storm chaser who's been working with us for a long time, and Brandon Kopic, and maybe even Tim Grooms in the future as we continue to expand the channel here, thanks to your guys' like really generous support and love and generosity. I think we're doing really good things here. So Reed is once again in South Carolina talking about the winter storm, the ice storm, the snowstorm there. And look, the winds are still ripping up in that area where he is, which once again, I was kind of estimating that we would see 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but he told me earlier that he thinks that he saw a couple 40 or 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts where the surface temperature is around 26 to 28 degrees, and it's raining. And that's why we're seeing that ice build up. The indoor humidity in my room here is 33%. It is kind of dry, but there's a lot of stuff that has to go on to cool this room. I don't have my back camera on today, but for those of you who have seen it, there's literally like 17 computer monitors in front of me. I have a lot of computers running at high speed. I need a humidifier. Well, I have one, but I need to actually fill it up. It's not that big of a deal. It's just because I'm talking so much. This is why I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit. Tell Reed to go get some hot chocolate while he's at the station. Oh, I'm sure he's got plenty of hot chocolate today. Just an update on our tornado warnings. We still have a warning there for Broward, Collier, Hendry, and Palm Beach counties in Florida. I-75, okay? They're literally right in the smack dab middle of Florida. I-75 between Naples and Fort Lauderdale. This is where I think, once again, we have a tornado down that's getting ready to cross I-75. I hope to goodness we don't have anybody on the interstate there, which I'm sure we do, but still, like, this is going to cross there probably within 20 minutes or so. And then up here over Lake Okeechobee, we have another strongly rotating storm with a tornado warning that's moving towards the Pahokee area. So it is snowing in Loganville, Georgia, just east of Atlanta. Wow. Man, it's crazy. It's odd how different everything is as far as who's getting snow and who's getting rain. Places way north of Atlanta, like me, for example, we're getting rain. And here we are, big snowflakes coming down for the grandson's first snow in Loganville, Georgia. Well, thank you for sharing that. Let's see here. We got a video coming in.
It's really crazy.
From Noah. Thank you, Noah.
Probably up to 70, I think.
Remember, if you're ever under a tornado warning, the number one thing you got to do is take shelter. But we do appreciate it. We do appreciate the live reporting out there. Let's see here. He says, right here is this clip. Like 2 minutes ago. It's super windy. I'm a really big fan, Ryan. I was just watching you, and I came outside, and that's what just happened. Hey, man, thank you so much. You got a bright future ahead of you there in the weather reporting world, and I'm assuming you're in the path of this big line of storms in Florida. And as you can see, the winds are ripping up out there. You can also see the clouds. If you notice the clouds, they're really low. We have those lower level cloud heights that are closer to the ground, which is helping for when we do see that vorticity kind of flip vertical and we see some of these tornadoes pop up. It's helping them make connection with the ground. And it's one of the reasons why I think we're seeing a lot of the tornadoes that we're seeing today, even though we're not seeing the massive rotation on radar like you normally would. So this is actually invaluable footage. Noah, thank you so much. Sheila is loving the Chattanooga snow. Look at those big flakes coming down in Chattanooga right now. Thank you, Sheila, for sending that in. There's some more pictures of the tornado earlier today. And we've got another video here saying it's sleeting super hard in Dalton, Georgia. So literally a little bit of everything going on out there this afternoon. Update on our tornado stuff, by the way. Rotation has really calmed down in both of those storms, so I'm not going to go back to those until we see an uptick in the rotation, but everybody in the warning needs to stay sheltered until the warning has been allowed to expire. Let's see here. Inbred says, can you go over the new weather models for us? Yes, I can do that. And I will do that here right in just a second. Vicky Watts became a high-risk member of the channel. Thank you so much, Vicky. That is super awesome of you. Chris Denene, thank you for the super sticker. Let's see here. Kevin with the $5 super chat. He says, this is for Echo's Piggy Bank. Oh, he's going to appreciate that one. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Red Silo became a high-risk member. Yeah, lots of support, lots of love out there. Jeffrey, thank you for the big super sticker. Tater Tips, thank you for that, man. Love it. Weather Nerds Unite. Yeah, I think we got the biggest and best community of weather-informed people, and also, of course, a few of us are weather nerds. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely no judgment here. The man, James Spann, tweeted out a beautiful video of, I guess this is a viewer-submitted video from northeastern Alabama. Look at that. This is happening right now in northeastern Alabama. Are you kidding me? And I've got slush. Anyways, Flat Rock in northern Sand Mountain in northeastern Alabama. Beautiful and very good drone work, by the way. That's awesome. There's an update on the tornado rotation. It is weakening, okay, but it is still approaching Alligator Alley, and we still have the warning. We still have the warning for Broward and Hendry counties. Let's see here. Spartan Fred became a high-risk member. Oh, we're over 1,100 now. Thank you. DS, Happy Bush, Lucas C. Thank you guys, seriously, for all the support. It's the calm before the storm in Hollywood, Florida. Yes, sir. We need a weather nerd emoji. We do. We do. We absolutely do. Ugh. This is a very unorganized scene, but we put it together on the fly today. Just so we can keep up with everything. Look at these giant cotton balls falling from the sky. Thank you for sending this in, Weather Nerd there in Tennessee. Got giant cotton balls falling from the sky there in front of Jimmy John's. 20 miles south of Nashville. So, yeah, let's get another big look at the radar here. It's been a second since we've done that. Yeah, man, it's still such a huge mess over here. It is this side of the Appalachian Mountains, it's a mess. Now, we have a lot of reports coming in of snow, right? In Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, but also a lot of rain. Additionally, some places are really piling up with heavy snow over here in Middle Tennessee, and then a lot of other places are still dealing with just rain. Where I live in eastern Kentucky, we have a mixture of all three things at once right now. Temperature is 32.2 degrees outside in my neck of the woods right here. Here's a look at downtown Nashville, and you can't, I'm pretty sure that you guys can't tell because the resolution's kind of low on this camera, but I think I see snowflakes. So even in downtown Nashville now, where it is just naturally warmer, we are dealing with snow now. So I think a lot of Middle Tennessee is going to switch over to all snow here before too long. Violent Storm, thank you so much for upgrading your membership to High Risker. Co-Marsh, Ryan, thank you for all you do. You're such an inspiration to me and many others. Much love from Louisville, Kentucky. No problem. You don't have to thank me for doing this. Seriously, I love it. This is, you know, I wanted to be doing the weather in some way, whether it was operational at the National Weather Service or a storm chaser or on TV. It didn't matter to me, but it just worked out to where this is the way that I like to do it. This is the way that I like to do it. I swear to goodness, people say all the time, like, well, you know, the bigger you get on YouTube, maybe a TV network will reach out to you one day and you can go work for the Weather Channel or something. Ha! Never. Never, ever in a million years going to happen. I absolutely love the dynamic that we have here on YouTube, and I think that it can only be achieved in a sort of relaxed, non-corporate situation like this. Now, don't get me wrong. The channel here, we're going to have supporters. We're going to have sponsors from time to time to help, you know, with our storm chasers and getting equipment and you know, but like it's never going to be the full goal of a live stream or a video to get viewers so that our advertisers are happy. It's always going to be solely about getting information out to people. And I think that that's literally, you can't achieve that if you have a giant company with 100 employees. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible. You have to do nothing but worry about money in that situation. And that's not bad. I'm not downing especially not the meteorologists that work for these media companies. They are great people. They're wonderful. But like it's never going to be the full in the full interest of a large multi-million-dollar company to solely be focused on the weather. Let's see here. Keith White, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Susan, thank you for that report. We got 34 degrees in Columbia, Tennessee, with heavy, fat snow, slushy. You know, that's another thing that's crazy, man. Like, not only are we seeing such insane, you know, kind of levels of what is going on right now? What is this? Why do I have two cameras? Hold on. I'm confused. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyways, not only do we have a lot of, you know, stuff going on the surface where, okay, it's 28 degrees, but it's raining, right? Literally 50 miles down the road, it could be 34 degrees and snowing. Like that's how mixed up the warm air and the cold air is in all of the layers of the atmosphere. And that's why a lot of your local weathermen got this forecast completely wrong. And that's why, you know, even though the weather models that we looked at in my, you know, analysis videos are completely wrong, because this is such a very, very complex storm that we just haven't seen in a while.
Control boat 90 in service.
It's been a long time anyways, and it's been a headache to forecast. It surely has. Okay, so I think that is Brett. Hold on, give me just a second. Yeah, so Brett Adair, he just now came live on the show here. So this is professional storm chaser Brett Adair, Alice Storm Tracker. He's the guy with Live Storms Media. He's in Memphis, Tennessee. He was our guy that was supposed to be in Tennessee today, but I think that he was out chasing late last night, so he didn't get to actually get out there. So I don't know what his plan is now. If he is going to head towards Nashville, we're going to stick with him too, and then we will also have eyes on the roads and stuff in Middle Tennessee. So I don't know exactly what Brett's doing, but that's another option we have for Storm Chaser there as we go later on into the evening. Now, the one that's been with us all day here is extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who is still in South Carolina, keeping up with our ice storm there, and we're going to stick with him through the rest of the evening as well. We still have tornado warnings for Palm Beach and Broward and Collier counties in Florida. That big area of rotation is crossing over Interstate 75 right now. But remember, it's the only thing that's in this area is Interstate 75, like and alligators. That's it. Okay, like so that's why I'm not like kind of hyper focusing on the radar here. We're going to wait until these storms get a little bit closer to some more populated areas. And then we still have that tornado warning over here for Canal Point and Pahokee. But the rotation with this has really calmed down a lot versus what we were seeing earlier. I need a haircut. It keeps moving around on me. I've been like so focused on making videos and stuff. I haven't even like because of how active the weather's been literally since December 5th. I've spent a lot of time in this room right here just talking to a camera, a whole lot of time. I'm hoping February is like the best weather we've ever had. Don't get me wrong. I love doing what I'm doing. I love doing the live streams and stuff, but I need to get out of the house for a second, man. Let's see here. I'm Dad said, I sent you a video on Twitter. Okay, I'll check that out here in a second. Kate Wampus became a moderate risker. Thank you so much for that. Brad, Tammy, Lisa House. Storm Chaser Heidi Hamrick sent in a report saying we got 5 inches of snow in Shelby, North Carolina. I'm hunkering down at home and not chasing today. I'll stick to severe weather. Southerners driving and snow equals disaster. That is true. That is true. A lot of people out there have this mentality that, you know, well, I'm going to go out in the snow. I'm going to drive around in the snow because I know how to drive. Well, okay, but like, what are you going to do when somebody coming towards you doesn't know how to drive in the snow and they slam right into you? All right, like that, you know, it's not just about whether or not you know how to drive. So that's probably a smart decision. Let's see here. I hope you got your milk and bread, Ryan. I did get my milk and bread. It does look like that band is gonna stick around where I live pretty long too. Like I'm surprised that we haven't had any power problems yet, and I'm just giving you guys a heads up. That is a possibility. That is something I'm working on, though. Like, once again, with your all's continued support, there will be a day where we don't have to worry about anything like that. Daryl, thank you for the big time contribution there. Glenn T, Keith White. It's really hard for me to read all these, but thank you guys. I appreciate every single little bit of support from y'all. Here's an update on Florida, because I know we have two big groups of people that are watching right now. We have a lot of people in Tennessee through the Carolinas who are worried about the winter storm, and then probably an equal amount of people down here in the southern portion of the world or the country that are worried about the rain and severe weather. We only have 2 tornado warnings right now. It's down here east of Naples, okay, south of San Carlos Park and Bonita Springs, along I-75. Let's see here. That's actually a little bit outdated, but still, everything I said is still relevant. It's east of Naples, but a little bit closer to the central portion of Florida now, okay, near Pahokee, south of Indiantown, south of Palm City. Once again, these storms are going to be working their way into Palm Beach and West Palm Beach before too long. So let's hope that they continue to show signs of weakening, but we have these little, look at this. We have these little supercells popping up. And that could be a problem. That could be a problem. That's what you don't want to see. So these renegade supercell thunderstorms that are popping up ahead of the main line here, these are the ones that can kind of, we kind of joke around and we call it tornado juice on the channel. When a storm forms on a day like today in Florida, there's a lot of energy out there, right? There's a lot of... without getting too technical, we're just going to refer to it as tornado juice or nadir juice. And in order for a storm to produce a tornado, it has to have access to this nadir juice, right? And usually what happens, let me pull up this radar. I can illustrate this a little bit better this way. Give me just a second. Usually what happens is if there's an ample amount of tornado juice in the atmosphere, what happens is a big giant line of storms like this will pop up, and every single square mile of that storm has to share the available ingredients or the tornado juice in the atmosphere, which means that the storm's not going to be as strong, okay, because that energy is being spread out amongst a big, wide area. Now, every once in a while, in a very, specific situation, depending on what the weather conditions are like, you'll get a renegade supercell thunderstorm that pops up all by itself ahead of that giant line, and it gets first dibs on the tornado juice, and it's allowed to kind of absorb and do whatever it wants with all that energy. And that's why we really worry about these kinds of storms when they pop up. So right now we don't have any warnings on these storms, but that's what I'm going to be watching as we go into the future, because those are the kinds of storms that can cause problems. And this is happening all the way down here too, towards Flamingo. Miami, you've got some big storms heading towards you. I would not let my guard down if I'm in Miami. Fort Lauderdale too. This is once again going to get pretty interesting here in the next little bit as these storms grow. We'll see what happens with them. We still have we still have 2 tornado warnings in effect from our storms that we've been watching. You can see the big red boxes there. This one, the storm that's crossing Interstate 75 now, I think that's weakened quite a bit. And then our storm that we've been watching that's going across the Lake Okeechobee and past Canal Point, that's also weakened a little bit. So I don't know if they'll continue those warnings or not. Now our focus is probably going to be mainly centered in on these storms that are approaching Fort Lauderdale and Miami. Nader juice. It's just a lot of people in my position would start throwing words at you like 850 millibar, lower level jet stream, convective available, potential energy, storm relative helicity, and you're just like, what? And I'm just like, hey man, Nader juice. It means the same thing. The Gator Nader. Gator Nader juice. Oh man, that's we could make that and kind of rival Gatorade down there. We've got Tina Green. Tina Green. I don't know. This just popped up on my feed here. Watching down there in actually I don't know. I guess in Florida, and it still has the Christmas tree up. I like it. I like the vibe. I like it.
Engine 75. Lift assist. 6600 Fisher Gate, Maine. Respond on control south.
Still waiting on our Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser, Tim Grooms, to put up his live stream. That way we'll have eyes everywhere.
Cross of Clayton Hill, Maine, and Lampton, Maine. Respond on control south. Timeout 11:54 hours.
I'm going to really quickly message our other Storm Chaser. Love it. Still have my tree up too. I would, if it wasn't for Steph, I would probably just leave up the Christmas tree year round. It's easier and it just makes you feel good, right? When you see the tree. Why only do that for part of the year? Maybe it'll lose its effect. I don't know. Somebody just asked. We still do have the tornado warnings down here, but I don't think that they are going to be lasting much longer. I think what's going to happen is the tornado warnings that we've been, looking at here, that the storms that have prompted them, those tornado warnings are going to be allowed to expire, and then we're going to see new ones starting to pop up as these new storms maybe try to take hold, especially down here in extreme southern Florida. But what we hope for is that these renegade supercells that are popping up kind of weaken out and that nothing really happens with them, which is definitely a possibility. So that's what we're going to hope for as we go forward. I don't know what Reed's trying to show us there. Oh, was he showing the sun? I just got a quick peek there. Are we seeing sun peeking through? Or is that what we just saw there in the sky with you? I don't know if that's what we saw or not. He's going to think I'm crazy if that's not.
Yeah, Ryan, that is sun coming through here in between these convective bands of sleet and freezing rain. I think we're right beneath that dry slot that's ahead of the upper level low, and it's filled in with these different bands of convective sleet, basically like slant-wise convective instability. But with every single one of these passing bands of sleet and freezing rain, the wind really ramps up, gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour, mixed down by kind of the convective nature of these little bands. So I imagine that with every single one of these wind gusts, more and more people are probably losing power.
Yeah, he's right. The wind gusts, it's incredible that we're having that kind of wind gust already. And the surface low is still kind of tracking off to the north and east there. So that's going to be happening for a while.
I'm headed southbound here now on Highway 25, headed kind of in the direction of the Furman University area too. So there's some hills a little bit further south here on 25 and 276 that a lot of times people will get stuck on. So I'm going to go check it out.
All right, and speaking of power outages, Newberry County there in South Carolina, almost the whole county is without power right now. And throughout the entire South Carolina state, we've got 100,000 people down, and it's going up by about 10,000 every 20 minutes or so, it looks like.
Wow, I believe it. It is nasty out here. Seems like the temperature's holding steady at about 28, but definitely is getting a lot more windy with time with each of these little convective bands that are moving through. And just incredible to see the sun in between them. You can almost feel the convective instability out here. It almost feels a little bit like a lake effect event, seeing that sun, and then the visibility drops. The wind picks up with each one of those bands that move through.
So it's always nice to have that really in-depth meteorological input from Reed Timmer. Once again, he's out there in South Carolina chasing the ice, sleet, the snow, the rain, all of it. So we're very grateful to have him. And once again, he's saying that the road conditions are really bad. He's saying that everything's really slick. But one thing that I think we're not seeing in this part of the world here in South Carolina, like we are seeing here in Kentucky and a lot of other places, is just a lot of static ice accumulation on tree branches, on power lines and stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, it is happening, but I would probably say that in the northern part of South Carolina, specifically where Reed is right now, a lot of these power outages are coming specifically from that heavy wet snow and then the wind. Okay, now some parts of South Carolina are seeing a lot of ice accumulation, but right here around that Greensville or Spartansburg area, I think the wind is a lot of what's causing all the problems. But things are going to continue to change. Like he said, you can see the sun peeking through. It's almost like these convective storms or like, kind of like rain showers are popping up. And that's going to continue to add to any sort of ice accumulation that we do have in South Carolina because the temperature is still 28 degrees there where he is. Let's see here. David G. What's up, David? He says, "Hey, Ryan, I've been listening all morning. I'm apparently a junkie." Can you take a look at the new models and see what you're seeing for the Northeast? Yeah, I will do that right here in a second. Maria, no problem. Let's see here. King Isaac, it looks like a bust in Nashville. Maybe too soon to say. Depends on what forecast you were looking at as far as trying to determine whether or not that was a bust. If you thought you were going to get a big old bunch of snow in Nashville, then yeah, this is probably going to be a bust. But there wasn't a whole lot of reason to think that. I still think there's a good chance for you, though. I still think that there is a decent chance that you're going to get some back-end accumulations on this. Richard Bacon, thank you. Thank you for that. Headed that way. Okay, so we do have Storm Chaser Brett Adair on his way to Nashville, so we're going to see what's going on the roads there between Jackson and Nashville here within the next little bit. I got to make sure I get him on Zillow. Kyle Rose says radar is showing snow in Louisiana, but at my house it's raining. Yeah, radar is showing snow here in my neck of the woods as well, but it is also raining. Lots of rain and snow and mix, and once again a huge mess in Tennessee and Kentucky today. A lot of that ice, a lot of the heavier ice is happening over here in the Charlotte up through Greensboro and Roanoke regions of North Carolina and Virginia. We are just getting started with this thing. So yeah, now we have professional storm chaser Brett Adair, who is on I-40 heading towards Nashville. Well, it looks like we might have some internet connectivity problems there, but he's going to be our eyes and ears down there in Tennessee. And then we also have, of course, in the Carolinas, we have extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer. And then here within the next couple of minutes, I think we're going to have a storm chaser in the Delmarva area, which around Baltimore, Washington, D.C. and stuff. And I think we're starting to see some snow showers break out there too. So I don't know exactly when he's going to come on, but as soon as he does, we'll pull him up. Hey, I like this one, Jason. Everyone enjoys watching your show. Look at that. I love that. That's pretty cool. Everyone enjoys it. All right, so we got a Brett in here. Brett, allow contacts. Oops.
Control on 23.
Where's he? Where'd he go, buddy? Oh, there we go. Give me just a second, guys. Live producing a show here. Hey, Brett, just testing this out, making sure you can hear me.
Yeah, man, I can hear you. Do you have me clear?
I got you clear. Hear you loud and clear. Also, we are cutting back and forth to your feed there. Just want to confirm, are you on I-40 heading towards Nashville?
Yeah, Ryan, I am on I-40 headed eastbound toward Nashville, just east of Bartlett, Lakeland, Tennessee, about to pass through the city of Arlington. As you can see, we've got snow all over the ground here. It did snow pretty heavily early this morning in the Memphis metro and areas surrounding. The roads so far are pretty clear, but I know that's going to change rapidly as we get closer to Nashville.
All right, sounds good. We're going to jump back and forth between the radar and you, and anytime anything pops up that you that we might miss, just feel free to chime in on here, and we'll broadcast it here, okay?
That sounds good, Ryan. I'm going to continue east and get into more of the messy stuff, and I'll be back with you in a bit.
Okay, so now we have Brett Adair in Tennessee. We have Reed Timmer in North Carolina. And just give me 1 second. I'm going to see if our Mid-Atlantic chaser is live yet. Not yet. Okay. All right. So we're gonna wait on him. And in the meantime, we still have that daggone tornado warning up here. How annoying, right? Hold on. Let me check on this. Let me check on this for my Floridians who are tuned in. I don't see it. I don't see it. So if you are under this tornado warning, if you're in Palm Beach County in Florida, over here north and east of Canal Point and south of Indiantown, the National Weather Service still has a tornado warning for you. Stay in your safe spot until they discontinue that, but I don't see it. Okay, I don't see any big reason to be concerned here. So I'm going to now look at the forecast models because a lot of people have requested that we do that. So let me do that now. So if you're interested in what's going to happen in the future, if you're in Tennessee, Kentucky, anywhere that's in the path of this storm, we're going to take a look at the forecast models now. We have new forecast models that have just ran out. And we're going to get right into that right now. Let's do it. David, thank you for becoming a member, man. Thank you so much. Seriously, guys, for all the support today. Let me make sure everything's looking right. What time is it? 12:08 p.m. All right, so let's go over to the weather models. Down there on the bottom right, you see where it says NAM North American 3-kilometer model. Up above that, you can see the time. All right, that's always going to be there in Eastern time. So if you want to keep up with the timing on this, make sure you pay attention to that. We are looking at what the radar could look like as we go into the future, okay? This is kind of around what it looks like right now. We still have our big mess of snow, rain, sleet, freezing rain, moving through portions of central or middle Tennessee through Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi. Here's our big line of storms that's coming through Florida that's causing our tornadoes. And then once again, like I said, around Myrtle Beach points north and east towards the outer banks of the Carolinas there. This northern portion of the storm is also going to pose another problem with maybe seeing a bunch of straight line damaging wind gusts and maybe a couple more tornadoes. So let's put this forward. Let's go forward 2 hours. By 2 p.m., not a lot changes here, okay? We're going to be seeing a lot of the same things that we're seeing right now over here in central Tennessee or middle Tennessee, but it's going to be a little bit colder. So if you've already started to see that changeover happen there in middle Tennessee for snow, it's only going to get more snowy from here on out. Okay, we're locking it in, and hopefully from at least 1 p.m. on, or that would be noon for you guys on, hopefully we're going to just be talking about all snow from that point. Okay, unfortunately, we've been dealing with some old cold air, and we've had to wait for this pivot of the low pressure system to come through to kind of pull down some new cold air, and that's what's going to start happening here. Same thing up there in Kentucky. All right, a lot of this snow, or a lot of this freezing rain that I'm getting in my neck of the woods right now is going to turn over to snow as it moves into central portions of Kentucky. We're talking about Moorhead, Lexington, all the way up to Cincinnati. And then, this is going to be heavy snow at times. So I do think some people are going to see some good accumulations here. Once again, just like I've been saying for this whole time, I don't know where these snow maps came from, where everybody said we was going to get a foot of snow in Middle Tennessee. I don't know. That's definitely not what's going to happen, but you're going to get a respectable amount of snow if you get under the right band here as we go later on into the day. And then look at this. Eastern and Central Ohio, I think you guys are definitely going to be the winners. Let's actually zoom out a little bit so we can see that a little bit better. Eastern Central Ohio, you guys, I think are going to get clobbered with snow, and same thing around the Western PA area. Around 9 p.m. tonight, it's going to be pouring the snow through a lot of Pennsylvania, North Jersey, even in the New York City area, we could be seeing some snow. But here's the problem, right? We've got this big low pressure center and that winding motion on it with the giant low level jet streak moving in, and it's going to cause that warm air to advect into the central portion of the storm, which is then going to change over the snow to rain or freezing rain for a lot of people there. So all that beautiful fresh snow that's getting ready to fall in Pennsylvania is going to be essentially washed away or melted almost immediately as we get into the early morning hours tomorrow with that nasty rain snow mix moving in. Now, look, another thing I want you to pay attention to is over here on the coast in the Delmarva area. Later tonight, we're going to see some very strong winds, some damaging winds maybe, and some coastal flooding as this low kind of pulls in that Atlantic water towards the coast. All right, around, let's see here, 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., we're going to see that heavy wind go through Long Island. And then once we get up here, let's zoom in on the northeast. Once we get up here to the Cape Cod area, this is where I think we're going to see some extremely intense winds. Around 90 miles per hour, maybe off the coast of Cape Cod. All right, this does not mean that there's going to be 90-mile-an-hour winds like on your doorstep or in Boston, for example, or in Newport. You're going to be seeing the 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds, but just off the coastline there, over the ocean, we're talking about 90-mile-an-hour winds, which is likely going to cause some coastal flooding problems over here. And look at that. 105 miles an hour as we go up towards Maine. And this is going to be a huge windstorm for Nova Scotia, too, by the way. So this is just a very, very big storm. It's a, extratropical mid-latitude cyclone. Let me show you the satellite here. This is always very impressive for people who don't normally kind of keep up with this kind of stuff. This is the rapid intensification of our storm, and this is what the satellite's going to look like as we go later on into the night, into the early morning hours tomorrow. That is literally explosive. Our storm's going to explode as it goes up to the coast. Dump snow on Ohio and a bunch of rain and strong winds in the northeastern portion of the United States. So super dynamic setup. Very, very strong storm. Very weird storm. Like if you haven't been watching my forecast videos, you probably haven't heard me say it, but I do think that this is a strange storm. It's just been a headache to forecast, but now here we are, and it's a beast. It's certainly a beast. This is what it looks like now on the radar. We've still got snow up here on the northern side, or at least a mix of snow and sleet and rain and all that, and then strong storms on the southern side. And we're keeping up with all of the latest, including an ongoing tornado warning here in Florida, which is, fine, but I don't get it. let's stay in our safe spots if we're in Palm Beach, Florida. But for the most part, I think that all you're going to get out of this storm right now, I think, is like a big, strong gust of wind. What I'm really concerned about, and I'm watching closely, are these renegade sails that are popping up here. Which, you know, the good news is we haven't seen a lot of development from these. And hopefully we continue to not see that. But I'm watching it closely. I'm watching it very closely. Oh, look at here. We've got a tree down in front of old Reed. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is in South Carolina. I have a terrible memory. I don't remember what road he said he was on, but he's near Greenville, and we're already starting to see trees down, and obviously a lot of power outages down here.
Medic 23, move up to zone 50.
Yeah, and yeah, once again, we are seeing an increasing risk of damaging winds in the coastal New England area tonight. I'm telling you guys, there's going to be hurricane force winds through a lot. Like people, that's another thing people are going to be surprised about. I think a lot of the weather coverage has been focused on the ice and the snow, and that's great. That's a big part of this. But another big part of it is going to be that lower level jet stream cycling down hurricane force winds into places like New York City and Newport, Rhode Island. So hopefully we've done everything we could here to kind of get that message out. Let's see here. Sunset. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Allison says, thank you from Vermont. Sunny says your coverage is fantastic. We are ready for what hits in Connecticut. I'm so glad we have a lot of people watching from all over the place. It's a unique ability that we have here to reach so many people. Once again, if you're a local news market, the only people who are tuning in usually are the people in the local area, which is fine. But we have a pretty broad reach here, which makes it really unique as far as trying to get storm reports in from a lot of different places. And by the way, I do appreciate everybody who has sent in a picture or a video. I haven't got to show all of them, but every single one of them is absolutely appreciated. And I would just about bet my bottom dollar the National Weather Service offices are monitoring my Twitter feed. So a lot of times that will also be seen by them, but it doesn't hurt to tag the National Weather Service as well. And looky here, Jeff Watts. Jeff Watts has got the whole family together watching some Ryan Hall, y'all, this noon or this afternoon. We got the dog. We got everybody together watching the Ryan Hall, y'all. Thanks for sending that in, man. That was awesome. Once again, we are watching Storm Chasers Brett Adair and extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer out here, who are providing live video for us. Brett is having some problems with his internet connectivity, but that's fine. The closer he gets to Nashville, the more we'll be able to keep up with that. But as you can see, he's on I-40 somewhere between Memphis and Nashville. I don't think he's quite got to Jackson yet, but as you can see, the road conditions are fine. What I think is going to happen is as he gets closer and closer to Nashville, we're going to see these road conditions really start to deteriorate, especially because as he gets closer to Nashville, we're going to be heading later into the evening, which means that we're going to be colder and more of that snow is going to be sticking. Quick update on the weather situation or the tornado situation. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Can we get some thank goodnesses in the chat? Whew. That was wild. That was a wild string of tornado warnings. Yeah. And I hope we don't see any more, but just in case we do, I'm going to make sure I leave up all the warnings situation or all the warning meters in front of me here. I don't know what's going on with Reed. I missed it. Did they move that tree or did he turn around?
Engine 42, you can be in service.
Reed, I think I missed it. Did you move that tree or did you turn around? Well, I would love to seen him out there.
I just pulled in front of the tree. There's a vehicle that's stuck right next to the tree. I tried to push the vehicle through, and now they're right even with that tree and about to get pulled out. But looking here, all along Furman Golf Course, very large trees are down. Some of these big loblolly pines and some of the deciduous trees are definitely coming down as the wind's starting to ramp up. So beneath this clear slot, even though the precipitation is a little bit lighter and more showery, it is more convective, but it is also mixing down those stronger winds. So the winds are ramping up out here big time. So definitely seems to be getting worse across the upstate, even though the precipitation is a little bit less. The winds continue to crank.
So there you go. That's the latest from Reed Simmer. Lots of trees coming down out there, and it is only getting worse. Because the thing is, even though we don't have that big giant shield of precipitation over this portion of the Carolinas right now, these tiny little convective bands that he was talking about earlier are just kind of like misting the area, and that's just easier for ice to accumulate that way. So
check out this tree here on 29, right on the south side of Travelers Rest. Pretty large tree that's down.
I don't know how much of a delay we have on our video feed, but I'm assuming we'll see here in a second what he's talking about. But as we heard him say, we've got a lot of trees down, some large trees down, even in and around Travelers Rest in South Carolina. And I believe that this is likely going to be the case for a lot of the northern part of South Carolina and even into portions of North Carolina. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's a big one. That is a large tree down there, and we're just going to continue to see this happen. We're going to continue to see this happen as we go later on in through the day. Let me get an update for you on the power outages there. We're over 100,000 now. We are over 100,000 people without power in South Carolina. Once again, Newberry County, about half the county is without power still. North Carolina, we're dealing with 50,000 power outages. Tennessee, we got 10,000. Georgia still got 76,000, and then Florida's got 28,000 power outages currently being reported. And look at that, we got an ambulance coming down the road there. Looks like the conditions are definitely rapidly deteriorating in Travelers Rest in South Carolina. And I want to show you guys what I'm talking about here when I say, I think this is going to be the case for a lot of people. Everywhere that's in the pink here, from northern South Carolina all the way through portions of, North Carolina, that includes Charlotte, Greensboro, all the way up to Roanoke. This band of precipitation and the temperature gradient that you find yourself in right now isn't going to move much as that low pressure center kind of pivots up the East Coast. So if you think it's bad right now, if things are going downhill right now, it's only going to go worse as we go later on into the evening. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate you. Surface temperature in my neck of the woods is still 32.4 degrees. I can't believe that we're still not below freezing. We started off the stream at 30. Not fair, man. It's totally not fair. Man, some of these videos that are coming in of the Fort Myers tornado are just absolutely incredible, and I have to show them. I have to show them. Look at this. This is Nash Rhodes. He posted this out there. This is from Nisha Gunn. Can you imagine being out in the parking lot of Walmart or wherever this is and looking down the road and seeing that? Not only is that a big, scary tornado, it's moving fast, man. It's booking it down the, I'm assuming towards the Alligator Alley there because that's where they all went today. But holy smokes, you can see the power flashes as well. Wow. Lots of stuff happening today. I am once again going through your tweets. Let's see here. Monsanto Boulevard. So things are actually going downhill near Huntsville, too. Check this out. This is Colin Landry. The boulevard's closed right at Burritt on the mountain due to an accident. So the Appalachian Mountains tail there in the northeastern side of Alabama, we're seeing lots of problems. Lots of problems. And it's stuff like that that's going to continue to be the case from there in Alabama into Georgia, maybe into portions of Tennessee, and especially into North Carolina and Virginia. That's the scene that we're going to see unfold as we go later on into the day. We need to just give Reed the Storm Seeker. That's probably a better dynamic anyways. I'll just stay here, do this. Reed will be the full-time Storm Chaser out in the Storm Seeker. And that way he can just pull that tree out of the way. He can be out not only reporting on the weather, but just out there single-handedly slinging trees out of the road. All right? He's like, you know what, Ice Storm, you are not holding up traffic today with our big 12,000-pound winch on the front of the Storm Seeker. Thank you, Charles. Inbred said, Ryan, could you put a word into the meteorology gods to make it snow big in Frankfort, Kentucky? I will type that in. I'll send that in right now. Ryan, do you have an uncle? Yeah, I do. Let's see here. Let's see. Cold and snowy in Waynesboro, Virginia. So we do have snow breaking out in Waynesboro, Virginia. Looks like it's starting to stick pretty good there, too. Too bad. It's more than likely going to get washed away by some rain later. Too bad. Hopefully not. Hopefully the dry air infiltrates before the warm air. That way you at least get to keep some of the snow. The power is out in a portion of the Pinehurst and... Oh, my goodness, look at that. Carol Owen. I did not see that one coming. Let me show you this video from Carol. Thank you for sending this in, by the way. So she says there's a power's out in Pinehurst and Southern Pines area of North Carolina. She's just getting some footage, and then this. Be careful out there. You don't want one of them falling on your head. And trust me, a lot more of them are going to fall as we go later on into the day. Let's go back to our 4-panel view. We're keeping up with Storm Chasers Brett Adair and Reed Timmer, who are providing live coverage for us today on the road conditions. In our major winter storm, Brett is in Tennessee on I-40 heading east towards Nashville, and Reed Timmer is currently making some videos about how trees are falling into the road in South Carolina. He's near Travelers Rest in South Carolina. That's where he is right now. Additionally, we started off this stream with a bang, really talking about tornadoes, right? We had multiple tornadoes earlier today. And if you're just now tuning in, maybe you're in Florida and you're still concerned about the tornado possibility. Well, the thing is, a lot of the looks to me like a lot of the tornado potential is decreasing. Okay, so let me take you over here to the full radar view. This big line of storms is crossing now into some of the more populated areas of southeast Florida. Palm Beach, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. But like I was saying earlier, in order to get the big tornado kind of storms, we have to see the sort of supercells pop up, which it looks like they are popping up, but they're not really getting their act together before this giant line of storms comes through. So hopefully we don't see any more tornado warnings. But if you're in Miami, Hollywood, if you are in Coral Spring, West Palm Beach, any of these places over here, do not let your guard down. Stay with me at least until this line of storms has went through, because there's all these little areas of rotation that at any moment could spark a new tornado. And you're going to hear it here first if that warning does come through, okay? Another little water spout out here south of Florida, it looks like. That might be heading towards Key Largo, okay? So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So, but for the most part, we are going to go back and forth between that and this, which is our major winter storm that's unfolding in the Kentucky, Tennessee, Carolinas, Virginias. Heading into the mid-Atlantic area now. It should start snowing there in D.C. within the hour, if it's not already. Vicky B, thank you for the support. Gina, thank you for that. Mike Estep, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. And I'm continuing to look at all your videos and stuff. Remember, if you do send me something, please try to include the general location. You don't have to say like what street you're on. Just say, you know, I'm in this county or I'm in this city in whatever state you're in. Going through everything. I am retweeting this stuff, by the way, so if you want to go follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all, to see it. First, before anyone else. All right, let me show you some of this stuff now. Okay, here's a picture from Maria Hurst. Says this is the Newfound Gap in Tennessee this morning. Look at that. We got a lot of road treatment crews or snowplow, snow removal crews out there today. Appreciate all you guys. I know we got a lot of you watching. Shout out to you. Also, here's a nice video from Courtney Meeks in Grundy County, Tennessee. With, once again, those big flakes falling. This is the kind of snow that I like. Now, obviously, if you get a big accumulation with this kind of snow, this is obviously heavy snow. It can lead to, a lot of heavy accumulation and like down trees and power lines and stuff. But it is the prettiest. It's the most beautiful snow, if you ask me. I love that. Thank you, Courtney, for sending that in. And then here's that video once again of the tree limb almost falling on Carol's head. Let's see here. Allison, thanks for becoming a member. Vicky said, have you seen the Dominator 4? Have you seen the Dominator 4? Ryan, you don't want Reed driving the Storm Seeker. You might have a point there. You might have a point there. That's funny. We got Jay. We got Jay down here giving us the thumbs up. Thank you, Jay74 or 4755 from Georgetown, Kentucky. Says keep up the good work. Well, thank you, man. I will do. Here's a view from Stafford, Virginia. Light snow started to fall about 15 minutes ago. No ice just yet. Yeah, a lot of you guys in Virginia, if you're tuning in from Virginia, a lot of you guys are going to see snow. And it's going to snow pretty heavily in the beginning, but then you're going to transition over to that ice, and you're going to lose a lot of any accumulation that you get. Or if you don't, it's just going to add to the slipperiness of what's going on out there. Here's Walkertown, North Carolina. Walkertown, North Carolina. Thank you so much for sending that in there. Robert Mitchell. It's wet, cold, and snowy in Nolensville, Tennessee, there in Williamson County. It's a good video. Thank you guys for being our Jim Cantoris. Everybody that's sending in a video right now, you are essentially Jim Cantori. There's 16,000 people watching. Thanks for your reports and your pictures. Here we go. We finally got snow in Lavergne, Tennessee, about 20 minutes south and east of Nashville. So we're switched over to snow south and east of Nashville too. That is good news. Always good. And here is, let's see here. Daryl says he's watching from Emergency Operations Central. Not much happening here for now. Well, thanks for tuning in. I know we got a lot of emergency management officers, a lot of emergency offices that tune into the live streams here. So shout out to all you guys. All right. Okay, let's get back to nowcasting. Once again, we'll go back to our 4-panel here, and we'll keep an eye on our storm chasers, Reed Timmer and Brett Adair, as I continue to talk about what you can expect next. Okay, so if you're in Charleston, West Virginia, you should be seeing some snow. Okay, and this big band of snow that's has moved through portions of eastern Kentucky. It's now moving up into the I-64 region. Okay, it's moving up into the I-64 region, and I think that it's going to stall out there. So, now here in eastern Kentucky, down around Johnson City, Abingdon, now we are getting in on the Appalachian snow hole. I talked about this, okay? I know a lot of you guys were looking forward to the snow, but it was very obvious from the beginning that we were going to get shafted by the Appalachian snow hole. However, if you're up here in the I-64 corridor between Charleston and Lexington, I think that band of snow is going to kind of stall out there, and I think you guys are probably going to get a pretty good thumping of heavy snow. Additionally, Ohio, okay, Southeast Ohio. I think Southeast Ohio is also going to be getting a very good amount of snow, okay, specifically areas around Parkersburg, all right, and then over towards Dover and right around that big fish fin of West Virginia near Pittsburgh. I think you guys are going to win with the snow today. Now, in Nashville, you got some heavy precipitation going on in Nashville. But every minute, it seems like we're getting closer and closer to the precipitation leaving Nashville. So it's taken so long for this to actually switch over to snow that I think that a lot of the accumulations in the greater Nashville area are going to be a lot lower than what you were hoping for. It's still very possible you end up with 2 inches. Which is pretty much what we were saying was going to happen, if you watch some of the forecast videos. Here's a look at downtown Nashville right now. You can see it's snowing. It is snowing, but it's really not sticking a lot. Really not sticking a lot. Here's a view from Reed Timmer there. Looks like we got power crews out working on the power outage problems right now as we speak. In the middle of the storm. Now that's dedication. Shout out to all of our linemen and people who help keep the lights on in a situation like this. Dangerous job, even if it's not like a big storm outside. On a normal day, that's a dangerous job. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, man. Here is a picture of some of the damage that we saw earlier today in Florida. More damage from the Iona McGregor area. This is from Claire at NBC2. Wow. You know, there are some tornadoes that, you know, that are strong enough to where it doesn't really matter. You know, if you're in the most interior room of your home or not, you're still going to have to deal with that flying debris and stuff. That's why I always recommend that you put on a helmet. A lot of people laugh at me, you know, when I recommend that, because I guess because you don't hear about that on TV or whatever. But like if you're in your house and the ceiling falls on you, you know, these are 2x4s. There's nails and screws hanging out of this stuff. Like, you want as much protection between your skin and your, you know, head as possible. All right. If you have a football helmet, if you have a baseball helmet, a bicycle helmet, especially for the kids, I know, because I know a lot of the kids have them. Put it on, all right? Put it on. Don't, you know, and I get it. You know, not every tornado warning are you going to get hit by a tornado, but what's it going to hurt? What's it going to hurt to just be prepared? And just in case something like that was to happen. I always recommend just like, you know, and I'm not even saying like don't go out and buy a bunch of helmets. Odds are you'll never be in a tornado. But if you do have one, stop by the garage there and slap it on. Obviously, the number one place that you want to be is underground, but a lot of people in Florida don't have basements. Looks like we got Tim Groom. Tim Groom's coming up for his live stream. So we're gonna have. I'm telling you, man, we're gonna have eyes all over this storm from every single angle. Let's stick with Reed here while I set up our Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser. I'm live on Facebook. Okay, so this might take me just a second to set this up. So I don't know if Reed is like narrating right now or not. Give me just a second. I'm going to set up something for you guys while I work with our other storm chaser here. I'm going to set up something to where you'll at least have something to listen to other than me just being silent typing. All right. So if Reed starts talking, you'll hear him, but give me just a minute here.
Caesar said it's only 26 miles off to the north. I'm going to go sample that next. Taking the bend here over to the 276 into downtown TR, Traveler's Rest.
It's different. It's very different when we do a live stream, when we pull it from Facebook versus YouTube. I just have to make sure that I'm doing this right so that it works here.
Sorry, guys. Shaking all over the place. Right down here next to that driving range. wet snow, bigger wind out near Furman Golf Course, more trees that are down near Furman. Still some freezing rain coming in. This ice storm is not over. Power outages are the big issue now. It's like Furman driving range has a generator at least. Or a Traveler's Rest, the driving range. Those are droplets of rain falling. Big droplets of rain. There's got to be an even bigger warm nose up above the ground that's causing that. This is some pretty heavy freezing rain now coming through in bands.
Awesome.
Yeah, freezing rain.
Okay. All right. So I think we're good now. Sorry about that. Sorry about the silence. But now I think we've got everybody under control. All right. We've got all of our storm chasers out here. We got Tim Grooms. Okay. So if you want to follow him on Facebook, he's the Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser. He is in the Delmarva area. So as this storm approaches further to the north and east, we're going to be able to have eyes on the roads and everything through him. And then, of course, all day we've been working with extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer. And then we've also got Brett Adair, who is on I-40 traveling from Jackson, Tennessee towards Nashville. Okay, so we're going to see the roads really start to deteriorate here. It looks like, yeah, he's just... I didn't really get a good read on those signs, but like he's got to be getting close to Jackson now if he's not already past it. So let's pull up this panel over here again, and I'm going to pull everything up so you guys can see it all at once. We're going to put me way over here because I'm the least important. You don't need to see my face. But just so you know, when I'm talking and it's not just a video play, and I will have me up here. Let's go over to Chaser 3, Tim Grooms. And let's copy that over here. Oops. Oh, yeah, I was on the right one the whole time. And let's put him up here. Look at that. Now, this is professional. This is professional. I don't care what you say. All right. Have you ever seen that? We got eyes in every single part of not only the sky via radar, but also, you know, through all of our storm chasers. So, and once again, guys, it's very important that I say this. Like, if it wasn't for your continued support, the super chats, the memberships, you just liking the videos and subscribing to the channel, we wouldn't be able to do this stuff. Okay. We would not be able to, like, obviously, we're making sure these guys are compensated. They're putting their lives on the line to give us live feeds. And all your support is also shared with them and anything that comes to me, okay? So thank you all for allowing us to be able to do this. This helps a lot, I think. Okay, anyways, let me read off some more updates here. We've got all kinds of stuff coming in. I'm pretty sure we've gained like 3,000 followers on Twitter, and you guys are blowing it up. Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm relaying the most important information. We got a lot of reports coming in of cars being stuck in North Carolina and Virginia, especially on the Appalachian Mountain side there. Lots of new power outages. Lots of new power outages coming in South Carolina as well. We are over 100,000 without power. We've got 3 hours of heavy snow that has been falling there in Radford, Virginia, and that's that heavy wet snow. So just to give you an idea of what that looks like, here we are. Chris, thank you for sending that in. Once again, big heavy flakes, big heavy snow. Amazing. And then let's see here. What else do we got here? It's been sleeting for a couple hours in Danville, Virginia. I'm trying to get an idea in my mind as to where the rain snow line is really setting up, especially on that side of the storm. Harrison, by the way, with a awesome video. What'd you film this with? A freaking cinema camera of some snow there. In who knows where he is? He didn't send a location, but thanks for sending that in. Looked like some snow, some slow mo windshield wiper motion there. I like that. Anyways, we also have, I just want to briefly go over as well, everybody that's just now tuning in, a lot of people are probably wondering like what kind of warning or watch or whatever you're under. Basically, everybody's either under a winter storm warning or a winter weather advisory at this point. And just know that the warning is worse. Okay, if you hear your city name and you're under a warning, you're probably going to end up with either a bunch of snow or some ice. That's going to cause problems. And then if you hear your city name and you're under an advisory, we're thinking maybe still snow, maybe some ice, but less. All right, or at least it'll be less impactful for you. So currently, Charleston, West Virginia is under a winter storm warning. Parkersburg West Virginia is under a winter storm warning. Lancaster, Ohio, Newark, Wheeling, Canton, Youngstown, Ohio, all under winter storm warnings. Now, Columbus, Ohio is under a winter weather advisory. Okay, but that warning might go off to the west just a little bit to include them. Cleveland's under an advisory. But just to the east there in Youngstown, Ohio, we are under a warning. We have a winter storm warning. Pittsburgh is probably going to be right in the bullseye of the heaviest snow with a winter storm warning. Williamsport, Pennsylvania is under a winter storm warning. Rochester, New York, Buffalo, New York, winter storm warning. However, over here in Syracuse, we've just got an advisory. Scranton, Pennsylvania, winter weather advisory. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, winter weather advisory. Let's see here. Now, here's an interesting thing. Frederick, Maryland, winter storm warning. But right next to you there in Baltimore, winter weather advisory. The closer we get to the coast, the less we're thinking we're going to be dealing with that winter weather. Philadelphia is under an advisory. New York City's not under anything just yet. We're mainly thinking about rain there. Hartford, Connecticut's under an advisory. Springfield, Massachusetts, however, is under a winter storm warning. Albany, New York's under a winter storm warning. Way up here into Vermont and New Hampshire, we are also seeing the vast majority of everyone in Vermont and New Hampshire under a winter storm warning. And then the northern portion of Maine, from Rumford all the way up to Greenville, is under a warning. And then the southern portions, or the eastern portions, I should say, like Lincoln and Enfield and Bangor, like all these places are under a winter weather advisory. Whew. Winter storm advisories go all the way down into portions of Mississippi, near Philadelphia, Mississippi, by the way. You're under a winter weather advisory. You got some snow, a little bit of snow that's going to graze the area. Basically just a lot of weather happening out there right now. Here's a full view of the radar. I know you guys want to see that. You can see our big ice storm, our ice area is advecting off to the north a little bit. And then we do expect for that to kind of continue up here into Virginia. So if I'm in Roanoke, I'm watching out. I'm watching out for the potential for not only some heavy snow to accumulate, but then on top of that, getting that glaze of ice. Southeast Ohio looks like you're going to get a lot of snow from this. More than 6 inches, certainly. Montreal, yes, Montreal. You guys are also going to get, you Canadians up there from Montreal up to Quebec, into portions of southern Quebec, sorry. You guys are going to get clobbered with snow too. You guys are going to be the real winners here. Oh, look at this. This is the kind of stuff. This is why people really get upset whenever the forecast doesn't pan out. We got Wendy sending in a picture of her brother-in-law using his snowblower for the first time. He got it for Christmas 2 years ago. So people, you know, when you start hollering snow, especially in the South, man, Southerners like to be prepared. A lot of us have the snow shovel and the snow blower and we got the bags of salt, right? And like it's not very often we get to use them. The weatherman starts hollering snow. We get excited. We get to pull this stuff out, get some use out of it, right? Spent money on it, or somebody did. And then when it doesn't snow, man, that's when the people really want to go out with pitchforks after their weatherman. Because they had this fantasy that they were going to be able to use their snowblower that's been sitting in the garage for too long. Rainsville, Alabama is in Snowtown, baby. Look at this. Thank you, Scott. Be careful out there on the roads. But this is a video from Rainsville, Alabama, where it is Snowtown right now. Snowtown in Alabama. I can't believe how many people in northern Alabama are getting really good snow. And I am sitting here with rain. It's really getting on my nerves. Let's see here. John, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Super awesome of you. Catherine, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Rick, thank you for the big support there. And IMC, thank you for that as well. You guys are just blowing it up today, being super supportive. I really appreciate it. I just got word from Reed Timmer. He's going to take a quick break, and then he'll be back with us live here. But as you can see, still around that Travelers Rest region of South Carolina, things are still pretty icy, pretty slippery out there. Oh, it looks like we lost Brett Adair's feed. I was wondering what was going on there. So if you're just now tuning in, if you're looking at, this stream right here, this is from the Delmarva area. This is from the Carolinas. We're keeping an eye on the snowstorm, the ice storm, and then up here, you know, on the East Coast, later tonight, I think a very prolific windstorm and coastal flooding storm. And we're keeping an eye on every single bit of it today. We're also monitoring your pictures and reports that are coming in through Twitter. Let's see here. So far, the snow in Lyman, South Carolina, Spartanburg County, just outside of Greenville. Look at that. There you go. Thank you, Scott, for sending that in. Thank you so much, Scott. Let's see here. Big wet flakes coming down earlier. Okay. All right. I've seen a lot of these. So thank you guys once again for sending in these reports. I'm sharing as many of them as I can. Oh, here we go. Here's Jenny showing us that it's snowing in Roanoke, Virginia, and there's still no ice yet. The more that it snows, okay, this is what I'm concerned with. Hopefully, we're going to hope that the models have been wrong and we're going to continue to have our cold air in place here in Roanoke and it's just a big snowstorm. But what you got to think about is the more it snows before the rain starts, the bigger the problem the ice is actually going to become, I think. Okay, so Reed Simmer is taking a break. Brett Adair's still with us, and Tim Grooms is still with us. Let's set up our panels here. Okay, give me just a second here. Give me... Once again, live producing the show. I'm so confused. For some reason, I don't have Brett's camera pulled up over here. I don't understand it. Okay, anyways, what I'm going to do real quick is I am going to also take a very, very quick break. I have been sitting here for 5.5 hours straight. We don't have any tornado warnings right now. So I am going to kind of just leave you with the radar and our cameras from our storm chasers here. Let's try this one out. What does this look like? Nothing, of course. We'll stick with this one for now. And then let me do one more thing. And then literally it's going to be like a 10-minute break. I'm going to try to eat a little bit more. You know, it's not very healthy just to sit for 7 hours straight. So we probably have another 6-hour stretch after this. So I am going to get up and move around a little bit. Please don't go anywhere. This is actually a good opportunity for you to maybe share the stream. Okay, let's get this back circulating out there on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. And then when I get back, we'll go over the weather models again and all that stuff. Okay. Real quick break. The stream's not going anywhere. You can keep it up. But I will be right back. Actually, hold on. Wait. I got a better idea. I'm gonna put. Bear with me here. Bear with me here. Once again, live producing the show in front of you here. Yeah, there you go. That way, if anybody new comes in, they know what's up. They know I'm going to be right back. Okay. All right. Give me just a minute. That'll get you pumped up right there. Once again, this is like a new setup for me, like it's a new scene. So I didn't have time to set up the normal Be Right Back page, which normally shows you the names of the songs. I know a lot of people really vibe with the break music that we use here. It's all stuff that I get on Epidemic Sound. I don't know if it's on Spotify and stuff like that, but I'm trying to make like a Spotify playlist or something that you guys could follow to, because I add stuff to that all the time. I like it's my version of, you know, if I used to watch the local on the 8s on, you know, the Weather Channel, and, you know, the music was a very important part of it, right? And I feel like the Be Right Back breaks here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, the music's also going to be very important there, so I'll only choose the best. Okay, so here's an update on what's going on. We've got heavy snow, right? We got heavy snow moving through a lot of, you know, the northwestern side of this storm. We're going to see that work into Ohio here over the next little bit. And, of course, here in Virginia, Roanoke, right around, you know, I-77 through 81. And then over here towards Richmond, you guys, and especially up towards Charlottesville, you guys are going to get in on the very heavy snow over the next little bit. But unfortunately, look at that. You see all the pink? You see all the pink coming down towards you? That is going to ruin it. And unfortunately, that's what we're looking at here. Heavy snow, potentially getting coated by ice and then rain on top of that. Unfortunately. We still have, I can't believe it, we still have 10,000 people here watching with us at 1:12 p.m. on January 16th, 2022. We have been streaming now for 6 hours. We started the stream off today really like crazily with a bunch of tornadoes and tornado warnings in the extreme southern portion of Florida. But look at this. Okay, a lot of those storms that were producing the tornadoes and the tornado warnings, they are now exiting Florida. Okay, so we had that big storm in Miami. You definitely heard it there in West Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale, but it's moving out of the area now. And I think that for the rest of the evening, we're really not going to have to worry that much about tornadoes. Now, there is going to be another very marginal tornado threat here right along the coast from around now in Myrtle Beach up through the Outer Banks of North Carolina. But let me tell you guys, it's a very, very marginal chance. Like, I would actually be surprised if we did see any tornadoes, but we're going to see some strong winds. We're going to see some rotation out here. So it's another area that we have to watch as we go forward. Yeah, it's a mess down here towards Nashville. It should be all snow now. It should be all snow by now. For everyone in the Nashville area. We do have a live cam of Nashville, but it's kind of slow. Yeah, it looks very snowy. It's definitely snowing. Surface temperatures in downtown Nashville are going to be a little bit higher than areas just outside of Nashville, so obviously they're not seeing it's sticking as fast as you might be there in Murfreesboro and places just outside of Nashville. We have a storm chaser, Brett Adair. He's on I-40 heading right towards Nashville. So the closer he gets there, the more we'll be able to understand about how Interstate 40 is and what the conditions are like. Because I think that, you know, the further east he goes, the more treacherous it's going to get over there for sure. Timing for Ohio and estimated snow totals, please. Okay. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. I know we got a lot of Ohioans. If you're from Ohio, say Ohio in the chat, just so we can gauge how many we have here. I'm going to go to the weather models. Let's take a look at this. What do we got going on here? Still the 12Z. Let's look at the HRRR. We haven't looked at the HRRR much today, so let's do that. Surface precipitation, composite reflectivity type. Let's go back to the 16Z. If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's going to be down there in the bottom right corner where it says HRRR North American. You can see we're at 12 p.m. there. Let's go. Oh, we got a bunch of Ohioans in the chat. I'm just now seeing it come through. Awesome, guys. Awesome. So here, we're not going to just focus on Ohio, but I am going to definitely tell you what we're expecting here in Ohio. So really, in the next hour or two, we're going to see it break out, like pretty heavy snow break out. Oops, what was that? Anyways, we're going to see that pretty heavy snow break out in southern portions of Ohio, around the tri-state area, around Ashland and all these places. And then that's going to, what's going to happen is this storm is kind of pivoting, right? It's going up the northeast coast, and Ohio and this general vicinity right here is in the perfect place because not only are you going to get that snow as it comes up, but then you're going to stay under the snow as the storm pivots, and then, you know, you're going to get the last little bit of it as it exits off to the north and east. So you're going to be under that snow producing portion of the storm for a while, and that's why I think a lot of you guys are going to end up with some of the higher totals. Additionally, if you look off to your south and east there in Ohio, you see a lot of freezing rain, okay? You see a lot of sleet, and then you see that dry air infiltrating into the storm. That is not going to be a problem for a lot of people in Ohio. So that's why I really think you guys are going to be the number one winners as far as snow totals go today. Now, the problem is, you know, the precipitation rates might not be that high. So we're not going to see it come down incredibly fast and like it's 2 inches an hour snow or anything like that. But it's going to be hanging around for a while. Temperatures are going to support accumulation. And somebody over here is going to end up seeing a whole bunch of snow. Same thing for a lot of places there in western PA. That's going to be the same case for you. But a lot of people that see the heaviest snow in central PA up into western New York and upstate New York, it's going to go bye-bye because that dry air and the warm air and the rain is going to mix in there as we get into the early morning hours tomorrow. Look at that giant squall line of storms, by the way. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen early in the morning tomorrow in the Long Island area. That's more than likely going to cause some major problems. I really do think so. I think we're going to see hurricane-force wind gusts move through the Long Island area into New England. So if you're in Connecticut, especially the closer you are to the coast, the more concerned you should be about this. But if you're in the Long Island area through Connecticut, Rhode Island into Massachusetts, and then of course on the coast of Maine as well, we are expecting this giant storm here to throw tropical storm force winds and maybe even hurricane force wind gusts towards you, and that's going to cause a lot of problems, including coastal flooding. Guys, do we got anybody super technical here? What's the easiest way? What's the easiest way for me to get videos and pictures from my phone onto my PC here? Reed Timmer is sending me all kinds of stuff, but he's texting it to me. I think I've got an idea. Hold on. Give me just a second. Okay, yeah, snow totals. I will leave you with the snow total map here. So I think, let me zoom in. Actually, I can't zoom in. Basically, this is how much snow we can still expect to see from now until the end of this thing, okay? Like, it's going to be a lot up here in this general vicinity that I was talking about. But I think 6 inches or more is very possible east of Zanesville, Youngstown, Ohio. I think you could end up with a foot. Easy. Email, send it via email. Okay. I think send it via email. All right, I'm going to try that. I need a better system for this. I need a much better system for this. I've got everything figured out except this. Here comes Reed. Throwing a wrench. No, I'm just joking. This obviously, I love that he's doing this, but I just don't have a good way of getting it over. Share to your own Twitter. I don't want to do that. I want to this is Reed Timmer. Like he's doing an as live for us, right? Like he's he's doing one of these. I don't want to post that to my Twitter, but I would like to be able to show it in real time here on this stream. He says he's editing the drone footage for you to use, and he's going to be back on here. I've got to figure this out real quick because he's obviously going to keep sending me videos. Get an Apple, yeah. You see, usually I have the computer behind me hooked up here, and it is an Apple, but I decided not to do that today. All right, so I'm going to email it to me. Give me just a second. And this will also, he's going to send us some drone footage too. You're kidding. He's going to send us some drone footage, so I'll show that as well. I'm just downloading all. He has sent me a bunch of videos. I didn't even know this. Okay, I've got a good idea of how I'm going to do this. Just give me a couple seconds here to figure this one out, and then from now on, it won't take me as long. All right. Okay, so anyways, this is your snowfall map. While those videos are uploading there, this is what you could see, all right, in the future. Will Christie said OneDrive, Google Drive, anything that can sync to both devices. I have Google Drive. I didn't want to download them and then upload them, but I guess that's going to be the best way to do it anyway. So I'll use Google Drive or Discord here. I've got my own Discord server I could drop them into. Use your phone as an input into OBS. I could do that too.
I'm right along.
All right, I want to see some of these videos that he has sent to us today. Give me just a second here. We're going to watch some good old Reed Timmer. Okay, so this is so he sent some videos of those trees that were down earlier.
I'm live in Travelers Rest, South Carolina, where the wind is really starting to rip here. This is right near the dry slot as well. That's behind that initial band of warm advection precipitation, and now we have band after band of these convective-like precipitation bands moving through, dropping sleet and freezing rain. This is Highway 25 and the 276 intersection back behind me. This is an area that's notorious for causing big problems for motorists that are heading uphill into Travelers Rest. I've seen many traffic jams out here with that new snow. You can see solid ice here along the road surface, very slippery, dangerous road conditions out here. I have seen dozens of vehicles in the ditch that have fallen off the road. The roads down here in the southeastern U.S. are not equipped for these ice storms and big-time snow. You have minimal shoulders. They're crowned, so a lot of times if you're just driving down the road, you'll slide right into that ditch. There are a lot of hills up here in upstate South Carolina as well that you can get stuck on. very slippery conditions out here. And the scary thing is that the winds are really ramping up right now. And beneath this clear slot with these bands of convective sleet and freezing rain moving through, that's actually mixing down that low-level jet down to the surface. And those winds are really starting to crank out here, gusting well over 40 to 50 miles an hour at times. And that's downing these power lines, causing mass power outages across upstate South Carolina. So from Travelers Rest down to Greenville, South Carolina, across the upstate, over toward the Carolina Piedmont, the wind is on the uptick. The winds are becoming more gusty and much stronger here within this clear slot that is filling in with these convective bands of sleet and freezing rain. And so conditions are getting much worse out here as we go through the day. If your power isn't out yet, it likely will be out here across the upstate South Carolina as winds continue to increase. So certainly stay off those roads. Very dangerous travel conditions out here on this Sunday as this ice storm continues to crank out here across upstate South Carolina and into the North Carolina Piedmont.
Once again, I've said it once, I'll say it a million times today. Who needs the Weather Channel and Jim Cantori when you got Ryan Hall and Reed Simmer? Look at this. Man, this looks like wow. Like, not only do we have the big tree limbs down and stuff, but we also have a lot of like little small debris scattered around. And like, this looks like a severe thunderstorms went through, but instead of rain and stuff, it's snow. Yeah, Reed does really good with his as lives there. Here's another one from him. This is when the tree was down in front of him there.
I'm right along State Route 29 coming into Travelers Rest, and large trees like this are down throughout Travelers Rest, and especially along Furman Golf Course. Some of those larger trees are even blocking many of the roads here. This is along the edge of State Route 29. Power outages are widespread across the Carolinas, including South Carolina, with over 100,000 people now without power as the ice storm warning continues across the central portion of the state. Winter storm warning up into upstate South Carolina, and the winds are getting even more gusty beneath this dry slot. So the dry slot's coming in, wrapping around the east side of that upper level low, and it's also creating these bands of convective sleet and freezing rain that are moving through. One band of sleet and freezing rain will come through, and then the sun will pop out. Winds will ramp up, get really gusty. You'll hear branches and trees snap off in the distance, and then another band of that ice will come through. So even though the precipitation has gotten lighter as we're going through the afternoon, the winds are getting more gusty, and they're increasing in strength, gusting 40, 50 miles an hour, even greater than that. And so if you do have power right now across central and upstate South Carolina into the Carolina Piedmont, you're probably going to lose it as the winds are increasing and becoming even more gusty with these convective elements that continue to pass away. The sleet and the freezing rain coming through one after another. But the roads here are incredibly slippery as well. Temperatures are about 28 degrees right now, and they might even decrease a bit as we go through the afternoon, as we still have that cold upper level low that's going to pivot through upstate South Carolina and the Carolina Piedmont, and that's going to bring some more snow showers on the backside of the system and some more gusty winds as well. So it looks like a long-term power outage is imminent here with this ice storm continuing across the Carolina Piedmont.
All right, that's awesome. Reed's really good with the as lives. We're going to get another one from him here soon, as he's flying the drone right now. He's going to edit the footage, and he's going to send us that. We will show that. Let's check in on some of our other storm chasers. We've got Brett Adair, okay, Alabama storm tracker down there. Once again, heading towards Nashville on I-40. And then we also have Tim Grooms, okay. He is in the Delmarva region, okay. So he's going to be chasing for us over there in the in and around Maryland and Washington, D.C. and all that stuff. So we've got eyes pretty much everywhere that, we need them. And we're going to be keeping up with these guys as we go forward. And just so I'm clear, whenever I say who needs Jim Cantori and stuff, like, I'm throwing a lot of shade at the Weather Channel today, but we have no real grievances with Jim Cantori. You know what I mean? Like, we like Jim Cantori. I'm playing around. I see some of you guys are on like Twitter giving Jim Cantori a hard time. Don't do that. I do think that we're providing really good live coverage here, and honestly I think that if I was sitting at home looking to look at some coverage of the storm, this is where I would go. I like this. I like the way that we do it here. Thank you, everybody who continues to send me stuff in on these the pictures and reports that are coming in. I do want to kind of show this again. This happened earlier today. Not only are we talking about a lot of big time snow and ice accumulations, we were talking about big time tornadoes in Florida just earlier today. I don't know how many of you are just now tuning in, but this was the main part of the winter storm, by the way, that we're talking about today, earlier in the morning. So it's a very powerful storm. It's very dynamic, and I'm still kind of blown away that we saw these kinds of tornadoes today in Florida from this specific storm. So we're still getting reports in of damage and a couple of injuries down there in Florida, but I haven't heard of any sort of anything else that's any worse than that. So hopefully everybody's okay, and hopefully we recover really soon there in the Fort Myers area of Florida. Also, lots of you guys are sending in pictures and videos, so let's go back and check on a couple of those. All right, here we are in South Carthage, Tennessee. Looks like it's starting to snow there. Thank you, Rodeo. Thank you for that. We got slow-mo video of Shane Fry's pup. His name's Patches. He's playing around out there in the snowy matrix. Thank you for that. Here we go. That's Virginia. A lot of people sending dog videos. Gotta love it. Rebellion, thank you for sending that. This is Maddox once again in Clark Range, Tennessee. Let's look at these pictures here. This is in Virginia once again, and it's sticking. It's coming down. It's coming down good. Hopefully you guys get some good accumulation, but unfortunately that warm and drier air is going to be cycling in from the backside. Lonnie Grimm, thank you so much for the very generous $10 super chat. Georgia, thank you for the very generous contribution there. Drew G and Aaron, thank you guys for all of the support. I saw somebody ask, is this going to be a 24-hour live stream? No. No, I have to sleep at some point. We are going to go as long as we can. I think YouTube actually will not archive the footage if we go over 11 hours or 12 hours or something like that. So more than likely this will, the longest this will go is about 11 hours. And then I'm clocking out, guys. I have to. Let's see here. Main Street in Danville, Virginia. That's a good video there. So, it's coming down pretty good there in the Danville area. It's now is the time, though, when we're going to start to see it actually transition over to more of a freezing rain and ice sort of event. So keep that in mind. It's only going to get more treacherous from here on out. This, you saw some of the videos and pictures we just showed from Reed Timmer. That's some of the some similar situations are going to unfold here in the western panhandle of North Carolina, and then also into southwestern Virginia and south central Virginia around Roanoke and Danville. When will we see some snow in Danville, Kentucky? We still have rain. Yeah. Let me come over here to the radar for you real quick. So Danville, Kentucky, you're experiencing a similar situation as to, my area was earlier. where you got the precipitation. Okay, it's coming down, but something's up in the mid levels of the atmosphere, and it's keeping that precipitation rain. It's going to be a little while before that makes the full transition. But the good news is once again, this pivot is happening here, and Danville and Lexington, Moorhead, Charleston, you guys are all going to be in this convective, kind of like a deformation band of snow on the backside of this low for a while. Okay, so you guys don't have to worry about much of anything. You'll get your snow. It's not going to be a bunch. It's not going to be a blizzard. Like some of our milk and bread investors may have told you. But you're going to get some snow. You're going to get some snow, for sure. Let's see here. Celia says, I lived and taught in Traveler's Rest for years. I never expected to see you give it so much exposure. Now give Central Kentucky some snow. I'm trying my best to send some snow over there to Central Kentucky. I really am. I really, really am. It's going to come. Don't worry. It's going to come. Speaking of Central Kentucky, your local weather guy there, Chris Bailey, I'm sure a lot of you guys know him. He just tweeted this out. Here's a look at the latest snow models that have just come out. So this is apparently, we're still expecting this on top of what we've already got. Euro model says a good, 4 to 6 inches through a lot of Central Kentucky, maybe even southeastern Kentucky getting in on that 3 to 6. But look, once again, Southeast Ohio, you guys are in the sweet spot, I'm telling you. Here's the latest NAM. Okay, still a lot of snow expected. Lexington, Moorhead, Huntington, Ashland, that area, all the way down into Somerset, Danville. You're going to get some snow. I am not convinced at all, though, that it's going to be, over 8 inches like some of these models are saying. But we'll see. And I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. All right, so we got another video coming in from Mr. Reed Timmer, who's out there. He's not live streaming right now. That's why the spot above my head is blank. But we do have another video coming in from Reed Timmer. We're going to show you that right here in a second. Woo.
How about it, Ryan?
I'm doing all right. How's it going?
Finally ran into some trouble here west of Nashville. Gonna try to get down here and take a look at it, but there is a accident I-40 eastbound. It's backing up the interstate. I believe we're near Camden, Tennessee. So I'm going to get off the beaten path here and go down and see if I can get a view of this thing. There's a bridge here that crosses. I've got to figure out what river it is. You'll have a better vantage point of that than I do, I think. But starting to get into traffic troubles and some snow-covered roads here west of Nashville now.
All right, just a heads up. I think we don't have a connection on your feed. It's not showing up on my end, but as soon as that gets back up and running, we'll throw you up here and take a look at what's going on there.
All right, that feed should be coming up any minute. Give it just a couple of minutes and it'll be up there for you.
All right, so once again, guys, that's Brett Adair, who is in Tennessee, and he's saying, yeah, here we go.
All right, it should be transmitting to you at any point now, right?
I've got you now, and just real quick, where's your approximate location right now? I thought you said I-40, but it looks to me like you're on a back road here. Oh, yeah, you said he was off the beaten path, wasn't he? Yeah, okay, I see. So he's on his way to try to get to this place where that is. I get it. But this is just to the west of Nashville, so we can see that there is certainly some snow accumulation happening here.
All right, I took off the beaten path here. I got off of I-40 because it is a dead standstill. I'm on Ward Hill Road.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let me see if I can get you a city locator here. We're just west of a river. Let me see what river we're on. I'm trying to get out here so I can get you a view of the stopped interstate and the bridge. There's a bridge that crosses a river here. Let me get a river name for you.
So Brett Adair was on Interstate 40, and apparently there was an accident. Interstate 40 is at a standstill, so now he's literally taking a dirt back road to get around the traffic here.
Okay, I'm just south of New Johnsonville, and this is the Duck River Basin, and it is the I-40 bridge crossing here at the Duck River Basin.
All right. Okay. So we've got his feed live, loud and clear now. So we're going to keep up with him. All right, man. Sounds good. Just ping me on here anytime anything interesting pops up. We're going back and forth between you and then some of the ice and stuff that's going off just to your east there. All right. So yeah, man, like that's
Copy that. I'm going to try to get around this accident next and continue eastward toward Nashville and areas east of there where the heavier stuff is.
So Brett is going to continue east of Nashville. I'm glad that he mentioned that because I was hoping that he would, because I do think some of the more pertinent stuff that would need to be reported on is going to happen to the east of Nashville because some of that heavier precipitation is actually kind of pulling off. That northwest side of the storm is pulling off through Nashville right now. So let's look at the video that Reed sent us. Let's look at that now. Let me come over to right here. Oh wait, that's not it. Hold on. This is it. Oh, he just tweeted it too. We'll watch it this way.
Snow measurement here, Travelers Rest, South Carolina. We did mix over to sleet. Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's a solid 8 inches here. Travelers
yeah, 8
Rest.
Inches. What a beautiful place.
There. Bird bath.
I think this is like his mom's house or something. That's awesome.
Nice and level.
Yeah, 8 inches of snow there in Travelers Rest, South Carolina.
Boom.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Reed Timmer, for sending in. I think Reed has really helped out the stream today. Enjoy having him on our side here. Let's go back and take a look at Brett. He is literally like in the middle of nowhere here. I'm telling you, really soon we're going to have a system in place to where I'm going to have a live pinpoint tracking system for these guys. We're going to be able to literally zoom in on their location on the map. I just haven't had time to set it up yet. But Brett is trying to get around an accident there on I-40. I should be able to see that on Google Maps. He said I-40 was a standstill. Yeah. Okay. So if I come over here and show you the map here, this is Nashville. Okay, this is I-40. And then if I zoom in just a little bit here and I turn on the traffic layer, you can see all of the red there in the middle. That's where the interstate shut down and it's at a standstill. And our storm chaser, Brett Adair, is somewhere in the middle of nowhere trying to circumnavigate this. He will probably try to go either through Centerville or Dixon, Tennessee, and then make his way on over towards Nashville. So we're going to keep an eye on him. Roads obviously are in terrible condition over here, so there will probably be more accidents and stuff. So guys, please stay off the roads. Nashville's a big place. I know we got a lot of people watching from in and around Nashville. Just kind of like curl up with a blanket, turn the, keep the stream on here, and don't go out. We're gonna keep streaming until the severe weather threat is over, and we're still watching this this area of strong winds in the southeastern portion of North Carolina. So just kind of stay at home and stay with me and Reed and Brett and Tim as we go forward. Here's the latest from Tim, which it looks like we lost his feed too. We got Brett right now, and that's the one that we're going to stick with. Thank you, SPC, for the very generous contribution. Or SPC Robot Blocks Lover. Love it, man. Thanks for that. Centerville had that huge tornado a few weeks ago. We'll see here. He will have to get on Highway 70, which I wouldn't recommend. I think he's trying to figure out what he's going to do right now. Since we've got some free radar space here, let's take a radar over here to central or middle Tennessee so we can kind of get an idea of the precipitation rates that he will be experiencing. So once again, this is a rapidly deteriorating situation in middle Tennessee, because what we're seeing now is now everything is switched over to snow. We saw a big old mess of rain and slush and all this stuff, and now everything's finally solidifying over to snow. So all that slush and all that rain is freezing, and now we're getting heavy snow on top of it. I-40 between Clarksburg and Lobelville all the way up to Nashville is going to be a nightmare over the next little bit. I'm trying to find Brett. There he is. Okay, so this is Brett's spotter beacon. This is where he is right now, or at least the last place that he was able to transmit a location. So I would say that he is going towards New Johnsonville, maybe. And he's going to try to circumnavigate or go around that wreck and go towards Nashville. Everybody in Nashville now is probably seeing all snow. It's coming down pretty heavy, especially on the eastern and southeastern sides. The darker the blues there, the heavier that snow. Carthage, that's really heavy snow. Hartsville, Lafayette, all these places are experiencing some very heavy snow right now. And it's, once again, it's just the roads are just going to become even more of a mess as we go forward. And we are still waiting for a new live stream to start up. We're still waiting for a new live stream to start up from Reed, but that should be coming at any time here. And then I am going to check back in on our Tim Grooms. Oh yeah, Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser on Facebook, by the way, if you guys want to keep up with him yourself. Okay, we got his live stream back there. I might have to change something to get him up here. 1 second, guys. I do want to keep him up because I'm interested in figuring out when the snow's going to start over here in the Delmarva area. It should be any time. So let me pull him up real quick. it is so much easier for me to do this with like a dedicated server rather than pulling from Facebook or YouTube. And that's one of the things that professional storm chaser Vince Welty is going to be helping us with, is we're going to have like a dedicated servers and stuff for all of our storm chasers to stream to. That way I don't have to go back and forth and do this. All right, we're just gonna stick with Brett for a little bit here, and then while I try to figure that out. But it's all right. Once we get closer to where we're actually seeing some of the heavier precipitation come down, we'll make sure we get that figured out. We're still waiting on a decision from Brett as to whether or not he's going to go back up towards Nashville and which route he's going to take. But I think that things are only going to get worse here as far as the road conditions go as we go into the future. Do the storm chasers stop at gas stations for a lot of coffee or something? Yeah, of course. Gas station stopping is one of the best parts of storm chase. Once again, also, I'm retweeting all this stuff on Twitter. Got a lot of people who are still sending me stuff. If you have pictures and videos you'd like to share here on the stream, please do so. I've got it pulled up on Twitter. Here's one from our good friend Jeff over here in Lexington, Virginia. Look at that. In the Shenandoah Valley, we've got heavy snow and wind. This is some of the similar conditions that we were seeing earlier in the Travelers Rest area. And this is what's going to continue to cause problems as it goes off to the north and to the east. Additionally, storm chaser Jordan Hall sent me something. Hurricane warning. Oh boy, this is funny. So we got storm chaser Jordan Hall out here. He's also sending in videos for us to use so we can see what's going on. He's in Charlotte. He's in Charlotte, North Carolina. And check this out. There on the interstate in Charlotte, that sign, I don't know if you caught that or not, but it says hurricane warning in effect. I guess we're under a hurricane warning now in Charlotte, North Carolina. But as you can see, road conditions in Charlotte are also pretty bad right now. And then you throw the hurricane warning on top of that, and Lord goodness. No relation. No. Same last name, but no relation. Hurricane warning. Here's Buchanan, Georgia. Once again, got some heavy wet snow out here. Falling in Georgia. A lot of places are getting snow for the first time this year, very far south. So the storm is doing work. Here is Spotsylvania County, Virginia there. Thank you, Jamie, for sending that in. It's interesting to see that there's not more accumulation in Virginia right now. Honestly, I figured Roanoke, by this time, I figured Roanoke would have a bunch of, more accumulation than they do. Danville, I figured you would end up with a little bit more than what you ended up before that switchover happened. And here's Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Staunton, Roanoke, Richmond, all these places a little bit further north in Virginia, it's going to be the kind of the same story for you, but the precipitation is increasing with its intensity as it comes off to the north here. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Anderson County, like for example in Roanoke, like it's probably snowing harder than it has the whole time right now, and it's only going to get more intense before that full-on switchover takes place. Rocky Mount, Virginia. Thank you, Kevin T, for sending that in. And then snow is beginning to fall in Knoxville, Tennessee. The Appalachian snow hole is filling in. Oh, and it is. The Appalachian snow hole is filling in. Look at this. I might get some snow, guys. So once again, I wanted to reiterate what the Appalachian snow hole is. So as this storm is traveling up this way, right, the Appalachian Mountains are right here. A lot of the moisture is coming in this way. What's better? Should I do black on this map? A lot of the moisture is coming in this way. And whenever it does that, it hits the mountains, and the mountains wring out the moisture. So behind the mountain, back here where I live, it's just been a big old bowl of nothings what we've been getting, and that also includes Knoxville. But now what we're seeing is, instead of depending on the moisture inflow coming in from this side, we're starting to get some of that back inflow, some of that backside snow, and that's going to really help fill in some of this moisture gap here, and we're going to start seeing our snow. And that's also a huge area of moisture. Because of the angle that this low pressure system is traversing across the Appalachian Mountains, there's a huge burst of moisture that has been allowed to cross there, and this is really going to add to the snow up here. So our guy in Danville that was talking to us earlier, I think that's going to help you end up with a lot more snow. Lexington, that's going to help you. Moorhead, Huntington, and then, of course, everybody in southeastern Ohio up here into portions of West Virginia. That big additional plume of moisture that's coming in here is really going to intensify the snowfall rates and the snowfall amounts as we go forward. Wow, look at that. It just kind of like blew through there. That's a really interesting. I need to kind of like go back and kind of study that. It's like it all built up and then just kind of is pouring over the mountains now. I'm interested to see what the precipitation type is like outside of my house. It's still 32.5 degrees here in eastern Kentucky. But once that precipitation really starts picking up, a lot of times what happens is we get dynamic cooling. So even though we're hovering around 30 degrees, even though we have that big low-level jet that's trying to bring in that warm Atlantic air to us, the rain, when it starts really falling down, when it rains, it gets colder. That 0.5 degrees between 30 and 32.5 is going to be absolved by just the general cooling off that happens because of the precipitation that's falling. And we'll probably be all snow here through a lot of Middle Tennessee, East Tennessee, into West Virginia before too long. I can promise you that. Here's a picture from the town of Louisa in Virginia. So this is more what I imagined a lot of Virginia would look like before the switchover. So obviously we've got intermittent areas of big snow and little snow. Brett Adair is he's really contemplating what he's going to do next. Oh, okay. We're caught back up with him now. He is on the road, and he looks like he's on a real road now. So that's good. And that road doesn't look nearly as bad as what it did earlier. Or the one that he was on earlier. So if you're just now tuning in, this is Storm Chaser Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. He is he's trying to get to Nashville, okay, because we're really interested in seeing what the road conditions are like in and around Nashville, and especially points east towards Cookeville. But the I-40 is literally at a standstill right now, so he's taking the back roads around. Yeah, I know. I know Aaron J. Jackson, Roanoke, Virginia. I can't pull his stream up, though. We don't have an agreement. If you're in his comment section, though, you should be like, hey, you should work with Ryan Hall next time. I love Aaron. He's one of my favorite storm chasers, too. Let's see. How we're doing in Fairfax, Virginia. So here's Fairfax, Virginia. Once again, I I'm interested to see how much accumulation you get before the switchover actually happens. I'm really interested in that. Back roads are the best. Yes, they are. Very familiar with back roads here in eastern Kentucky. Extremely familiar with it. And I hear the precipitation picking up once again outside. I hear sleet pellets. I think we are switching over from all rain to back to sleet now, and I think we're on the way to snow here in eastern Kentucky. We're down to 32.3 degrees. There's that dynamic cooling ongoing right now. Yeah, there's a big snow hole around Gadsden, Alabama as well. I saw that. This is I-65 south of Williamson County, Tennessee earlier. That is heavy snow. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the compliments. Dino says, this is a great channel, Ryan. Way to go. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. A lot of work has went into this channel, and I think we're finally at a place where we're doing some good stuff here. Obviously, the live streams are really important during severe weather, but there's a lot we can do here with the snowstorms and stuff too. And we're going to be expanding on that in the future. Let's see here. 1920 by 1080. Aha. I see what I did wrong now. Okay, let's come back over to our Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser. Are you kidding me, man? I don't know why that's doing that. This is another reason why it's always better when we have our own servers out there. We'll get it working, don't you worry. Let's see here. It's starting to snow in Auburn, Georgia. Thank you, Eddie, for this. Look, Auburn, Georgia has more snow than me. It's not the way this is supposed to work. Rich Adkins, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. He says, my ex-wife's maiden name is Hall from Hazard, Kentucky. She has an uncle named Alki. Yes. Oh my goodness, really? That's his legal given name. She has an uncle named Alki. Alki Hall. That is definitely, I believe it. I believe it. This Eastern Kentucky, that's exactly where that would happen. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory manner. I love it, man. Scar the Hun, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Deanno, thank you for becoming a slight risker. Check this out. Actually, I'm going to retweet this first, and I'll put you guys over here. Remember, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter. So this is around this is somewhere in North Carolina. This is one of the things that happens whenever, you get all that weight on those trees and those power lines. God, man. And also, this is... This is a situation where a lot of times when stuff like this happens, a lot of times your first reaction, and this goes for like tornadoes, any sort of thing that happens, your first reaction is to kind of go film it, I guess. But things can like rapidly change in a situation like this, and you probably want to get away from it. But check this out.
Whoa.
God, that's so loud.
Whoa, it just burned through.
You see what I mean? Like that line could have came down right there in the general vicinity of that window. A tree could have came down. You know what I mean? Like it's we love the videos, but never like put yourself in danger to go get a video.
Holy shoot! Came down.
I appreciate the censored shoot there. Let's see here. But yeah, that's one of the things that we're going to see happening a lot. Okay, when the heavy weight from the ice weighs down the trees, those limbs are going to come down, and they're going to cause big problems when they land on the power lines, because there's already hundreds of pounds of ice on the power lines. Now you've got hundreds of pounds on a tree limb that falls onto the power lines. Just a recipe for a disaster. Virginia, thank you so much for the super duper generous super chat. Says, thank you so much from Long Island, New York. My whole family moved south years ago, and you are helping me know how they are doing in real time. That is what we like to hear. I love the testimonials. And I thank you so much for the support there. And yeah, that's why I'm still live right now. I know we don't have any tornadoes down. But I'm just, I would be up here geeking out over the radar and browsing Twitter anyways during a winter storm. It's just what I was born this way, man. I just love weather. So I figure, why not stream it? Why not stream it? Okay, so in Virginia, things are starting to go south pretty fast. Virginia State Police are on the scene of a multi-vehicle backup northbound on I-81 in Roanoke County. So this is the precipitation is picking up big time there. We got 2 crashes, 1 minor energy, wreckers on the scene, and we're going to get traffic moving again. There is currently a detour in place. This is only going to get worse, especially in the Roanoke area. The snow's coming down really hard right now. You're going to see it accumulate like crazy. And then out of nowhere, the temperature's not going to change, but it's going to start raining. And you're going to get that heavy, ice accumulation and sleet on top of the snow. And, the trees are going to start coming down just like we saw down there near Traveler's Rest. And the road conditions are only going to be worse down here. Brandy, if we still got you hanging out, if we got a feed in the Roanoke area, please drop that to me and I'll turn it on just so we can listen in on what's going on down there. Yeah, it is creeping towards Baltimore. Let me show you the radar here. We'll cut back to this image here in just a second. So here's Roanoke, Virginia, right? This is what we're talking about with that really heavy snow working into the I-81 corridor there. And look, you see how the blues are getting darker right at the last minute? It's only going to get heavier, okay? It's snowing heavy now. It's only going to get heavier. And then look just to the south of that sleet and freezing rain line is advecting to the north and to the west. So you're going to get, it looks to me like there's already several inches of snow there in the Roanoke area. You're going to get a couple more. Then we're going to cover that with ice. And it's not going to be a good thing that's happening down there. Richmond, a similar thing's going to happen over here, just to a lesser extent. And then, the white snow, the snow is moving into Washington, D.C. now. So it should start snowing any time here between Washington and Baltimore if it hasn't started already. Richard Eggert. Hey, thank you, man, for becoming an extreme risk member. That's super cool. Doge, thank you for that. BP, thank you. Thanks for all the support, guys. Daniel says, truck driver here, those guys should not be on the road. I know. That's what I'm saying. This is why it's important to kind of share these images. Once again, I've retweeted this on Twitter. A lot of people don't understand how quickly this is going to go. All right, I know, like everybody in Virginia and all these places, everybody hears about the snow when it's coming. Everybody hears about how much we're supposed to get and stuff. But on a day like today, it's 2 p.m. and, we really hadn't seen a lot of snow in Roanoke. And then all of a sudden, boom, it comes out of nowhere. Well, no, it didn't. All right. It was forecasted. But I'd say a lot of people who are out on the roads in the I-81 corridor probably just thought that the forecast was a bust. And they just, that snow never did come. It's here now, and it's only going to get worse as we go further into the day. The same thing can be said up here on I-64, okay, in Kentucky. I think I-64 between Lexington and Charleston is going to become a disaster here over the next little bit. Same thing, I-75 between Lexington and Knoxville. I-65 between Nashville and Bowling Green's probably not very good, but it's going to kind of clear out as we go later on into the day. And then I-40 between Nashville and Knoxville, that's also going to be extremely hazardous as we go forward. Brett Adair is still on back road somewhere, looks like, trying to find his way around these wrecks that are occurring on I-40. But we'll see what happens there. I don't know why I keep losing Brett. Okay, his stream is down. That's why. That's all right. We'll get back with him sooner than later. We'll go back to the radar here. We got big flakes falling just north of Chattanooga. Nice. Darren said, hey, Ryan, I mentioned to Aaron J. Jack to contact you, and maybe you can work together with you on his live feed as well. I would love that. I would love nothing more than to work with Aaron J. Jack, but it is up to him. He might be working with some other company or something. We don't know. So, we don't need to bother him too much. But yeah, I would love to have Aaron J. Jack and be able to communicate with him and stuff. Let's see here. Hey, looky here. We've got some snowmen being built in Goldston, North Carolina. Love the snowman pictures, as you guys know. I'm a big fan of snowmen. These look like you're making the best out of what you got, which I completely respect that. But if anybody is out there that you have enough snow to create a real snowman, I will critique it. I will critique it. All right, so Tim just said he's going to go check into a hotel and get ready for the main event. So we're just waiting on Reed Simmer to come back, really. Trisha's Kitchen says, are you planning on hurricane coverage this year? Yeah, of course. One of the first big live streams that we did on this channel was Hurricane Ida earlier last year. It was also the first stream where professional storm chaser Vince Welty worked with us. And that's pretty much what started the whole having storm chasers helping out. Yeah, Aaron works with my radar. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know how that works. That once again, that was something we shouldn't bug him about it. But it's no big deal. Okay, so we got heavy snow now in Corbin, Kentucky. Look at this. So once again, we're getting a lot of switchover happening here, except for where I am. Ooh, we are down to 31.8 degrees in my neck of the woods, though. So I'll come back over here to the radar, and I'll show you where this is. Corbin, Kentucky. So this is a place that has been seeing a lot of rain and mix today, and now it is starting to switch over to snow, and heavy snow at that. And you can see here's a picture of I-75. Once again, this is going to be another piece of the highway system that is just absolutely a nightmare to deal with. If anybody's got to be out there on the roads, be extra careful. And if you don't have to be, don't. Don't go. Don't go anywhere, man. The snow is absolutely dumping in Roanoke. Julian says, I made a Twitter just to communicate with Ryan. I'm here in Cockeysville, Maryland, in my plow truck, waiting for it to start. Well, let us know. Let us know when it starts. And I appreciate you making the Twitter there. North Georgia says, I believe we're going to miss the ice in Forsyth and Dawson counties. Thanks for keeping me informed. Hey, that's no problem, man. That's what I'm here for. I would agree there in northern Georgia. If you haven't received any sort of big ice accumulations yet, now the only thing left to expect is snow. Like, we're going to see some backside snow working into Georgia here over the next little bit. Might even get a couple inches of accumulation, no joke. Yeah, no, I haven't. I haven't heard an update from Reed Timmer. Last I heard, he was editing some footage for us, but he should be back out there sooner or later. I don't know if he's planning on staying in South Carolina, though. If that's his plan, he might not, because a lot of the action is way off to the north and east now. Cindy Thomas, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's coming down quick in a lot of Kentucky. I know some of you guys are sending me the pictures and stuff. Yeah, when that snow switches over from rain to complete snow, it's going to cover the ground and the roads very quickly. It's a similar problem. That's why I'm kind of concerned about the roads and, you know, everything in Kentucky from I-75 all the way up through I-74 between Lexington and Charleston, because it's going to happen very fast, where the roads are going to become very dangerous. Looks here, we got finally have some snow in Herr and Powell, Tennessee. Herr. Hope I'm saying that right. Herr. So yeah, now Powell, Tennessee's got snow. Does Ryan have snow? No. I'm jealous. I'm sitting over here looking at all the. This is the real reason why I do this. I'm vicariously living through you guys and all of your pictures of snow. That's the whole game here, is just to try to get everybody in America to send me their pictures of snow so that I can pretend that I'm there. Reed Zimmer is back. I don't see him. Yeah, as far as I can tell, he doesn't have a live feed up right now. No snow for you, Ryan. Karen Jones, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Ooh, light snow is starting in Annapolis, Maryland. That's the beginning. It's probably going to snow for a really good amount of time in D.C., Baltimore, obviously up there in Northern Virginia, all the way up to Fredericksburg and Hagerstown, Maryland. Like, you guys are going to see an extended period of snow, and it's going to be heavy, and it's going to accumulate. But I'm telling you, that rain is eventually going to come. Hey, just checking in. We lost the feed again. Is everything all right out there? We need to have like a like code names. That way you guys know who I'm talking to without me having to be like, "Hey, Brett." Like CB radio code names. Oh, here's a good little tidbit. Somebody sent in on Twitter. Appreciate this. So we watched this video earlier of somebody that sent in the power line on fire and the tree branch on it and stuff. And electricity can travel down to the ground, and if you're standing close enough, you could get electrocuted. As always, if you see a power wire, a power line on fire, the goal should be to get away from that. 100%, yeah. We've got gusty winds and dry snow here in Hot Springs, Virginia. Thank you, Jocelyn. Hot Springs, Virginia. That's the kind of scenery that I'm hoping for later today here in my neck of the woods. Ryan, do you think the snow is done for Alabama? Let's go check out the radar. And no, very much no. I don't think that the snow is done for Alabama. Do you guys want to look at the weather models again? Let me show you them weather models here. Let's look at the NAM 3 kilometer. This is an old, well, no, let's look at the, daggone it. Let's look at the HRRR. Yeah, let's look at the HRRR. Give me just a second. Here's the latest and greatest in weather forecasting model technology. Starting off right now. Let's switch down here to the southeast. This is what the radar kind of looks like right now, right? We've got heavy snow now breaking out through a lot of middle Tennessee, into eastern Tennessee, portions of central and eastern Kentucky. Obviously, we have our heavy snow through a lot of West Virginia and Virginia. This is what's going on now. What's going to be going on 2 hours from now is the storm is, going to kind of continue to go up to the north and east like this. We're going to see some strong winds, possibly straight line damaging winds here along the coast of the North Carolina area. And remember, that's going to intensify, especially over here near the Outer Banks later this evening. But look here. Everybody all the way down into Alabama, Georgia, all you guys are by 4 p.m. we should all be snow. And just depending on whether or not you get under a heavy band or not, that's going to decide whether or not you get a lot of accumulation. Once again, central Kentucky all the way up through southeastern Ohio, that's going to be the sweet spot for you. But even here in eastern Kentucky and into West Virginia, in middle and eastern Tennessee, there's still several hours of snow to go. And that also goes for you down there in Alabama and Georgia. So let's go 2 hours in the future from there, 6 p.m. It's still snowing in northeastern Alabama. It's still snowing in northern Georgia. It is starting to taper off in Nashville, but it is still snowing in eastern Tennessee. It's snowing heavily in Lexington, Moorhead, Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, and extremely heavily along the Ohio River there in Ohio and West Virginia. Now it's getting into Pittsburgh as well. Let's zoom out here. Let's go 2 hours even later than that. Now, by this time, I probably won't be live streaming anymore. We've been going now for 7 hours. I can't go beyond 11. But anyways, by this point, we're talking about a very heavy band of snow setting up here in Ohio into Pittsburgh. I'm telling you guys, you guys are going to get pummeled with snow. But at the same time, we have still moderate to heavy snow bands that are happening down here in central Kentucky, down through the mountains of Tennessee, East Tennessee. This is going to be your prime time to get accumulating snow in those areas. Heavy snow now at 10 p.m. through a lot of New York, Pennsylvania, West Pennsylvania, once again, and eastern Ohio. You're absolutely getting clobbered. And then basically, if you are east of this line, okay, you're going to start off with snow, and then this big area of wind and rain is going to kind of just wash and blow it all away. But if you're west of that line, all the snow is going to stick around for a little while. Look at that thing, man. It really curls up as it goes off to the north and east. So once again, I think around 4 or 5 a.m. tonight, Long Island's going to experience possibly some hurricane-force wind gusts. Certainly around Cape Cod at 9 a.m. in the morning, hurricane-force wind gusts. But let's look at snow. How much is it going to snow, Ryan? That's what we want to know. That's what we really want to know, right? According to the HRRR model, and this model is notoriously juicy. So these numbers are going to be a little bit higher than what we might actually see. Let's really zoom in here. I want to give you guys the best of the forecast here. So through the duration of this storm, from now until this storm ends, the HRRR model, not Ryan Hall, is saying that a lot of people in central and eastern Kentucky still have 6 to 8, maybe even 9 inches of snow yet to fall. That's from Danville through Hazard, Kentucky, all the way up into Paintsville, into Ashland. Okay, if you don't want to be disappointed, I'd cut those numbers in half. and then if it goes over that, hooray! You know, if you're a snow lover, then great. A general 2 to 4 inches between Nashville and Knoxville, and then maybe even 4 to 6 inches between the Knoxville and the rest of eastern Tennessee there. I think that because of the Appalachian snow hole, Johnson City, you'll definitely be one of those areas that ends up with a bunch of nothing, or at least a lot less than the surrounding areas. Now, let's go up to Ohio. This is where the real snow starts coming in, okay? Eastern Ohio, I am 100% on board with the idea that a lot of places, if you draw a line from Cleveland down to like the Portsmouth, Ohio area, and you go east from there, everybody over here is going to see more than 8 inches of snow, okay? There will be a lot of you guys that see a foot of snow. And then over here in western PA, okay, Pittsburgh, you're going to see a lot of snow. Northwestern PA specifically, let me call out some more town names here. Youngstown, Ohio, Snowtown, baby. All right. Let's see. Franklin, Pennsylvania, Snowtown, baby. Grove City, Pennsylvania, absolutely Snowtown. We're renaming these cities to Snowtown because that's what it's going to be over here, especially towards Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, Westfield, New York, Jamestown, New York, Snowtown, baby. Hamburg, Dunkirk, all these places. And then not only are you going to get hit by a lot of the snow on the backside of the storm, but whenever this thing goes by, the lake effect machines and the lake enhanced machines are going to turn on and just give you a big old walloping over there. Let's go over to the Mid-Atlantic. So the HRRR model is showing maybe 1 to 3 inches for a lot of our DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia region here. But this is where it starts to get sad. Okay, if you're east of this line, a lot of these snow totals are real. If you're in Northern Virginia, you could see 6, 8, and maybe even 10 inches of snow. If you are in the Hagerstown, Maryland area, you could see 6 inches of snow. If you're in Washington, D.C., you could see 2 or 3 inches, but that rain's going to come through and wash it all away. You might get away with keeping a little bit of your snow here in north central PA because it's not necessarily going to rain a lot. It's just going to dry out. But a lot of you guys, if you're east of that line that I've been drawing, in the Northeast, you're going to lose your snow when the rain comes in. So enjoy it while it lasts. Whenever it starts falling, get out there. All right. If you like snow, if that's something you're looking forward to, is going out in the snow, you got to do it when it starts. Because even, once again, east of this line right here, even a lot of you guys are going to, end up with some rain interfering with your snow totals. Not all of you. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think the real winners here are going to be Ohio, and Western Pennsylvania. Absolutely. 100%. Knoxville, like 2 to 4 inches. Long Island, I don't think you're going to get any snow, but you are going to see a lot of wind tonight around 4 a.m. Power outages, all that good stuff. I haven't gotten an didn't I send out an update to Brett? What was the last thing we got from him?
Copy that. I'm going to try to get around this accident next and, continue eastward toward Nashville and areas east of there where the heavier stuff is.
So that was the last thing we got from him. That was at 1:42. And then at 2:21, I said this. Hey, just checking in. We lost the feed again. Is everything all right out there? And we haven't heard anything back from him. Also, haven't got an update from Reed yet, but I'm going to give him some time. He's been out there all day. To be a goose. Marie, thank you. Thank you for sending me that one. Big giant snowflakes and geese. That's what we're all about here. Yeah, we can take a quick look at the long-term models too, if you want. Because there is another storm coming after this one. East Shore says, I'm in Maryville, Tennessee. When should I head to work tonight? My work has a place for us to sleep in cases of ice on the road. It's snowing but not sticking yet. Also, thank you. Let's see here. East Shore, because of the very generous contribution there, I'll dig into this for you. But also, Juby Joe, thank you. Thank you for that as well. I just now saw that. East Shore. Okay, so Maryville, Tennessee. I'm 100% honest. I don't know where that is. So let me look it up. Maryville, Tennessee. Now, obviously, I don't want you to, make all your decisions based on what I say. I'm going to give you a bunch of information here, and you make your own decision based off of that. But I am going to do everything I can to help you out here, okay, there in Maryville. That's pretty close to Knoxville. So right now, what we're seeing there in your general vicinity is a lot of moisture is coming over the mountains here, and that's why it started to pick up in intensity with the snow here recently. But now what's going to happen is some of this backside snow is going to start slamming up against the Appalachian Mountains over here, and then also start to intensify as that low pressure system pulls in more cold air from the north and west. And it's also throwing around, there's a little bit of dry air on the southern side of the low, but on the northern side of that counterclockwise rotation, the part that's really going to be hitting the mountain here is packed with moisture, and I think that you're probably going to see some from now until much later this evening. You're going to see the snow fall rates increased. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. I'm going to pull up the model there for Kentucky and Tennessee. And then I'm going to show you the composite. This is what the radar could look like later, okay? Go back to the models here. So you're down here somewhere, okay? And the snow's going to continue all the way through 10 p.m. tonight, okay? After 10 p.m., I think it's going to slow down. And the number one time for accumulation is going to be right there around 6 p.m. through 10 p.m. because that's when the cold air is really going to be kicking in and allowing for the accumulation rates to kick up, okay? It's going to be snowing heavily intermittently here for the next little bit, and the snow's going to stick, but the accumulation rates are going to increase as we go later on into the night because the temperatures are going to fall and in all layers of the atmosphere. Is Reed in the snow hole too? No, he's on the good side of it. He's on the part that's making the snow hole. David G says, hey, Ryan, thanks for looking at the model. I know I'm not looking at snow, but what about thunderstorms or severe weather this evening? Can you please take a good look? David G, an OG here on the channel for a very long time. Yes, we will take a look at that for you. New Jersey. David G is also an official sponsor of the channel. Everybody say thank you to David. Where is New Jersey? Why can I not find that? I'm lost. All right, we're just going to have to look at this from the northeast view, I guess. All right, so there's New Jersey. Here's the latest HRRR. Now, over here in Toms River, New Jersey, where you are, David, I was hoping I could tell you that it might start off as snow.
Yeah, just now getting back into a place of service, starting to feed back up now. It's kind of dried out here. I had to take a detour on US 70. Just went through Waverly, Tennessee. As you guys can remember, the flood that occurred here a couple months back with the break of the railroad track dam, and still a lot of debris piles when I went through town a few minutes ago. I'm going to send you a picture that you can kind of post up, show some of that. But I am 62 miles to the west of Nashville, and we'll be back on I-40 here shortly in the snow, continuing to track east.
What's your plan after that? Are you going to go any further east from Nashville towards Cookeville, or are you going to stay in the Nashville area? But while we wait on his response,
I am actually going to shoot some stuff around Nashville and just kind of check the interstate system out there, and I'm going to continue on east. I'm likely to end up somewhere around Knoxville later this evening into the overnight hours. It may just end up staying there tonight, so I plan to stay with it through the evening for quite a while.
All right, Brett, thank you so much. We're going to stick with you until I end my stream here, which I'm probably only going to go for another 3 hours or so. But keep us updated on what's going on out there.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to upload some of the video packs also, and you can pull those, and if you want to run those, some of the fresh video. I'm also going to send you this Waverly photo from I'll send it through a Twitter DM.
All right, that sounds good. We're going to get some video to go through from Brett Adair. And just in case you didn't know what he's talking about there, Waverly, Tennessee was a place that was incredibly devastated by some major flash flooding earlier last year. And he said there's still a lot of debris and stuff out there. So we'll go through those pictures here in a minute. Thank you, Brett, for working with us today. And it does sound like Brett Adair is going to go all the way over towards Knoxville. So I know we got a bunch of East Tennesseans watching. You treat Brett well this evening if he comes in for some coffee at your wherever you work or whatever it is that's happening. If he stays at the hotel you work at, this man drives everywhere, all over the southeastern and pretty much the whole eastern United States, just like Vince. And it's what he does. And I personally think that storm chasers are incredibly important, and their work is undervalued. But anyways, let's go back over here to the models. I was getting ready to tell old David G there what's going to happen in New Jersey. I thought that I could tell you that maybe it's going to start off as snow, but no, it's going to be all rain for you there in Toms River, New Jersey. It's going to pick up in intensity as we get into around 10 p.m., and then it's really going to pick up around 2 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so 2 a.m., you're probably going to hear the wind roaring. You'll probably be woken up. You might even experience a power outage, and then I would say around 3 a.m. That's when the heaviest and the strongest winds are going to come through. We could be talking about wind gusts around 60 miles an hour here. Okay. And that's, they could definitely even get higher than that. These models don't they don't show thunderstorm wind gusts. They show wind gusts even outside of thunderstorms. So whether there's a big storm going on or not, you're going to be getting 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. And these winds are going to continue all the way up the coast. Remember, Long Island, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, hurricane force wind gusts. And then they're really going to take off and cause some big problems, possibly even coastal flooding here in New England. Okay. Newport, Rhode Island, Cape Cod, all these places on the southern side of Connecticut that's not shielded by Long Island, and then Rhode Island and Massachusetts. You guys are going to see some very intense winds tonight and early into the morning tomorrow, and I think that's going to cause some big problems. And then, of course, that is going to go up the coast towards Maine during the day tomorrow. That's what we're looking at there. Hopefully that helped you out. Let me go back to the reflectivity type. Maybe there's some hope for you to get some backside snow. Maybe like around noon tomorrow there in Toms River, you might get a couple snow showers coming through. Oh, there's another little shot there around 4 p.m. That's going to be your best shot to see snow is tomorrow afternoon. Let's see here. Thank you for the forecast. Before when I asked and just got back with 400 pounds of salt, no problem. We got a big message here from Tracy Lee. Thank you for the super chat. She says, again, I love your commitment to helping folks. It's wonderful to hear the weather in a plain and honest talk. I love hearing about and following the weather. Your coverage is the best. Honestly, thanks. No problem. Thank you for being here. Gabe, thank you for becoming a member. Big time support from our community today with the members and all that good stuff. All right, let's see. Should I bug Reed Timmer? Should I send him a little message there and be like, yo, where you at? Because he might just be done for the day. I don't know. Here's that picture from Brett, Storm Chaser Brett Adair of the. This is still some of the problems and the debris that we're dealing with down here in Waverly, Tennessee, where we had some of that really devastating historic flash flooding. So thank you, Brett, for sending that in. Still dealing with that. And then we also sent in this video, which I'm not sure how I can pull that up. Hold on. Oh, windowed. Hold on. Give me just a second. What? I don't know how I pull that up. Huh. Yeah, I have no clue. But he sent me a video of the traffic there on I-40. And I've got no way to download that either. All right. All right. We'll try to pull that up here in a minute, but yeah, Brett's out there sending in videos and stuff, and I'll try to retweet anything that he posts as well. Here's a picture of the snow from Priscilla Dawn in western North Carolina. You guys got all the snow. This is why, by the way, if anybody's watching in eastern Tennessee, southwest Virginia, southern West Virginia, eastern Kentucky, and you're like, why haven't we got a bunch of snow yet? What's going on? This is why the Appalachian snow hole is only a thing because people in western North Carolina are stealing it all. Their mountains are scraping the moisture out of the air or the atmosphere and dumping it on them before it gets to us. And now it looks like maybe even some ice is occurring on top of that. That's a really interesting texture there to the snow. But thank you for sending that in, Priscilla. Visibility at the DCA Reagan National Airport is really low. Quite a few cancellations. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of air travel delays on the East Coast with this. I don't think I've mentioned that, but yeah, that's going to be a big problem over the next couple of hours, probably the next 6 or 12 hours. Snow is starting all over the place in Northern Virginia, Maryland, portions of Pennsylvania, and even into Delaware. So thank you guys for sending me all these pictures and stuff. Here's some good ones from Maryland at 2:30 p.m. And guys, I'm telling you right now, I know I've seen all the pictures. I got a video. I don't know what I did with that, but I got a video from a big group from Maryland. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was a city office or what, but they sent me like a picture of all these guys that were getting ready to get in their trucks and start treating the road. There was literally hundreds of them in that parking lot. So there's definitely going to be no lack of road treatment going on in Maryland. They should be able to keep up pretty well. However, there will be a period of time, and it's going to happen here soon, where the snow rates are going to outperform any plow truck. Here's a picture of I-40 earlier near New Johnsonville, Tennessee. That's the mess that we were dealing with there earlier. Over here in Mooresville, looks like we have a pickup truck that has flipped over on I-77 during the ice storm. That might be earlier this morning, or from a different occurrence, because it looks dark out there. Hey, Karen Nelson, thank you for becoming a member. And HRM Queen Renee says, you are a genuine godsend. Well, that's quite the compliment. I appreciate it. I'm having a blast now. If any of you guys have watched any of the other live streams, well, if you watch the beginning of this one, usually it's all like kind of like it's a tornado warning and get to shelter and here's where the tornado is, and it's constant. But these winter storm coverages, I'm liking it. It's a little bit more laid back. It's a little bit more relaxed. But it is serious. That's why I'm continuing to do this, Got a lot of stuff that we're still going to report on as we continue to go through the rest of the storm here. Bruce McClure, thank you so much for sending. I love the selfies. Love the selfies. Watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and his coverage of the storms coming our way. We're awaiting the arrival of the mess in New Hampshire with a stocked fridge, plenty of good food, and relaxing times here. Thanks to Ryan Hall, y'all, and what he does. He obviously loves his work. I do. I am 100% in love with my job here. And I'm very thankful for you guys, because if it wasn't for you, this couldn't be my job. Here is Bill Hill up there in Rockville, Maryland. It looks like it's starting to come down pretty good. It's starting to. It's gonna increase. It is going to increase. And of course, he's got the stream pulled up down there. Yeah, total. So total numbers that we're looking at right now, we have 88,000 people without power in North Carolina. We have 82,000 people in South Carolina without power. We have 53,000 people in Georgia without power, and Florida still has 30,000 people without power. All of this is associated with our winter storm, which I will continue to not call Izzy. Winter storms aren't people. They don't have names. Adam Taylor with the selfie too. What's up, man? Let's see here. It's starting to snow in Westminster, Maryland. We got another video from there. In Richmond, Virginia, we've got several Virginia State Police officers responding to dozens of car crashes and disabled vehicles across the Commonwealth. I kind of wish Reed would have continued off to the north and east and kind of put us in the Raleigh and Richmond area. But Reed was, he obviously has done enough. Very thankful for having access to his feed today. And now we've got Storm Chaser Brett Adair. And Tim Grooms, which we've lost him again. And I think we've lost Brett again. Have we lost Brett again? No, okay, here we go. We're going to keep him up for just a little bit. He's heading towards Nashville. Road conditions are deteriorating out here, but he's kind of following the back edge of the snow. So he's still got a little bit before he catches up with some of the heavier snow rates. So we'll see what happens there. Getting warm in this room despite the air conditioner being on. I have to run the air conditioner even though it's 32 degrees outside because of the amount of screens in this room. You might notice a little bit of a shine starting to pop up. Temperature in this room is too high. Brad Panovich is saying that we've got straight freezing rain now in Charlotte. We got a pretty solid swath of sleet falling along I-40, not far from Morganton, North Carolina. And I believe Yeah, I believe this is a video here from Hunga Tonga. Obviously, this isn't from the big eruption that we saw the other day, but we're still seeing little eruptions. Just in case anybody's interested in the situation over there, this is kind of what this is what it looked like earlier. In the cycle of its eruption sequence. So this was actually in December. So just in case anybody cares, like this volcano has been erupting for a while. And it started back in December. We had a couple big eruptions. And then kind of out of nowhere the other day, we had one of the biggest volcanic eruptions that we've experienced on this planet in a very, very, very long time from that volcano. And I do plan on doing a YouTube video at some point. I don't know if it'll be like a public video, or maybe I'll do it on the second channel, the Clips channel, or maybe I'll do a members only video. But I do plan on doing a full in-depth video on how that eruption will affect the weather here in the United States. And it will. It will. It could actually end up impacting our weather for the next several months, if not years. That's how big of a deal that volcanic eruption was. Thank goodness. Obviously there's people out there where this happened, but like, thank goodness it didn't happen in a more populated place. It happened out literally in an underwater volcano in the middle of the ocean. That volcano is in Hungatora. Okay, so that's north and east of Australia, pretty much. Near American Samoa, Fiji, those places. The first snowflakes are starting to fall now in Dundalk, Maryland. Hey, look at here. We got Break setting us up. Look at this. Love that, man. He says, straight freezing rain currently in Fairmont, West Virginia, but he's got the time lapse rolling, and he's going to send it to us whenever it's done. That's very cool, man. I'm excited to see it. You got it powered up. Oh, man, you're going to leave that rolling for a while. Oh, man, I hope you don't leave the window down all night or all evening. It's going to get cold in there. I am going to check in on Reed. Hey, Reed, it's been a second. Since we've heard from you. Just a real quick check-in. How things going over there? Because it has been a little while since we've heard from him, and we still don't have our live stream from him. He might be just calling it an evening. Here's a look outside of Ellie G's house on her way to work. Big old tree. Part of the tree has come down here. Thank goodness it fell that way, right? Jeez, man, that could have been really bad. Thanks for sharing that. It's pouring the snow in Somerset. Yeah, keep rubbing it in my face. Another quick radar analysis here. So it's pouring the snow in Somerset. You can see what's happening is, a big, huge stream of moisture in the upper levels has somehow found its way over the Appalachian Mountains. And with that moisture is a lot of warm air. And that's kind of like funneling over here. So the Appalachian snow hole is filling in, but there's also a big area of mid-level warmth that's coming in with it. Okay, you can literally see the plume there that's happening. But it's cold air, let me try to explain this. Like, this is like pluming in this way, right? Like, this is kind of like the motion of the air that's coming in. Cold air is able to kind of wrap around this way, and that's why it's snowing heavily in Somerset right now, but it's literally raining where I am, okay? Or it's literally raining in portions of Hazard, all right? We have to wait until this stuff gets, you know, that colder air comes all the way back in, but it's going to take a while because that moisture has all of the warm air associated with it. But the good news is all of that warm air and moisture is only going to add to the overall precipitation that we're going to see over here over the next few hours. So if you want snow, you know, when that cooling does finally happen, it is going to lead to more accumulation over here in this portion of the world. Yeah, I'll pull that up. I haven't asked Reed if it's if he's all right for this to go up on the Clips channel, but I'm assuming he's probably not going to have a problem with it, and it's definitely going there. Oh, where's the Clips? Daggone it. Frank, let me see here. Hold on. Can you put that clip that you made in the Ryan Hall y'all folder, the one that we use for captions and outro assets and stuff? Just put it in there anywhere. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not logged into the right account to do the other one. We've got snow in Cathedral Heights there in Washington, D.C. That's pretty good snow rate there in Washington, D.C. It's only going to get snowier. Chug, chug, chug needs a companion. Sip, sip, sip. We're gonna get some more big water bottles up in here. Eclipse channel. Yeah, I got a Eclipse channel where we take interesting parts of the streams, or we're going to start taking interesting parts of the streams and putting them up on this Clips channel. Let me show you how to find it. So if you're looking at my channel, right? If you're looking at my channel here, this is what it looks like. Now, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see these other channels that I have. I have a Shorts channel, okay, where I post little videos, stuff that I do on TikTok and stuff for the weather. And then I have Ryan Hall Y'all Clips, this is a very, I'm excited about this channel because there's all kinds of cool little things that happen during the streams that will now be able to live forever in the Clips channel. And we'll let that ad play, and I'll let you watch the radar video here. And of course, our mods have links going out to that right now. So subscribe to this channel first, and if you like this, then also subscribe to that other channel. Supercell. Wait, that's weird that an ad played. I haven't monetized this. I guess it doesn't matter. Anybody new watching, if you have anybody on here that doesn't know how to read a radar, here's a quick meteorology 101 for you. That's pretty quiet, isn't it? This over here is the reflectivity. Okay, we love the reflectivity. It's the prettiest one. And this is probably the one that you're most familiar with, too, okay? This basically just shows you the intensity of precipitation in a general vicinity. The darker the reds and the yellows and stuff, the heavier the rain, and the better chance that you're going to see hail. This, on the other hand, is the most useful part of a radar, in my opinion, during a tornado outbreak. Anyways, a Doppler radar, or a radar, dual polarization radar, can see into the clouds, okay? And it's amazing the technology that we have, okay? Not only can it see into the clouds, but
Is
it
that
can
too
see what
quiet?
kind of
I can't
stuff's
get
in
it any
there,
louder
what
than that.
direction everything's going, and that's what the velocity does, okay? So basically, this tells us in what direction and at what speed the hydrometeors or the water droplets in the clouds are moving. And you can see right here.
I think that we might need to re-upload that. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, that if you want to go watch that, you can. It shows you how to read a radar and spot tornadoes. Here's a clip from earlier today, and as long as Reed's okay with it, this is definitely going on the Clips channel because this is hilarious. Reed Simmer. Are my streams quiet? Do I need to turn the volume up on my streams? This is crazy. All right. Here's that clip.
Let's check in with Storm Chaser Reed Simmer. Hey, Reed, we were kind of preoccupied with the tornado situation down here in Florida. We haven't got an update from you in a second. How's it going there? What's the conditions like?
Hey, Ryan, I'm actually taking a leak right now here in the 7-Eleven, but I am in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Got some sleet mixing in with freezing rain. I-85 is really slippery. Plows going up and down it, but definitely I-85 is slippery.
All right, Reed. Well, we'll let him finish his business there.
He was literally in the bathroom stall. Dedication, man. He still replied. He was just on top of it, man. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
But yeah, stuff like that will go up on the Clips channel, and then also like educational stuff. There's a lot of times where I explain cold air damming, or where I explain the Appalachian snow hole. You know, just stuff like that's like useful information that I'm not ever gonna just like set aside a time to record a video for. We're gonna clip that out of these live streams and then post it on there on the Clips channel. I'm actually taking a leak right now. Live leak. He was in the 7-Eleven there, yeah. So I thought he was in the car, but obviously the car was just left running while he went in the gas station. The temperature here at my house is 33 degrees now. Jeez, man. That big moisture plume is doing its work. You know, it's bringing in the moisture, but specifically over my house, it's also increasing the temperature. Once we get a good band of rain to stick over us for a second, though, I think we're going to dynamically cool down to where it's going to be Snowtown. So Brett is pretty close. Once again, this is a live look from Storm Chaser Brett Adair out there near Dixon, Tennessee. So he's near Dixon, Tennessee now. He plans. He told me earlier that he plans to continue to go past Nashville and towards Knoxville as we go later on into the night. And I think that's a smart move if you're trying. You know, he's trying to get footage and all that stuff. I think there's going to be a lot of that available between Nashville and Knoxville as we go later on into the night, because if we look at the radar here, you can. I've been trying to explain this all day. I don't know if I've been doing a good job, but right here, the pivoting is starting to happen. All right. If you're seeing snow right now in anywhere in this big precipitation shield that's forming, you're gonna see it for a while. Okay. The snow's come over you, and now, a lot of times if you're, this microphone here. That this is your house, right? A lot of times when the snow's coming, the radar will look like this. The snow hits you, and then it goes away, right? The snow, my arm, this is crazy. This will end up being another clip. But anyways, my arms is the snow on the radar. The microphone's your house. You're only under it for a short period of time. That's fine. That's how most of them works. But the reason why we think we're going to see so much snow here in the pivot zone from the eastern Kentucky into Ohio there is because the snow comes over you, and now it's not just going to keep going. It also pivots, and it stays over you, and it stays over you, and it stays over you until the last second whenever it moves out. So that is. That's one of the reasons why I think that all this moisture coming into the eastern Kentucky area is really going to fuel that precipitation shield, and that pivoting motion of the storm is just going to add to even more snow totals for everybody out there. Showing some yellow snow here. Pivot. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. 5G must be expanded properly in the U.S., or you can use Starlink. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's like internet connectivity problems and stuff like that we've had to worry about in the past because of the meteoric rise of the popularity of this channel. I said earlier that this is never going to become a big corporate business, but we are going to eventually accept like small companies that I like to be sponsors and stuff. And I'm going to be able to have a lot of infrastructure in place to make sure that we never lose connection here, because the last thing that I want is for there to be a big tornado outbreak going on. Last time, with the Mayfield tornado, we literally had thousands of people who were dependent on this live stream to get information, because obviously they didn't have power, they didn't have cable or whatever, but they did have their charged phone in their bathroom hunkered down watching the stream on their phone. I would hate for a gust of wind to come through out here and knock out my power, and then they're left in the dark. So we're doing a lot of stuff to get this place really tied in to not being susceptible to power outages and internet outages in the future. Let's see here. Buff says, thank you for your dedication and awesomely accurate forecasting. Well, thank you, Buff, for your generosity. Radical Charge, thank you as well. Somebody said, can you post the channel or the live feed of the guy on the road? I think that might be exclusive. Brett Adair's live stream here. He streams for Live Storms Media, so you might be able to go to Live Storms Media and see him live. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. But this, I know that I've got a direct tie-in to a server with him here. And it's not, I'm not pulling that off YouTube or a page or anything. But yeah, Live Storms Media is who he's working with, or I think he owns it. He owns Live Storms Media.
Thanks for all the tweets, guys. I'm still looking for stuff to move on and forward to you on Twitter. Oh, I did get a reply from Reed here. He says he's in the dry slot now. He's going to head back out when that upper low moves overhead. Okay. If you're watching, Reed, sounds good to me. I haven't checked. I know a lot of you guys are sending messages and stuff on Facebook. That's the one that I check the least. So I'm going to try to see if there's anything on there that I need to share. Tim Groom said he's heading back out to go live, and he plans on going to Assateague Island as the winds pick up. Tim Grooms, we might not be able to actually be live whenever he's actually in the thick of it. So, you know, when I end my stream here, I'll make sure you guys have all the links to these guys so you can keep up with them individually. Man, Facebook's a mess. I can't never like organize my my notifications. Like I don't know what in the world is going on Facebook half of the time. Let's check Instagram too. Remember, my social media handle on all this stuff is at Ryan Hall, y'all guys. This is why in the future also we're probably going to have a helper in here, a producer. I haven't had time to go around and hire a bunch of people. I've been this storm and then the storm behind this one and the storm behind that has kept me extremely busy. Let's go back over here to the radar real quick. And you know what? Let's put, since it might be a little while since before Reed comes back to us, let's put Brett above my head there. How do I do that? All right, we're gonna watch this happen live again here. Let me go into the settings here. Restart playback when source becomes active. All right. So I'm going to try this out. Give me just a second and bear with me, guys. This is going to be weird. But it's going to be fine. It's going to be cool. Where is the radar? There we go. All right, we're going to put LSM1 over here. We're going to put that under the chase border. Look at this. Professional. This is really hard to do. I have such a small window where I can actually see what's happening here. If anybody wants to be the producer, hit me up. All right, I've got to put the chase border over that now. There we go. And then, let's see here. C1 PNG, we'll change that to Brett's picture. Rename C1. Look at that. Professional once again. Okay, so Brett Adair is in Tennessee. He's coming towards Nashville, or he's in and around the Nashville area. We expect the road conditions to really start to deteriorate, especially once he gets past Nashville there, between Nashville and Knoxville.
Hey, Ryan, this is Tim. I just want to let you know I'm going back live now, headed to Assateague Island.
Okay. I got you loud and clear, man. I'll pull you up as soon as we get the notification. So that's Tim. He's in the Baltimore, somewhere over there in the Delmarva area.
Yeah, we've been going strong for 8 hours now, an 8-hour long live stream here on our big time winter storm. Eight hours. It does not feel like it's been that long. All right, we've got Mr. Grooms back live and in action. If somebody's over here on his Facebook page, I don't want to bug him. I don't want to come over on the radio on him. But like, if you could tell him that his stream is vertical, that would be appreciated. He's Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser on Facebook. I can't put it in my box if it's vertical. It's snowing in Cleveland, Tennessee. Very nice. What? Apparently, the Fort Myers storm earlier today in Florida has already received a preliminary EF2 plus rating. So they do. This will likely end up being an EF3 tornado there in Fort Myers, which is unbelievable. That we saw an EF3 today. And thanks for sending in all these reports, like, and tagging me and stuff. That helps a lot too. 2 hours ago, the National Weather Service said there has been another eruption from the volcano in Tonga. However, based on the latest information, there is no tsunami threat for the American Samoa area at this time. Because the volcano remains active, please stay tuned for further updates. Yeah, anybody on the West Coast, which I don't know if there's a bunch of people that live on the West Coast that are watching right now, but that is something I would pay very close attention to, is the volcanic activity over there in the Tonga region with that big underwater volcano. I don't know. I'm not a volcano expert. I am a weather expert. But from some of the people that I've talked to, the big eruption that we had the other day is either a good sign because it's relieved all the pressure, or it's a bad sign because it's opened up some, vault, some vent to potentially years and years of more eruptions coming down the roads, and they could all continue to be very big. Volcanoes are a very good reminder of how violent the Earth is. But once again, I do plan on making a video about how the ash plume there from that big eruption the other day is going to affect our weather. Here is an update from Just Your Average Storm Chaser. Love the name. This is storm damage in where's this at? Iona, Florida. It's damage from the tornado this morning. Just an Average Storm Chaser. If you're watching this is great footage. If you have the ability to join our Discord server and maybe we could do a live interview together, that would be cool. Moderators, watch out for this guy. Figure out a way to verify if it's really him, and if we can get him on here and we can get like a live video call going, I would love to talk to him if he's still in the area. Look at that. So this is the tornado that has got a preliminary EF2 plus rating. I'm going to Maui Saturday for a week with my wife. Am I in trouble? I don't think that you're in trouble. And by the way, I'm not trying to scare anybody on the West Coast. I would watch that because, more eruptions could happen and, more tsunamis could happen. But I'm not the guy that's telling you a giant wave's going to come over and come over the entire state of California.
I'm just saying that, like, especially if you live near the coast, with this big volcano erupting and being sporadic, things can happen. And anytime something like that does happen, you're always going to have a several hour-long notice before a tsunami wave comes in, okay? Because that's way far away from California. Just pay attention to it. I would if I lived over there. Just got a message from Brett. Oh, never mind. I didn't. Never mind. Hey, ignore that Twitter message there. I don't know. I thought you had messaged me, but yeah. Where's your approximate location now? I know you're still on I-40, but where are you relative to Nashville? Let's see here. Young Ambition. Hey, Ryan. Snowfall for Lake George. I think I'm going to live stream my plow route. Looks like 8 to 10 inches. That sounds about right up there in upstate New York. That sounds about right. I'm here. No need to say be right back. I'm going to make our little panel here again so we can look at multiple things at once. And also, we can see the live subscriber count over there, which I think we're probably going to hit 315,000 subscribers during this stream, which is incredible. I think that's an additional 6,000 just during this stream. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you like what you see here, this is what I do, and this is what I plan on doing for a very long time. So, also, if you're surprised today, if you're like, wow, what? Winter storm, huh? Ice storm? Where'd this come from? Tornadoes? Like, did we know about this? Yes, we did. Tell them, guys. Everybody that's subscribed to this channel, we've been talking about this storm for a week. And nobody who's subscribed to this channel is going to be surprised by storms in the future. Let's check out this video. What is this? What's going on here? Let's see here. How windy it was this morning. At 5 a.m. in Opelika, Alabama. The basketball goals were walking down the driveway. That's incredible. That would freak me out. That would absolutely freak me out. Yes, we did. We knew. Man, I just literally spent like 30 minutes talking about nothing but the West Coast. People always give me a hard time for not talking about the West Coast enough. Man, like, get some better storms. I'm sorry. Like, a lot of the most, like pressing and important things that are happening in the weather world right now are happening on the East Coast. That's not my fault. Can you talk about Alaska? Not really. I really tend to focus, as far as like my forecast discussion videos go and stuff, I focus on the areas that I am most knowledgeable about, okay? I am I've studied meteorology. I've been an avid weather enthusiast for my whole life. And I really have focused in on the weather, obviously on the East Coast, but also in the Midwest, in the upper Midwest, from Wisconsin all the way down into Texas, points east. That's where my expertise lies. Now, a lot of stuff that happens in the West Coast, obviously I can report on it, but as far as me getting down into the nitty gritty and really going in depth on the weather models and stuff, there's just not a lot that happens over there unless it's an atmospheric river event or we're in a monsoon season. There's not a lot that happens over there that requires a huge breakdown. You know what I mean? So I think that's why it seems like I don't talk about the West Coast very much. It's just not as much happening other than, oh, okay, it's snowing a lot or it's raining a lot. And that sounds bad, but I promise every time that we get something like that going on, I try my best to report on it and harp on it as much as possible. Do you ever talk about Buffalo, New York? Yes, I've talked about Buffalo, New York a lot, even just today. Mitchell has sent in an incredible video. And another thing to think about, guys, and I mention this a lot, if I'm not talking about your area, that is a good thing, okay? I don't get on YouTube and make a forecast talking about how it's going to be sunny tomorrow and it's going to be 75 degrees here. I don't do that. I only focus on the most bad weather. All right, because I think that's the format that I'm doing here. I think that's where it's valuable. So if I'm not talking about your place very much, good, right? It's a good thing. All right, let's come over here to Twitter. Mitchell says, my grandparents sent me this video from Fort Myers, Florida. It missed their house by 3 to 4 blocks. Wow. Mitchell, thank you for sending that in. And I hope your grandparents are okay. Well, obviously, they're not too bad off. They're filming videos, but thank goodness. Look, just down the road there, things look a lot worse. You can hear the ice coming down outside in Floyd County, Kentucky. Yeah, I hear it here too. We are currently at 32.2 degrees at my house, which is down from 33.1, which is where we were earlier. Reed's drone footage is up. I think Reed is trying to talk, but I can't hear him. Yeah, Reed just sent a message, but I didn't hear a single word of it. Did you? Did that come through on your all's end? Yeah, I don't hear it. But we should be getting that drone video soon. Reed just posted it on YouTube. Okay, I see. We'll show it here. Make sure you guys go
make sure you guys go to YouTube. Subscribe to Reed Timmer if you haven't already. Reed Timmer's got 496,000 subscribers. How cool would it be if he got to 500? Man, I don't see the drone video. What the heck are you talking about? You guys are trolling me. And just like that, in Berea, Kentucky, we have a very fast changeover to snow there in Berea. Big fat flakes falling down. I'm waiting for that to happen here. I am just waiting and waiting. Who knows when it's going to happen? But yeah, look at all this snow and moisture building in back here. It's going to be a long, snowy evening. Yeah, it is. I have a ham radio license. Yes, I do. We are not using ham radio to communicate back and forth, though. That would be nice to use something like Echolink to talk back and forth to all the chasers, but not all of them are ham radio licensed. And honestly, as much as I love ham radio, and I definitely think that it's a vital thing, I just can't convince everybody to become ham radio licensed when it's literally as easy as downloading an app to be able to talk back and forth to each other. Obviously, that's not the case if things go sideways and we lose a lot of infrastructure.
I had a phone call, so I'm just now getting your message. I am in Nashville. I'm getting off on the 208A exit to keep on east here.
All right, that was Brett Adair. That was Brett Adair. I don't know. I don't know if he got to finish his message there, but he's in Nashville, he said. That's the camera that you see above my head. And he is going to continue on east from Nashville and head towards Cookeville. So we'll see what goes on with that. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So if we don't have internet, ham radio, that's going to be the way to go. Right. Imagine if all the storm chasers just used Discord. We tried that. It doesn't work very good. It's hard for these guys to be able to film. It's hard for them to be able to film and kind of make their own videos. And they have like 2 or 3 different phones with different live streams going on. It's hard for them to just leave Discord up. And because I don't want their audio the whole time, I only want it intermittently. It's a lot easier for just to have a PTT device to talk back and forth to each other, a little walkie-talkie kind of deal. Reed did send me the video. If it's on his YouTube channel, I'm probably just going to show it there. There we go.
So you want EVs? You have.
I have YouTube Premium, just not on this specific account. Here is that video from Reed Timmer. This is around Traveler's Rest in South Carolina. The Dominator drone has sampled the snow and ice covered Traveler's Rest area.
Once again, this is on YouTube, on Reed Timmer's channel right now if you want to go see it. Yeah, 7 threes. 7 threes. I see I see all y'all. Nashville. Okay. So Brett is in Nashville. You see we got cars over on the side of the road and everything there. Oh, look, somebody's been doing donuts in the parking lot there in front of the Tractor Supply. I'm surprised he didn't have any sound on this, no music or nothing. He usually adds like these really intense music tracks to his videos. Here, we'll help him out here. Give me just a second. Oh, come on. Where's it at? All right, here we go. That's better. That's probably too loud on that. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Dang, that gets more and more intense. That was called a battle by John Bjork. But yeah, you can see very clearly there that we have just an incredible amount of ice and snow down here in the Travelers Rest region. And, we don't have a lot of people out, but there are some people out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more accidents and stuff. Just try to stay off the roads. Try to stay off the roads if you're out there. Nice music. Yeah, I love that. I love that. It just fits with the Dominator drone vibe, That needs to be Reed Timmer's theme song, honestly. That needs to be at the intro of every single one of his videos. We gotta let him know that. That he's missing out there by not having that. Now, what in the world? Oh, okay, so Brett's feed is down again. That's all right. Robert said, I've reactivated my Twitter after 5 years just to communicate with you. The temperature is still 35 degrees at the surface, but snow is beginning to cover the grassy areas in Johnson City, Tennessee. It's going to cool down pretty quick there in Johnson City. That's good that you're getting snow. That means if Johnson City's getting snow, that means I'm getting snow here soon. Because you're downstream from me on that plume of moisture. Owingsville, Kentucky, heavy snow and sleet. Thank you, Tiffany. And, of course, here's that Dominator drone video from Reed Timmer. I just retweeted that if you guys want to go look at that up close and personal.
Make sure you add in the percussion. Here's a view from South Carolina. And here, oh, Berea, Kentucky. That was fast. Look at this. We went from somebody was in here earlier complaining about how all they ever get is rain in Berea, Kentucky. And now, look, it's a winter wonderland. Somebody said, why less snow in Northern Virginia? Well, because it's literally not even like close to getting to you yet. If you've already got snow in Northern Virginia, you're ahead of schedule. But don't get me wrong, you're not going to end up with a lot of snow, and nobody ever said you would. And if they did, you're listening to the wrong people. In Northern Virginia, you're probably going to see a big increase in the snow rates here in the next little bit. And then the rain's going to come and wash it all away, unfortunately. I have been talking here nonstop for 8 hours and 23 minutes. That's why I'm getting kind of a little bit hoarse.
Driving to work. In fact, one lady on the roadway right.
Oh, here's a video from Matthew Capucci. I think he doesn't care if I show this, but this is my favorite TV weather guy. My favorite up and coming TV weather guy. Okay, outside of like James Spann, I love Matthew here. So let's see what he's got to say.
Here with this, I gotta say the roads are in absolutely awful shape. We have about an inch on the ground in most spots. I saw a couple spinouts when I was driving to work. In fact, one lady on the roadway right in front of, I think, the Kennedy Center seemed to spin out and unfortunately lost her front bumper. So do watch out. Try not to be in the roads if you can avoid it. Snow coming down at roughly ½ inch per hour to an inch per hour in most spots right now. And heavier bands just south of DC. Those are working north, so they'll be here in the next 30, 40 minutes or so. Jen Delgado and I will be on all evening long, keeping you updated. We'll have folks at the field as well. But again, it looks like a lot of the roads probably weren't pre-treated. Even if they were, doesn't seem to be doing much, honestly. Here you see even this walkway in pretty rough shape. Try not to slip and slide. I should have worn my boots to work and changed here, but lesson learned. Anywho, see ya on TV in a little while, and we'll get you some data in the next little bit. All right.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, he works in the DC area for Fox 5. Fox 5. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Tim Grooms. His feed. Am I able to get it? Am I able to look at old Tim? No. All right, I'm gonna try to fix that real quick. Am I able to look at this? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna leave that up while I try to figure out our Tim Grooms situation. It's really hard for me to get. It's really hard for me to get Facebook streams to work for some reason. But I'm going to try my darndest one more time here. He has started that new one that is vertical, or horizontal, I should say. We're going to embed. We're going to Control A, Control C. We're going to copy code. We're going to go into Live 3. We're going to open with Notepad. We're going to Control A backwards. And we're going to hope that works.
Hey, looky there. So now we finally have Storm Chaser Tim Grooms. We finally have his thing pulled up here. Once again, this is Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser there on Facebook. You can see, let me see exactly where he is. Tim, I had some problems getting Facebook streams to work on my end, but I finally got you pulled up, and we're dying to know where exactly you're located.
Hey Ryan, I'm at Assateague Island National Seashore right now. It's about 8-9 miles south of Ocean City. Just gonna take a walk out to the water here, check it out. I mean, things are just kind of getting started up. The showers are just coming down. The wind's just starting. So I know there's still probably a few hours away before things really start getting ramped up here, waiting for that low-level jet to really kick in above.
Okay, so Tim is he's positioned himself to where he's going to be able to really intercept some of those strong winds that we've been talking about. So he's not necessarily going to be chasing the snow aspect of the storm. He's more in line to get a direct impact from those really strong tropical storm force winds as they come through. Yeah. My stream here is probably not going to last long enough to really get the full impacts from what you've got going on my end. So I am going to make sure that everybody that's watching knows where to find you after I end my stream. But yeah, if anything at all interesting starts to happen, just send me a ping right here and we'll start going over towards you, okay? So yeah, that's old Tim, Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser on Facebook, I reckon. Yeah. Yeah, right there. How much snow we're going to get in Washington, D.C.? I think you're going to get probably a couple inches there, probably maybe even up to 4 inches. However, what's going to happen is that snow is going to get washed away by the rain after it falls. Just got an updated snow measurement from a Reed Timmer, still at just above 8 inches of snow there in Traveler's Rest. Here's a quick update from the radar, by the way. All right, so we've got our Storm Chaser Brett Adair. He's on I-40. I think he's still on I-40, and he's going to the east of Nashville. He's probably approaching Cookeville. Let me get an exact location on him here. Let me refresh this. Okay, I don't have an exact location on him, but we'll ask him over the radio here in just a second. But what you'll notice, if I go back to the radar, what you'll notice is happening here is the snow, right? Obviously, it's starting to get really heavy here in Kentucky. So, like, obviously, from the beginning, we've always said that the snow totals are going to be a little bit higher north of that line. Who was that? What did he say there?
About it, Ryan.
How's it going, Brett? We were just looking at your feed. Are you past Nashville yet?
Yeah, man, I have passed Nashville now. We are approaching exit 229, which is approaching Lebanon. Snowing pretty good. It's really fine snow. The temperature's actually above freezing, back up to 33, so I'm sure on the video here you can see there's some brown patches on the grass. The Tennessee Department of Transportation's done quite a good job so far. Downtown Nashville, no problems. Looks like the main problems are going to be south and east of town as we head toward Cookeville and the Crossville area. So as we get into higher elevations over here, we'll likely see more issues. And, you know, I'm seeing one of the plows now just.
So yeah, Brett's on I-40 east of Nashville. Let me show you the radar here. I'm going to give you an idea of where exactly he is. He's somewhere right in this general vicinity. But what I was trying to say is what you'll notice is that we're getting this very hard edge on the backside, and that's going to start to try to move to the west. And if you're in Cookeville, you might look out at the radar and be like, hey, man, it looks like we don't have very long left before the snow is out of our area. And that's not true because, like I've been saying all day, the pivoting, all right, the pivoting is going to happen. This hard edge over here is going to stop moving so fast. And in fact, you can see already we have new snow showers that are trying to form out here in Cookeville. You're going to be right on the edge of that, the pivot point of this storm for the rest of the evening, really. So I think the I-40 between Lebanon and Crossville is going to become pretty treacherous over the next little bit. But I'm telling you, the heaviest snow, the real heavy stuff is happening up here in Kentucky. Like I said earlier, I-75, I-64, these are going to be absolute nightmares over the next little bit. You want to stay off these roads if you have any ability to. If you don't need to be out, don't go out. And then all this is going to be advecting up into southeastern Ohio later tonight. And you guys are going to get clobbered with snow. I'm very jealous. A lot of you are going to end up with over a foot more than likely when this is all said and done. Yeah, we just zoomed out on the radar here, and I think that once you get to Cookeville and points east there, you're really going to start to see an intensification of the precipitation rates there because we're starting to get to the point to where that low is really ramming the moisture against the Appalachian Mountains coming from the northwest. And as you know, a lot of times we'll see a massive expansion of snow showers in their intensity and coverage before the low really, pulls the moisture out of the area. So I think things are going to deteriorate there on I-40, especially once you get around Cookeville points east. They're talking about 15
That makes
inches.
complete sense with all the moisture going back in the direction of the low now, and basically the atmosphere is working to wring every bit of moisture out that it can as this low has now began to pivot and is going to, eject up toward the northeast. We are definitely seeing lowering visibilities as we head further east into Tennessee. That's one thing that is going to be an issue as well, is we're going to increase in elevation as we head in the direction of Knoxville anyway. So starting to see some coverage on the roadways here, and it looks like, from here on out, it's probably going downhill.
Absolutely. So, once again, he is east of Lebanon now, east of Nashville. This is what the road on I-40, if you're on I-40, I-24, I-75, anywhere over here east of Nashville, this is what we're going to be dealing with. And on top of that, a lot worse as we go later on into the evening, because I'm telling you guys, if you look at the radar here, that northwest flow, look, all this moisture just poured in over the mountains here, and now it's spreading out back here. Any little bit that kind of falls back towards the Appalachian Mountains there in eastern Tennessee is going to amplify as it condenses, over the mountains here. Once again, between Cookeville and Knoxville specifically, I think there's still a lot of snow yet to fall there in this general vicinity. Road conditions are going to rapidly continue to deteriorate as well. Let's see here. I'm in Pittsburgh, and I'm excited for all the snow. Hey, yeah, if you're in Youngstown, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, you are literally in the sweet spot, and we have officially renamed your cities to Snowtown, baby. How are you guys liking the communication with the chasers via the push-to-talk? I think it works really well. I think that's going to be a huge plus, especially in severe weather season. And yeah, I am sneaking a couple drinks of a Red Bull there. Excellent. Awesome.
I'm glad you guys like it. That's going to be a big part of what we do moving forward. That's also something that you'll never see. You'll never see like a live conversation like that, but on a regular network, everything has to be kind of like a phoned in. Okay, let's set up everything and make sure we know what we're going to say. But like this is, you know, in a tornado outbreak, it's going to be completely really invaluable to have a plethora of storm chasers out around a storm, and then every single one of them can kind of like feed information in a real-time situation. We don't have to wait for the satellite connect up. We don't have to wait for the commercial to end. We don't have to wait for our anchor to get his tie on. We're just constant back and forth. It's like it's like I'm a dispatch coordinator talking to all the storm chasers, and it's just another way to get information to you guys as quickly as possible. I'm shocked you're not out chasing live. I decided to sit this one out. The last big snowstorm that we got here, I did go out in Storm Seeker, and I got to test out a lot of cool stuff on the vehicle there. But I wanted to test out some of this stuff here in the stream room today, so I'm sitting this one out as far as actually being out chasing. I think this is where I'm most valuable anyways. Like I really put a lot of time and money into that storm chasing truck, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to use it as much as what I thought, because once again, I think that me being here, especially in a severe weather situation, is way more important than me being out there. Especially when we have all these, incredibly talented storm chasers who are working with us to help get the information to you. I'm kind of just like the relay point. Yeah, that's why I'm sneaking the drinks. I know a lot of people are going to get on to me about my health. I usually only drink water, okay? I do have the occasional Red Bull and Sprite, especially when I'm live streaming. There's something about the carbonation that really works. Soothe my... I probably just need to drink like honey tea or something. But no, Red Bull works good enough for me. When you see that 88 mile an hour low-level jet wind come into the New England area tomorrow morning, it's going to be serious. I'm really I'm interested to see. Hopefully, if we have anybody watching from Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, obviously I won't be live streaming when the storm comes through your area. But I really hope that if you can do so safely, you even if I'm not live streaming, you send me pictures and videos of what's going on out there early in the morning tomorrow, because I think it's going to be bad. I think it's going to be bad. I think we're going to see a lot of wind damage. I think we're going to see a lot of coastal flooding. If you are in Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, especially between Newport and Cape Cod on the southern side, if you face down towards Florida, right, if you're hanging off of Massachusetts, that's where I really expect to see some pretty bad stuff happening. So keep us updated on that. Oh, just got a text from my wife in all caps. It's snowing. And right on cue, it is 31.9 degrees here. So we were literally just teetering around that full-on snow area, waiting on that degree temperature drop. But now here's the kicker. Right now we finally have snow at my house. But now we're seeing a new dry slot form, and that's going to be moving over me. So all the snow is going to be kind of held back over here, which is fine. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm living, once again, vicariously through you guys. So please continue to send me your snow pictures and videos on Twitter so that I don't cry. But yeah, we do have a new dry slot, a new Appalachian snow hole kind of forming here. But that's really not gonna affect you guys back here in Central Kentucky into West Virginia, Gallipolis, Portsmouth, all you guys over here. You guys are gonna continue to see it increase.
Live here in upstate South Carolina. Cold upper low is approaching, so I think we got one more shot of snow showers and just doing a live snow survey here. But anyway, back live. Dominating.
Dominating. All right, man. You just keep dominating live as long as you want to today. We'll keep checking back in with you every once in a while. If you have anything interesting that pops up, just holler at me on here. I'm going to pull him back up on the stream side. Give me just a second to do that.
Sounds good. I think at the very least we'll see some decent cloud bases with these snow showers approaching with a cold upper low.
Yeah, so he's not in the part of the storm anymore. That's where we're going to see like really impressive precipitation or anything like that. But that low center of pressure is going to be passing over his location, so we'll be able to see what's going on. We'll be able to see the real core power of this storm from Reed Timmer's stream here, which I am going to set that back up right now. Give me just a second. And this one, I have this one down, so I should be pretty quick here. Notepad. Let's go over here, embed. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go see if that worked. Let's go see if it worked. There we go. All right. So this is professional storm chaser Reed Timmer. In the #1 spot. And we got the picture wrong up here, so I'm just going to remove the picture from now. We'll figure all that out, all these little kinks, the little details, whenever I finally get me a producer. All we care about is seeing the live feed, right? Now we have, I believe, we have 2. Not 2, but 3 working live streams for the first time today, I think. All 3 of our chasers are live and in action out here. So we're going to keep up with
Thanks, Ryan.
What? Wait, hold on. That is something else. I think so. As far as in the future, whenever we continue to do the communication this way, I would like to have it on the screen for you guys, because I think there's probably a time in the future where we're going to have multiple people chasing at the same time. They're all going to be trying to feed information in. It might get confusing as to who's talking. But like maybe over here next to my head, like if Reed Timmer is speaking, you'll see his face pop up while his audio is coming through. Or if Tim's speaking, you'll see his face pop up. I think that'll make it a little bit less confusing as to who's seeing what, or who's saying what, I should say.
Got it. Thanks, Ryan.
So that was Tim just saying thanks to the last message there. Here's a picture from Annapolis, Maryland. It's coming down pretty good out there. Oops. And this is from Crypto. Thank you so much. Can you check on Stanton, Virginia, please? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can do that for you. It should be snowing there. It should be snowing. And like, honestly, you've been in a little bit of a dry slot. So some of that snow might be, a little bit lighter than what you were expecting. But what's getting ready to happen is some of the heavier precipitation is getting ready to come through, and it is going to occur in the form of freezing rain and sleet. So we are going to see some ice accumulation up here. Make sure you're ready for that. We've got literally hundreds of thousands of people without power to your south, and it's because of this. So I don't know if there's going to be a power outage there per se, but the snow is getting ready to stop. It's getting ready to start raining, and it's going to freeze on impact. And then you probably got a couple hours left before you're all rain, or until the precipitation is completely out of the area there. Yeah, it's snowing pretty good there in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. It's snowing really heavily once again across the I-64 corridor. And on the I-75 corridor in Kentucky. We just got an update there from Marty Steins, who has been a member for 12 months. Are you the first 12-monther? Marty, please say something else in the chat. I want to see if you got your pink lightning bolt. I think you'll be the first pink one I've seen if you've got it. That's super awesome. Everybody say thank you to Marty. He's an official sponsor, and he's been here for a year. Guys, I used to do this a year ago, and there was only like 30 people watching. All right, and Marty was one of them, and he stuck around the whole time. Thank you, man. Let's see here. Kyle's another OG here. He says, the Weather Channel app tells me I've seen 2 inches of snow in Louisa, but we've only seen rain with sleet every once in a while. I think they're on the wrong snow totals. Yeah, them apps, man. I have a big problem with them apps. But my app says, well, you know, it's time to get away from the app. A lot of the times the apps that they either pull forecasts from one model, or there's a meteorologist. The good ones have actual meteorologists that go in and program the apps and make forecasts and disseminate between different areas, but even those suck. I don't like the apps unless, you know, you're just kind of like looking for what the temperature is going to be like tomorrow and stuff. If you're looking for a snowfall forecast, if you're looking for a severe weather forecast, the National Weather Service, your local NWS office is the #1 source of information for you. And then, of course, if I'm, you know, still chugging along here on YouTube, producing my analysis, that's a good way to get additional information on top of what the NWS is providing. I don't like the apps. Maybe one day there'll be a good app. Maybe me and Reed will come together and make the best weather app. Let's see here. Picked up super quick in Beattyville. I'm so excited. Look at this, man. Beattyville, Kentucky. You guys got all the snow, man. Every single bit of it. Stolen from me. Hey, we got a snowman picture. Yes. All right. Okay. You guys know it's time real quick. I got to do this. I'm sorry. But this is from Mamasaurus Rex. Love the username. It's been snowing since this morning, 40 miles northeast of Atlanta in Georgia. This is in Georgia. I can't make a snowman, but you can, and you're in Georgia. How about that? Yeah, so as you can see, big time snowman here. This is the real deal. If I'm looking at this right, I'm going to assume that's probably about 4 feet tall, maybe about 3.5 feet. I can't really tell. I'm trying to judge based off of the lines from the window here as to how, man. Yeah, I'm going to go with about 3.5 feet. Anyways, so here's my critique, all right? This is what I do. I critique snowmen in snow situations. First of all, your ratio is perfect, okay? If you're building a snowman, the base has to be at least 30% bigger than the second one, and then that one, you want that to actually be around 35 to 40% bigger than the top one, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Now, I love the face, I love the eyeglasses, and I like the nose. It looks like a carrot. I don't know if that's what it is, but you're missing a mouth, okay? We got to see some rocks, some gravel, some landscaping here. We got to have a mouth on there. I like your button line, okay? It's a little bit crooked, though, all right? It's a little bit off-center. We want to see that a little bit straighter. I love the use of a scarf, and I also love the fact that it's snowing heavily enough for you to actually see accumulation on top of the scarf. That really adds. I could be wrong. I could be wrong here, but I don't see arms. Okay, just go look at this. You got a bunch of twigs over here. You have a literal tree. Why are we not seeing arms on our snowman here? Okay, we got to have arms. It would be nice if the arms were twigs or had twigs on the end to represent fingers, or we could throw a glove on top of that. And that's probably going to be my favorite thing to do in future snowstorm coverage things. I love critiquing and providing my expert analysis on snowmen. One of these days we'll get a perfect, but that was probably a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Yeah, mostly a lot of times I'm not going to rate your snowman as good as I could, because I'm often going to be jealous that I can't be the one that's out there making a snowman. That we'll make a big compilation of snowman reviews on the Clips channel too at some point. Thank you, Lynn. Hey, did Marty ever comment? Does he have a pink lightning bolt? I never saw Marty say anything else. He should have a pink bolt. Play-by-play on the snowman build. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's an update from extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer. He's on the road there, somewhere near Travelers Rest, South Carolina. Oh yeah, they did need a hat on that. Absolutely. But Reed is approaching. He's trying to get in the path of some more of these convective showers that are popping up in near the upper low. And he's driving down the road there. We also have Brett Adair. Brett Adair, which this is actually really, we should probably leave this up, because this is a really good representation of the road conditions on I-40 between Lebanon and Knoxville, okay? So I believe he's getting pretty close to Cookeville, Tennessee. And as you can see, the roads are not looking good there. And the snow is coming down harder the further east he goes. That's going to continue to be the case. All right, so if you're in Cookeville, Monterey, Crossville, Rockwood, any of these places over here in Tennessee, this is going to be the scene for the next several hours, and we're going to see that snow build up. We're going to continue to see the road conditions deteriorate very quickly. Very quickly. Oh, here's a good picture from Kentucky. Thank you, Lala. Here's some ice and some snow there in Barron County, Kentucky. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you, Melinda, for that. Sending in that picture. Oh, and here's a nice contribution or a submission here for Snowman. This is from a 13-year-old there, Camilla Snowman. Hey, that's a good one. That's a good one. Whenever you're working with what you've got, okay. Now, if you got ample snow, I'm not gonna take it easy on you. Okay, if you got ample snow, I am not gonna give you any sort of break. All right, but if you've just got a little bit and you're trying to mound some together to make a little snowman, hey, this is great. This is great. And that's another good one too there, DJ. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing me your snowman there. Sharing with me your snowman, I should say. Yeah, we're still seeing a lot of significant tree damage out there here and there. The snow, like, it's not just the ice, right? So this is going to be a heavy wet snow for a lot of people. So that's also going to cause problems. That's also going to cause problems with bringing down tree limbs and stuff. We finally got the quick switch over from rain to sleet to now snow in Lexington. And I'm telling you, Lexington, you're going to get a lot more snow this evening. It's raining ice in Lexington. Yeah. The super meteorological term for raining ice is sleet or grapple. But I like raining ice. Sounds good to me. Jilly Bean, thank you for the super generous contribution there. Dion, thank you. Lynn Bartleson, thank you for the very big time $20 super chat there. Yeah, if you are in Maine, specifically on the southeast coast, I am expecting very, very strong winds tomorrow. We're talking about damaging winds. The snow's not going to be a big deal unless you're in northern Maine. And even then, it's not going to be a very big deal. Thank you, Hunter. It's heavy enough for that the plows can't keep up with it in Lexington. Really? Already? Where's Reed Timmer? Reed Timmer is with us. He is live down here in... Let's see here. He is near Traveler's Rest. I noticed that the quality...
Same time next week?
The quality of the stream is low. I don't know if that's coming from him or if that's something on my end. I'm going to double check what it looks like on a new YouTube instance here. He could just be in an area that has low service. Yeah, that's just, he just doesn't have ample service to stream a very high quality video right now. Brett, on the other hand, this is a really high quality footage coming in on I-40, showing once again the very quickly deteriorating conditions there on the road. A lot of salt and a lot of preparation has went into making sure that these roads are staying as clear as possible. And that's one of the reasons why they are looking as good as they are, but they're intermittently they don't look very good. And that's going to continue to be the case. And the further east that he goes, the worse they're going to look. Reed's feed on Facebook is perfect. It must be a signal issue. Yeah, Reed and Vince and we all have several phones, right? We have our main phone. We have our a secondary phone. Then we have our tertiary phone, and then we got a backup phone. And my strategy, I don't know if Reed does this, but my strategy is going to be to you get a different carrier, like AT&T on one, Verizon on another. That way, in a situation where one's down, the other one's probably going to be up. That might be what's going on with Reed. He's just got better service from one than the other. What do you want for supper? Oh, Lord. This is another... We're going to have to figure out supper here live on the stream. Dinner time. What are the options, Steph? If one of the options is to eat out, I think it'd be fun to do a poll here, and we'll let the 10,000 people that are watching decide for us. But if you've got something to cook down there, I don't care. Just cook it. How are the temps? So currently where I am, it's 32 degrees. We're going back and forth between 31.9 and 32. Temperatures throughout a lot of the East Coast are hovering around that 32 degree mark, and unless you're on the southern side of this low as it advex to the north and east. You guys want to look at the future radar again? Okay, I'll show you the future radar. Let me pull up the models here. Let's zoom out to the east. Let's go over to the models. Does it still look good? Yeah. Okay, so what we've got going on here is we're going to look at the latest and greatest run of the HRRR, and we will look at what the radar could look like. I don't know why I have to decide dinner. I don't care what we eat. I'm not even that hungry. Okay, so this is the future radar. Okay, or this is the latest HRRR model. This is what it could look like as we go forward into the night to night. So once again, we're going to see the snow continue to increase, especially on the backside here in eastern Kentucky, central Kentucky, and into the mountains of Tennessee all the way through 8 p.m. Okay, heavy snow is going to be moving up into Pennsylvania around this time. Literally, almost the entire state of Pennsylvania is going to be seeing heavy snow at 8 p.m. All right. Our big dry slot is moving into West Virginia at this time. And then, you know, Ohio, West PA, this is going to be the area that is most, you know, likely to see the accumulating snows and over a foot. So let's watch this thing, okay? A lot of the snow is going to be moving out of eastern Tennessee around 10 p.m. tonight, unless you're in extreme eastern Tennessee. But still, a lot of central and eastern Kentucky here are still seeing some pretty good snow showers at 10 p.m. Ohio, this is and Pennsylvania, this is going to be prime time for you to pick up some of the heaviest accumulations. It's going to be moving out of Lexington around 1 a.m. Still got a lot of snow going on in West Virginia in the mountains there. But this is pretty much, if you can see the time there on the bottom right, that's pretty much what it looks like as we go forward. Some of those really strong, heavy winds are going to be moving into the Delmarva area around 11 p.m. And that's when you guys, if you're still wanting to be up to date with what's going on with the live streaming and all that stuff, follow Tim Grooms, okay, Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser. He's going to be out there intercepting that. And then your snow, I'm kind of conflicted, okay? If you're in central PA, obviously you're going to get a lot of snow, and then that warm bubble is going to come in. You're going to get a quick shot of rain, but the rain might actually be so insignificant that it doesn't really hurt your totals a lot. So that's good news. Big time wind and rain is going to come through New York City and Long Island around 4 a.m., and around 7 a.m., this is when we could see some devastating wind damage, I think, in the Northeast. I think that we're going to see coastal flooding, hurricane-force wind gusts up here. That's going to be nasty. That's going to be nasty. Now, obviously, I'm not saying to duck and cover. It's not going to be the end of the world. But that is definitely, it's going to cause some down trees, power outages. Be ready for that, for sure. But yeah, keep an eye on your location. I'm going to scroll this back and forth for you. This is what this is now, right? This is right now. This is all the way through 5 a.m. in the morning and 7 a.m. in the morning. From now to 7 a.m. in the morning. Now, look down in the bottom right. Look at the time, all right? 4 p.m., 10 p.m., 2 a.m., 6 a.m. This is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. And of course, we looked at the 18Z run earlier, and I'll show you again the potential snow totals there. It's Snowtown, baby. If you're in the purple, okay, if you see your location in the purple, you're getting over 6 inches more than likely. All the way through the pinks. And then the brighter pinks, we're talking about possibly close to a foot.
What's the Storm Chasers YouTube channel? So Reed Timmer is obviously Reed Timmer. And then Brett Adair, his YouTube channel is Live Storms Media. And then Tim Grooms, our guy in the Mid-Atlantic, I don't know if he has a YouTube channel, or if he does, he's not using it. He's streaming over on Facebook on Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser. If you search Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser, you will be able to see him. It's raining like crazy in South Central Ohio. Not for long. It's going to be snow. All right. We're having a real hard time. We're having a real hard time here deciding what we're going to do for dinner in the Ryan Hall y'all household. So I'm going to create a poll in the chat here on YouTube. If you want to participate, go ahead. So we have 3 options, okay? What should we do for dinner? We have 3 options, right? We can do lasagna, which is, Steph would cook that here. We could do chicken. We have that. Steph could cook that here. Or we could eat out, right? We could go, not leave, but like order in like DoorDash food, right? Okay. So, yeah. We're going to leave that up to you, because this is one of those situations where neither of us can figure out what it is that we want. So we're going to leave that up to you guys. The poll is live now on YouTube. And I don't know how to look at the results, but I'm going to trust that it'll pop up for me when the time comes. Okay, there you go. The poll is up. We've got 600 votes so far. 600 votes. 51% lasagna, 30% eat out. It looks like chicken's not going to happen. It's going to be a battle between lasagna and eating out. And it looks like lasagna might take the W there. Thank you guys for helping us make this wonderful decision. We've got 1,000 votes in. I'm gonna leave this up for another minute or so, and then we're gonna end the poll, and we're gonna go based off of that decision. But it does look like lasagna is gonna win. And by the way, I did want to point out that we crossed over 315,000 subscribers. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, David. This is for Steph to eat out. You have a peanut butter and sandwich. Oh, okay, so Steph gets to order food, and I eat the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Honestly, that sounds good to me. I wouldn't care to have a peanut PB&J right now. Okay, so I'm ending the poll. We got 1,500 votes. Steph, if you're listening, 1,500 people decided for us we're having lasagna. Stick it in the oven. Thanks for that, guys. That's solved it for us. If you guys would have chosen like the eat, like order food option, we would have done another poll with every restaurant, because we wouldn't have been able to make up our mind there either. But we're doing lasagna. That works for me. And you guys are being thoughtful. I understand. Yeah, the weather is frightful, right? We don't want too many people out there driving, so the DoorDasher, we don't want to put anybody in danger just to deliver us some chicken wings or something. So lasagna sounds good to me. Jerry, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. Deborah, thank you for the super chat. Tomasco, look, Steph. This guy donated $20 and said, "Go buy food."
I can't believe that there are 10,000 people watching me and my wife deliberate what kind of food we're going to get. We'll get back to the weather coverage here in a second, but I have been going for 9 hours. Got to figure this out. Michael, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. Let's see here. Smokey TV says, anything the wife makes will always win. Thanks for keeping us up to date in the fun but serious way. Hey, no problem, man. If you're just now tuning in, oops, that is Reed Timmer's feed. That is Brett Adair's feed. Reed Timmer is in South Carolina. Brett Adair is in Tennessee. All right. He's on I-40. Reed is somewhere near Traveler's Rest. Justin said, I've been watching since 7:30. Yeah, we fired up the live stream here.
Hey, Ryan, are you seeing this grapple near the North Carolina-South Carolina border?
Oh, wow. I just now noticed that. Look at that. It looks like hailstones falling down. It looks like another full-on hail intercept for the Dominator 4 there on camera. That's some very intense grapple there. Is that coming from just one of those embedded showers?
Yeah, I think just ahead of that upper low. A little cold air aloft coming in, but definitely some textbook grapple. If I zoom in on it, I can make it look like some bigger hail.
So if you guys didn't know, the Dominator 4 there is completely destroyed almost as far as the exterior goes from hail dents because Reed doesn't stop.
Maybe a little bit of orographic lift along the southern edge of the escarpment too.
If there's a big hailstorm, he drives into it. He does not stop. He literally never stops chasing. Gorilla grapple. You gotta clip this and put it on YouTube as a Gorilla Grapple. That's what my chat said.
You are a genius.
Let's see here. Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. The Canadian. We got $5 Canadian there. Thank you so much. Says tonight's going to be Snowtown in Toronto. 15 to 20 centimeters. Yeah, it is going to be Snowtown there through a lot of those big cities in southeastern Canada. Amber, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Really appreciate that. Where on I-40? Oh, yeah. So our Storm Chaser, Brett Adair, is on I-40. He is somewhere to the east of Nashville. Let me just ask him real quick. Hey, Brett, some people who are in my chat are wanting an update on your location. Have you made it to Cookeville yet? Or how close are you? And yeah, just give us an update out there. I think he might be near Cookeville. That would make sense to me. I know he's going slow because the roads are a little slick, but he's somewhere between Lebanon and Cookeville on I-40. That's where Brett Adair is right now. And the further east he goes, the worse that's the worse that's going to look. And the snow has begun in Pittsburgh. The first of very many flakes are starting to fall here in Pittsburgh. Hey, no problem, Melody. No problem at all. I'm having a blast. I really am. The winter storm coverage is definitely more laid back, and I'm liking that a lot. We do still have important information to kind of relay. Still have really bad road conditions out there, especially in Virginia. At 3:24 p.m. on Sunday, the Virginia State Police responded to a crash with tractor trailers and a pickup truck northbound on I-81 in Montgomery
Hey,
County.
Ryan, I'm actually coming through Cookeville, passing exit 287, the Cookeville Sparta exit right now. And believe it or not, it's a lot of brown grass. I expected there to be much more in the way of snow accumulation here. 33 degrees, and the roads are primarily wet here. So these elevation changes, man, are really just crazy with the system. So, you're getting spots where you'll get the ground will be white completely for, a couple miles, and then you run back into spots where you got brown grass. So I am going to continue to head east out of Cookeville, moving toward Crossville on I-40, and we'll see what it looks like over there. But so far, some of those snow totals up in this area, unless we get a heavier band in the next several hours in the thermals to kind of cooperate, those big 8, 10, 12-inch totals are, they're busting pretty badly through here right now.
Yeah. So 100%. He's near Cookeville right now. And remember, when we were looking at the HRRR snow totals earlier, and I was like, okay, between now and, whenever the snow ends, this model is showing maybe, like 6 inches of snow. But every snowflake that falls that doesn't stick, you remove that from your totals. Okay, so if the HRRR doesn't take into account that we've got a warm bubble down here, it's 33 degrees instead of 32. There you go from 6 down to 4 inches, and if that happens too much longer, you go from 4 inches down to 2. Like I said, I told you, a lot of people are going to be eating milk sandwiches over the next couple of days because they went and got their milk and bread. Too much of it. It just started snowing in Sevierville, Tennessee. But if you are in Tennessee, you're gonna see more snow. Okay, I don't want to ruin your day. I know a lot of you guys are really rooting for the snow. I'm here to tell you that it's not going to be a blizzard. Okay. You're going to see more snow. We're going to see this backside stuff continue to brush up against the mountains. It is going to, re-intensify, re-amplify down here. But yeah, like he said, a lot of those 8 to 10 inch snow totals that some people were putting out there, those are going to bust. Randy, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member. Casey Tucker, thanks for becoming a slight risker. And we got Smokey TV. Everybody say thank you to Smokey TV for becoming an official sponsor of the channel. That's an incredible commitment and just an awesome thing. So thank you for that. Brian Pierce says, my wife says, awesome job, Brian. Thank you, Brian Pierce's wife. Ottawa, Ontario here. Just had a negative 30-degree wind chill. Oh, God, that sounds terrible. And now they're calling for 18 to 20 inches of snow. Gotta love Canada. Yeah, I'm trying to incorporate that portion of Canada more into my forecast videos. I know we got a lot of Canadians that watch. Honestly, like there's tens of thousands of Canadians that watch every video that I upload. And I feel bad that I don't really talk about that area much. But when I first started the channel, it was just, literally the only people that were interested were people right here in the States. So I'm going to try to start talking a little bit more about those basically American, as far as like geographically goes, like basically American cities there in the southeastern portion of Canada. And also over there in the BC. Holly, thank you for the awesome weather coverage and all of your time today. You have quickly become my go-to channel for weather. I appreciate that. As long as you guys continue to watch and as long as you guys are here supporting the channel, I am going to be here for you with the weather. So I don't plan on going anywhere. Definitely not going to be working for any TV networks anytime soon. Staying right here. Kim says, Russell Springs, Kentucky, checking in. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate you. Absolutely the best coverage around. Thank you so much. I guess we made the final decision on dinner there. I haven't heard from Steph. I mean, you guys said the final word. I am getting kind of hungry. Rain has changed over to snow quickly here in central Kentucky. Thank you, Ken, for sending that in. Yep, that's going to continue to be the case for quite some time there in central Kentucky. Once again, we're not expecting a blizzard out here. But, you know, Interstate 75 and 64 are going to continue to be a nightmare to travel on. And we're going to continue to see accumulations until this, you know, kind of comes to an end. And it's hard telling when that is, you know, when it will come to an end, because we do have a lot of that wraparound precipitation to go. Snow is piling up in Somerset. Yep. All right, so I just got a dinner update from the wife. Lasagna will be ready in 50 minutes. That means more than likely that the stream will end in 50 minutes. Just a heads up. We have been going for 9 hours and 30 minutes today. I got to sleep at some point, right? Oh, man, I love this. Look at this. Barry Bones is watching your great coverage. He looks enthralled, by the way. He looks very interested in what I'm saying here. What am I even talking about there? I don't know if we got audio or not. But I would say this was probably around the time I was talking about dinner, right? I don't know why else he'd be so interested. That's awesome though. Hey Barry Bones, if you're still watching, that's awesome. It's currently clear and calm in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Nearly a full moon, awaiting rain and high winds. Great job. Love the coverage. No problem there, Robert. Y'all be safe. Once again, not going to be the end of the world. Y'all have seen some high winds before, but just be ready for it. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I'm mostly concerned about the coastal flooding aspect and the people who are kind of like going to be shocked. The people who haven't heard about this. Big winds are going to be coming in early in the morning there in the Cape Cod region, especially on the southern side. TB says, thank you for all that you do. We are in Northeast Ohio waiting for the snow. You're not going to wait too much longer. It's coming. It's coming. You guys are going to get over 8 inches of snow, I believe. Some of you are going to get a foot of snow or more. Would much rather have snow than tornadoes. Yes, absolutely. Lee's been here for 11 months. Wow, thanks for being a high-risk member for 11 months. That's huge. I can't believe there's so many of you guys who have been with me so far for a year already. It's unbelievable to me that we started this channel a year ago only. 315,000 subscribers in just a little over a year. Completely didn't see that one coming. Francis says, it's been a great run today. I just hope you find some warmer weather for me here in Wisconsin. I'll be looking for that. I don't know if I'll be able to deliver on that one, though. I appreciate the support. Jay says, if I was Steph, I would have ordered lasagna from DoorDash and put my feet up. That's what I'm saying. I would have been fine with that. I would have had no problem whatsoever with that. I just realized that we got the wrong picture here on Reed's stream. We don't have 2 Brett Adaires out there. We have. Oh, really? You gonna make that hard on me? Professional. Who? I mean, it's like I'm a magician here. I can't even talk anymore. I'm a magician. But yeah, that's Reed Sammer. That's Reed Simmer. That's Brett Adair. Which, by the way, Brett is getting into some heavy snow there east of Cookeville. Road conditions are going downhill. We've got 8 to 10 inches here in Roanoke, Virginia. We had French toast instead of milk sandwiches. Love it. Love it. Look at this, guys. 8 to 10 inches of snow in Roanoke. That's how we'll gauge it from now on. If you go out and buy your milk and bread in anticipation of snow, and then it doesn't snow, then you have milk sandwiches. But if it does end up snowing, then you can have French toast. Hey JJ, dude, that's an awesome video. Thanks for sharing that. Where's this camera even at? JJ shared a video with us. This was us in Northeast Richland County in Columbia, South Carolina during the height of the ice storm. The worst ice storm with those high winds I've ever lived through. We lost power for 2 hours, but thank God it came back on. Man, he is having... Oh, man. Hold on. No, not that one. There we go. I fixed it again. Yeah, buddy. Hey, thanks for sending that in, though. That's a funny video. By the way, if you guys ever want to see the stuff like that I'm sharing, I put all of that on to Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Morehead State University. This is Allison Cyrus, Morehead State University. It's Snowtown, baby. Gosh, man, that is so close to where I live, and we don't have anything like this right now. But yeah, this is along that I-64 corridor that I was talking about, where I do believe that we're going to continue to see some pretty good snow accumulations. Once again, not expecting a blizzard out here, but some pretty good snow. Enjoy it. Thank you, Allison. Yeah, I'll show you the radar once again. We're not necessarily forecasting anymore as much as we are now casting. So what I'm seeing here is that we've got, so our low pressure centers here, we've got some really good motion to where the low is obviously advecting off to the north and east. And it's starting to take that back edge of the snow a little bit off to the east, right? So the snow is pretty much moving past Nashville now. You're going to get one more big push of heavy snow, and then it's done for the entire evening. Now, this pivoting motion is going to keep the snow in eastern Tennessee for quite a while longer tonight, but the precipitation rates are a little bit lower. And, as we talked to Brett Adair about earlier, not only are the precipitation rates lower, but we have little pockets of air that are 33 degrees or just barely above freezing that are keeping a lot of the snow from sticking. So if some of you guys thought that you were going to get 8 inches of snow or 10 inches of snow, I think that's off the table, but you're still going to get some accumulation. It just depends on how long that kind of sticks around down here. It's a little bit more of a complex situation over here in eastern and central Kentucky because we did have that big plume of moisture come in. And obviously it's causing it to snow very heavily now in this general vicinity along the I-75 and I-64 corridors. You can see that the shield back here, the northwestern edge of that is staying pretty much stationary. So I think that this snow is going to stick around with you guys for a while. And I think the next 2 to 4 hours is going to be the prime time to get accumulation. And then this is going to move off to the north and east. Watch this closely in Ohio. This band of snow here, the more intense that this gets, the more snow that you're going to get, okay? This is literally like just kind of building itself up. It's going to continue to expand, and then it is going to come over Ohio and into western PA and absolutely dump snow on you. I think a lot of you guys in this circle here, a lot of you guys are definitely going to see over 6 inches of snow, with a couple of you maybe even ending up with over a foot of snow, especially up here in PA and New York. Okay, that's when we're going to see maybe even over a foot of snow. That's the real Snowtown, baby. Down here in Kentucky, it's Snowtown maybe, just depending on what road you live on. It's been hit or miss for a lot of us. Same thing here, by the way. And yeah, of course, let me show you the rest of that. Let me show you the models once again. Let's go look at the forecast models. I want to show you this one more time before we end the stream. Even though we have looked at this a lot today, this is the forecasted totals. Well, let me refresh this actually. Let's look at the 20Z run. This is the forecasted snow totals of what we can expect from now on. Okay, you can see we're already looking at maybe only 1 to 3, maybe 4 inches over here in East Tennessee. But remember, every snowflake that doesn't stick right now is going to be taken away from that.
The model here assumes that every snowflake sticks. That's why your weather app is also wrong a lot of times, because your weather app, the ones that just take model data just directly and use that as the forecast, they can't make the decision to be like, actually, you know what, it might be a little bit too warm for some of this to stick, so we're going to cut that down in half. They just spit the information out to you. So we're still going to expect 1 to 3 inches of additional snow accumulation. A couple areas we'll see 2 to 4 in central or middle and eastern Tennessee as we go through the rest of the evening. Big swath of 4 to 6 inches of snow there in central Kentucky, specifically from Somerset up to Moorhead and Ashland. I think the southeastern Kentucky and more towards Louisville and Frankfort, I think you guys are going to get a little bit on the lighter end of these totals. Heavy snow over here in Ohio, though, and Pennsylvania, with 6 to 12 inches, and some people seeing over 12 inches. And then big-time snow over here in western New York as well. This is where we're going to see some of the heaviest snows. Now, everybody down on the southeastern side of this line over here, you guys are going to see heavy snow. You're already seeing it break out for a lot of you. But just know that snow is going to change over to rain at some point. And it's probably going to wash a lot of it away. Ryan, will there be tornadoes for Cape Cod? No, we're not worried about tornadoes for Cape Cod. There's a little bit of a marginal tornado threat left here through the Outer Banks of North Carolina through the next couple of hours, but I'm not thinking we're going to see anything significant. What we're expecting, though, is as this part of the storm goes up the coast here, we are going to expect, as this part right here gets to you, like in Virginia Beach, once it gets to the Delmarva area, and then eventually New York, that's where we expect potentially tropical storm force winds and maybe even a couple of hurricane force wind gusts. No tornadoes, but still very strong damaging winds with coastal flooding likely. I've gotten like 17 texts in the past hour from my wife, and every one of them, well, the ones that aren't about lasagna, it's snowing, and then it's not snowing anymore, and then it's snowing, and then it's not snowing anymore. That's the story of what's going on in my area. Once again, a lot of the weather apps also had my general vicinity. In the what was it? 4 to 8 inches of snow is what we were supposed to get. And I got on my personal Facebook page the other day, and I was like, listen, Pikevillians, you know, a lot of you have already went and got your milk and bread, but, like, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the 4 to 8 inches. I think we can still get some accumulation here, though, in my hometown, especially as that back-end snow finally works over us. It's been snowing all day. Is there any power out? Yeah, there's all kinds of power outages out there. We're still at around 120,000 people without power between North and South Carolina. And then Georgia and Florida has got about 50,000 people without power. That's what we're looking at right now. Can you give us a glimpse at the next storm? Yes, but I want you guys to listen to me here. Let me pull myself full here. Give me just a second. I'm going to put myself on top of all this because I want you to listen to me. This is where your weather app gets in trouble and your local weatherman gets in trouble. I'm not getting in that same trouble. What I'm getting ready to show you is complete voodoo. All right? We are nowhere near close enough to understanding the intricacies of this next storm. It's for entertainment purposes only, okay? So let's look at the models and let's see what this next storm could possibly do. And we'll talk about the reality of what could happen. And then we'll also talk about how it could change. Okay, so let's go back to the models real quick. Let's look at the Euro. So this is, what we're looking at right now. Obviously, that's going to continue to go off to the north and east. Let's look at the whole country. All right, I don't want to leave anybody out here. And by the way, this is my first time looking at this. I have not been focusing very hard on these long-term models because I've been kind of focusing on our short-term storm here. But we're going to watch that exit, right? We're going to watch that storm exit off to the north and east. We got a clipper coming down through the Great Lakes region on Wednesday. All right, let me turn the time on back right. That's going to lead to another big area of cold air coming down. Okay, so this is another place that we have to watch for the potential for a new storm to form. That big clipper that's moving up here is going to send down a huge blast of cold air into the central U.S. Look at that. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about here. If I'm looking at this right, which I think I am, low temperatures on Thursday, January 20, okay, 4 days from now, low temperatures are going to be, this is not wind chill, okay? This is just regular low temperatures through a lot of Iowa up through Wisconsin, negative 20 to negative 30, all right? Let's throw wind on top of that. And we're negative 40, negative 50. Wow. Now that's cold. That is cold. Cold town, baby. But anyways, that cold front, we have to watch that. By the way, if you're looking at this and you're like, oh man, I'm in Texas, what does this mean for me? This line right here is the 30-degree line, okay? So we're seeing some 20s and 30s. This is not a repeat of the snowmageddon that you guys saw last year. Everybody in Texas, every time I talk about cold temperatures, it's like they start freaking out. It's going to be okay over there in Texas. But yeah, that's going to be pretty cold for our upper Midwest friends. And then, also we're seeing lots of teens and 20s through a lot of this region too. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that cold front, we're going to have to watch and see if there's some interaction that happens down here on the southern side with that Gulf moisture. Sometimes we'll see new storms form and head up that way from that. But the Euro is pretty dry, though. Other than that potential right here on the Thursday, January 20th time frame, I'm not seeing anything too significant there. Let's look at the GFS. First storm gets out of the way. Second storm comes through. Once again, still a big blast of cold air. That could bring some snow over here to the Appalachian Mountains. Gotcha. All right. So this is on January 23rd. This is showing a big nor'easter over here. Look at that, 954. It shows up classic bombogenesis, bomb cyclone blizzard happening out here. But it's too far down the road to really try to pinpoint what's going to happen with that. Basically, the number one thing that you need to, notice with this is that the pattern is ripe for snowstorms. The cold air is locking itself in on this side of the country, and there's plenty of energy down here in the Gulf to interact with it, okay? When we get closer to these storms and to this stuff actually happening, we'll know more about what's actually going to happen with the forecast. And of course, I'm going to make another video tomorrow explaining that a little bit more. But with the way everybody was talking to me, I thought we were going to see a huge slam dunk in the near future here. But I'm not seeing anything too crazy. Obviously, the pattern suggests that we're going to see another snowstorm, but these deterministic runs, I'm not seeing anything that would normally cause model frenzy, Make sure you subscribe to the channel and tune in tomorrow because we are going to, of course, continue to watch that. I don't know if Reed is done streaming or not. He might be. I'm going to make myself small again. You got to be kidding me, man. I keep moving stuff around that I'm trying to actually not move around. I don't even know what I'm moving there. All right. We've got a great view from Brett of the Shoney's there where it's pouring down the snow. All right. So I'm going to start wrapping this up. We just looked at the forecast. If you want a more in-depth version of the forecast, go subscribe to this channel. We have 315,000 subscribers. We have 9,000 watching. How many of you are unsubscribed? Is it going to be possible for us to hit 316 before the end of the stream? Hey, Reed, just wanted to let you know I'm wrapping up my stream. Good job out there today. Thank you so much for letting us in on your adventures out there. And we're going to never stop chasing over here, and you keep dominating, okay? So, yeah, I'm going to start saying my goodbyes here. First of all, I want to say thanks to everybody that became a member, that liked the video today, that did a super chat, that subscribed, or just shared. If you just shared on Facebook, you helped us get in front of people today, and especially during that tornadic section of the storm, I think we probably helped a lot of people. I think we really did. So this was a very successful stream. Tim, I am going to go ahead and say bye to him too. Hey, Tim, I'm just letting you know that I am ending my stream, and I'm going to make sure I post links in my chat here for anybody that wants to go follow your Facebook page if you plan on streaming later tonight, and I'll be tuning in as well. Be careful out there. So, yeah, a huge shout-out to all you guys, and then a huge shout-out
to
our storm chasers.
Inlet and still waiting for the winds to ramp up, so I'll be out a long while tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, so make sure you guys go follow Tim, okay? I'm sure we got links going down in the description for him, or not in the description, but in the chat. And then obviously go follow Reed Timber, but I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys already do that. And then Brett Adair, Live Storms Media. Make sure you go follow him too. Hey, Brett, just wanted to give you an update. I've been streaming for 10 hours, and I got to sleep at some point, so I'm going to be wrapping it up over here. I appreciate you, and I'm making sure everybody on my side knows that they can continue to follow you over there on the Live Storms Media platform. Thank you so much, man, for letting us join in on your adventure today. Oh, yeah, we're looking at gas prices here at the Peacock. Was that $2.93? Whew. Lord goodness. Oh, wow. Wow. Hold on, real quick. Before, I got to show you one more thing here before we wrap this up. This is an incredible video. James Spann shared this on Facebook. I just happened to see it here. Once again, this is the tornado that happened today. This is the tornado that happened today in Florida. We watched this thing on radar. We tracked it. This is what it looked like on the ground out there. This is some seriously unbelievable footage. And near, not Fort Lauderdale, but Fort Myers in Florida earlier. Wow. Look at that. You can literally watch it going over these houses and neighborhoods here. Unbelievable. I am going to share that on my Facebook page. So not only, I haven't found this on Twitter yet, but if you want to see this and up close and personal on Facebook, I'm going to be sharing that over there. That's at Ryan Hall Y'all, or just search Ryan Hall Y'all on Facebook. You'll find me there too. But yeah, unbelievable footage there on Facebook. I'm trying to find that again so I can make sure I share it. Yeah, okay. It is officially shared now. It's shared right now. Okay.
Also, big shout out to our moderators. We got Half-Life in here. All the regulars, Amy Davis. We've got Brandy, Tyler. You know him. If you've been here before, you know him. But we do have a new moderator, Carly. Carly Anna there. So huge shout out to all of our moderators who help keep the chat at bay. And they also help with a lot of other stuff behind the scenes as well. This is becoming a much bigger operation than what I can handle myself. So all the help that we can get, we love it. Oh yeah, one more thing. And I'm going to go get, I am going to go eat some lasagna, I promise. I haven't looked at the stats. I got to share with you the stats, right? Because this is an incredible thing to me that we can do this here on this channel. Obviously, we're up to 315,000 subscribers. That's huge. But specifically, thanks to you guys sharing and liking and you know, putting this out there, we have got this live footage out to 500,000 people today. 500,000 total viewers on this live stream, with an average concurrent 12,000 and a peak of 19,000. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. I am going to go eat now and go sleep. Honestly, I didn't sleep much last night. So I might be a little bit late with tomorrow's video, but we'll get back on it, and we'll start forecasting that next storm. Please continue to send me reports and pictures and videos overnight. I'll continue to share those on Twitter. But yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go eat. I appreciate it, y'all. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
Ryan, there's a snowman rating clip in the miscellaneous folder of my Google Drive.